You hit my first birthday. That's the first person too.
Everyone must keep themselves muted. Mute yourself, Mr. Jones.
Thank
you. Mute yourself, Miss Abdul.
Guest kan lélẹ̀ olóhùn Jacqueline Abdulrazak guest.
I need you to mute yourself. Oh, okay. Mr. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time that our new the new city clerk will be hosting this meeting, and I would like to take this time to introduce him to the public and to all of the staff. His name is Mr. Conlon, and he will be hosting this docket meeting and all the meetings moving forward. He is our clerk. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers and posted on the city's website and filed in the city clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yes, Council President. Before I do roll call, I'd just like to remind everybody to please mute your devices or your phones, and please be advised that this meeting is being recorded. That being said, I will now call the roll. Councilman Blakely.
Present.
Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson.
Present.
And I apologize to called you out of order. Councilmember Harrison.
Present.
Councilmember Michal.
Present.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Vaughn. Councilmember Vaughn. Third call. There's she. Councilmember Vaughn. This is roll call. Councilmember Vaughn, as you just joined.
Yes.
Present. And Council President McBride.
Present.
All are present. A quorum is formed. First on the agenda, we have a presentation from Verizon Wireless for 5G nodes for Mr. Kevin Jones.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Jones from Zublat & Jones on behalf of Verizon Wireless. First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking some time this evening to allow us to present this to you, taking some time out of your schedule and the council schedule. So we really appreciate that. And without any further ado, I want to explain to you why we're here today. Verizon Wireless is the nation's largest FCC licensed carrier, as you may already know, and we're proposing to deploy a 5G ultra-wideband network throughout the city of Trenton. We want to make the capital city of New Jersey one of the early cities in New Jersey. We've already deployed it in only two other cities. That would be Jersey City and Hoboken, and they're seeking to make Trenton the third of the cities of 5G. Nearby, we're also live in the city of Philadelphia, as you may already know. So you may want to wonder, why are we using 5G technology? So let me just tell you a few things about why Verizon is seeking to deploy a 5G network and the advantages and benefits to the city of Trenton and the entire state that it could bring. First, I'll give you a few facts here. Since 2010, the amount of data has increased over 40-fold as it relates to Americans just embracing the power of wireless connectivity. There are over 400 million devices now in the United States, and that amounts to about 1.2 devices for every person in the country. So as you know, everyone we know, just about everyone we know has a phone. Their kids have phones, and most of the folks we know work with and often utilize these devices. And 94% of these users are between the ages of 18 and 29. And over half of households, I think roughly 52.5% of all households are wireless-only households, meaning there's no traditional landlines, and households rely solely on mobile devices for their voice communications. A big change, obviously, from, say a decade ago. Also, in about 2018, there's a recent study shows that a smartphone generated more than 5 gigabytes each month, which is more than 2,844% increase since 2010, because networks have become faster, phones have become much more sophisticated, able to do a lot more things, and news services and apps, of course, we're all familiar with apps, have also launched. So let's talk about the Gs. We all hear about the Gs, right? What is 5G? What is G? That means generation. So the first generation phones was just a voice phone. We're talking wireless here, so let me back up. First generation wireless phones, just known as 1G now, in hindsight, that was voice. That was the first time we were able to talk hands-free, without wires or cables or cords, utilizing at that time analog technology. And next up came second generation technology, or 2G. That was when SMS, as we know today as text messaging, was introduced. The debut of text messaging really allowed us to change the way we chat, talk, and communicate, and even create new languages to chat with. After 2G or second generation become third generation technology. Now that included data and a lot of the apps, the early stages of the apps that we're so familiar with today. At that time, we began to be able to share snapshots of our lives. We'd be able to send and receive images and pictures and even short videos at that time, thanks to the higher bandwidth and abilities of the abilities of these wireless networks continue to increase. The bandwidth increase. Now, and what we have prevalent in almost in the entire country, really the entire world today, is 4G, fourth generation technology. Now we have the advent of the smartphone. We have video and speed. We have video calls, and tons of new businesses are possible because of the wireless internet and other smart devices and things that relied on this high-speed technology. Now, that's pretty good, and that's where we are today. And now, what's 5G? 5G is referred to as the new transformative technology. And by that, I mean the possibilities are virtually endless because of the low latency, high bandwidth technology, a combination of which enables a lot of advancements in technology. I'll give you a few examples. Augmented and virtual reality, autonomous vehicles, advanced telemedicine, ultra-fast video, high-frequency trading, real-time analytics, and enhanced first responders, massive Internet of Things, which is really connected devices, where in the future, you may have heard of IoT. That's called the Internet of Things. And that's going to rely on networks such as 5G that rely on fast, real-time transfer of data with high bandwidth and most importantly, low latency. And this will result in connected cities. By that, I mean cities will just all be connected from the street lights to the cars to the meters to your personal devices and your devices at home. 5G also allows us to use massive amounts of data and transfer it at high rates because of the bandwidth of the spectrum. Very low latency, again, is what I'm saying. By low latency, I mean low lag time or low delay between the time that you press your button on your device and that particular action occurs. It's virtually instantaneous, with 5G. Now, more importantly to you, that's just an overview of the technology, why we're doing it, where it came from, where it's going. Who stands to benefit from it? What segments, if you will, really stand to benefit from this? And I think one of the most important parts, one of the most important sectors is the educational sector. As we know now, due to COVID-19, a lot of us and a lot of our children are learning remotely. High school students, elementary school students, college students are learning. Teachers are teaching remotely. Wireless connectivity now becomes even more important here during these times. I think it's emphasized now because of that. And emerging technologies, as I mentioned earlier, alternate technologies such as visual and augmented reality and virtual reality. They create interactive engagement environments for kids. A lot of stuff out there. Immersive learning, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of remote learning requiring connectivity and accessibility. A lot of STEM projects, science, technology, engineering, math projects, are really relying on this technology, as well as security. A lot of wireless security systems are rely on wireless networks. So a lot of those things are very important. Let's talk about economic development. Very important for a city such as Trenton, state capital. It's their CTIA, which is a telecommunications industry group, did a study, and it mentioned in that study that the city of Trenton stands to make. Let me find that number here. I believe the economic development here. Pardon me 1 second here. Sorry about that. In the next, I believe, with the birth of fifth generation technology, the job creation. Oh, here it is. Here is scheduled to be 784 jobs. Sorry about that. Estimated GDP growth from 5G is estimated to be $128 million, and the estimated network investment due to 5G, and this is in the beginning stages, is upwards of $69 million. So why is that important? Obviously, a city such as Trenton can certainly benefit from all its economic benefits. Industrial automation, a 5G city such as Trenton will attract new businesses. Some of the tech businesses and the folks that run these IT companies and a lot of those types of industries rely on 5G technology and would expect it. And speaking with some of your councilmen, Verizon, we had some individual meetings with a few of you. And one of the things that we realized is that you want to attract new businesses. You want people to not only just work here and drive through, but you want them to stay and live here. And creating, a 5G environment for city will certainly attract a lot of the folks that rely on this new technology. As I mentioned earlier, and I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but the average age range of the 5G user is 18 to 29. More than 90% of those numbers I mentioned earlier, over 400 million Americans. The primary age range is 18 to 29%. That's changing now, as we all pretty much, not all of us, but almost all of us rely, on wireless devices. And overall includes an increase or enhancement of the quality of life. Certainly, virtual healthcare, having digital access to things, and just the ability to have a smart city where your emergency first responders, your educational system, public works, and all of those folks benefit from this technology and help the city function a little bit more efficiently. So I just want to give you a brief overview of that. I worked with your council, John Morelli, and his team to work out a license agreement, a master license agreement. As you may know, the FCC passed a 5G order almost 2 years ago, and it required municipalities, it set forth the landscape for municipalities to allow access to their right-of-way. Now, these 5G antennas are pretty small. They're about the size of a backpack, and they're typically placed on existing infrastructure. Existing infrastructure meaning light poles, street light poles, or any existing infrastructure in the municipal rights-of-way. Verizon has agreements, pole attachment agreements with PSE&G, who owns a lot of the poles in the city, and the co-location, which would be placement of antennas and equipment on those poles, is a relatively seamless process, and Verizon's been doing it for many years with PSE&G, and the relationship certainly helps there. The small cells are much different than the macro antennas you may see. Verizon has appeared before your zoning board of adjustment, your planning board, many, many times to cite some of these macro sites. By macro sites, those are the large antenna sites, typically consisting of, say, about 9 or 12 antennas. They're on rooftops, they're on towers, some are even on water tanks. But those antennas are about 6 feet, long, whereas small cell antennas are less than 2 feet in most cases. And the geographic area that small cells are designed to enhance is usually a few hundred feet upwards to maybe 1,000 feet. So because of the high bandwidth, because of the 5G frequency, you're going to need a little bit more of those antennas. So as of now, in the early stages, phase one here, Verizon is proposing 125 these 5G facilities throughout the city. And this will allow Verizon to cover virtually, I believe, the entire city of Trenton with regard to this deployment. So no areas will be left out. Obviously, the downtown areas, as well as the neighborhood areas and historic districts and all that, they will also be covered. And talking about historic districts, very important to, I should mention that we understand that there are some sensitive areas, historically sensitive areas, very sensitive historic sites in the city of Trenton. And what Verizon does in those situations where they need a 5G installation there, they work with the local Historic Preservation Commission, who we've worked with for years, and the local council representatives of each particular ward that sits within the historic district. We will make sure we design the sites that are consistent with the rhythm of the street landscape and anything. If it's a decorative light post to match what's there, Verizon can do that to design these sites. They design stealth sites where, in many cases, you wouldn't even know there was a wireless installation there unless someone actually pointed it out. So I just wanted to point that out because it's important to know that they're not, Verizon is certainly appreciates the sensitivity of these sites and will work with the city of Trenton and all the historic officials in any district to make sure it blends with the character of that particular district. I think that's a big that's a broad overview of what we intend to do. Again, we've been working with your attorneys, John Morelli and his team. We've met with many of you individually, but I'm great to have you all together because we want to make sure we can answer tonight, hopefully, every question, concern, comment that you may have. You may like it. Tell us what you like about it. Tell us what you're concerned about. But I think we'll be able to answer all those questions tonight ahead of Thursday's meeting, where I believe this item is on the agenda. So with that, I'd like to introduce Kiana Ingram, who can maybe just provide a few more bits and pieces of some of the other things that Verizon is doing in the city of Trenton. Kiana? You might be on mute. Unmute yourself, Kiana.
Yeah, it should be like a little option. You see a timer, a camera, and then the mute.
Okay, is that better?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. You did a great job, Kevin. I think you pretty much covered everything. The only thing that I wanted to add is, as you indicated, we have done a lot in the city of Trenton, and we do plan on continuing that relationship beyond this. And we also spoke with a couple of the council men and women previously about what we can do as far as education is concerned. And I wanted to just let you guys know that we are looking into what we can do as far as some type of trainings in the university. So I am looking into that. But everything else, you did good, Kevin. You've covered everything. The 125 nodes that we are deploying, that is a phase 1. So after we get those on there, if we see that there's other areas that we need to cover, we'll definitely come before you guys again and let you know what our intentions are. But as of right now, and it is 125, we are doing what we discussed, and we are trying to see what we can do as far as the universities are concerned. We will continue to give to Trenton, and I believe you covered everything else. I don't really have anything else to add.
You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself.
You have to unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Am I good?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I apologize. One thing I wanted to add, I know there were a few concerns regarding 5G and the emissions. One thing I wanted to highlight, and very important, is Verizon is the FCC licensed carrier, and Verizon, as well as all the other carriers, are required to comply with all FCC regulations as it relates to emissions, as it relates to maximum permissible exposure. What we did, we went specifically, we had a very good discussion with Santiago Rodriguez, I believe he's on this call, correct? He had questions, and what we did is our radio frequency expert, Andy Peterson of DVN Engineering, who's also on this call, He performed a study. We have one of our proposed nodes, and we even filed a permit so your construction official can get a head start just reviewing it and get an idea of what these installations look like at 375 Enterprise Avenue. So what Mr. Peterson did is conducted a study and came back with the results that demonstrate that because it's such a low power radio, it's I believe less than 1%, correct me, Mr. Peterson, if I'm wrong, but well below the federal emission standards. So not even close in terms of what the federal government would allow. And I know a lot of people may be skeptical of these numbers. Not skeptical, may be wary of these numbers is probably a better choice, but because of the how low they are to these acceptable numbers, which have been around, for a long time, we wanted to make sure that we provided an up-to-date study, if you will. Obviously, 5G's only been around for a short period of time, but the technology hasn't. It's just using, more antennas, bringing it a little closer and using a higher bandwidth, to get a higher bandwidth and faster frequencies. So maybe Mr. Peterson, if he could just briefly touch on those and maybe answer any questions that you may have regarding that, if you have any after he talks about his report.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep. So, yeah, as Kevin said, I took a look at one of the proposed nodes and I authored an electromagnetic exposure analysis on that node. It's the node that Verizon calls Trenton 117. It's at 375 Enterprise Ave. And what I do when I perform one of these studies is I apply the FCC's prescribed formulas for evaluating exposure from an anticipated telecommunications facility. Because it's not constructed and on the air, we can't go out and measure it. So what the FCC dictates that providers do is they utilize the prescribed formulas and apply those formulas to the proposed parameters of the facility. As Kevin mentioned, these are very low power facilities, but that's offset by the fact that they are generally closer to the public. This case, for this particular installation, the antennas are only 35 feet off the ground. Now that's tall, but not compared to the traditional 100 to 200 foot macro site that we're used to seeing. But that shortness of sight and proximity to the general public is more than offset by the power decrease that is intentional with these types of design, and also the fact that we're using just a single radio here in a single portion of the radio frequency spectrum. So we're using a lot less power, only a single radio. Now it's a quite advanced radio with the 5G technology, but as Kevin said, just because it's 5G doesn't make it much different from an exposure standpoint than all of the other generations of technology that have come before it. So what I do is I apply those formulas, and of course I also apply some worst case assumptions, including 100% ground reflection, 24/7, 365 exposure. And in the case of the facility that I took a hard look at, the exposure levels were well below 1% of the acceptable exposure levels that are deemed safe by the FCC. In fact, the worst case was, and I'm looking at at ground level, the worst case was less than 0.25% actually of the FCC limit. So that's more than 400 times below the limits that the FCC has set for safety guidelines here. So we're compliant by an extremely wide margin. And this also includes those upper limit assumptions that will overstate the exposure levels significantly. So that's the long and short of it with the analysis. Happy to answer any questions with respect to that specific analysis or RF safety in general. I think you're muted, Kevin, if you're talking.
That's it? Gotcha. It mutes once you talk. I got it now. I'm figuring this out. I wanted to just add to what Andy said. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for that. That Verizon doesn't have any 5G nodes in the city. This is report done for prospective notes. So this is one of the ones that we're planning as part of the 125 proposed phase 1 notes. But we wanted to show you a real-time analysis, a real-time testing of a node that is going to be part of this polygon should this get approved and Verizon move forward with the deployment.
Is it okay if I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was wondering, as far as like the study goes, because 5G is still a very new, it's new. So I was wondering if you guys did, when you did the study, did you do the study trying to see how it is to have like a long-term exposure, or was it like a short-term exposure? Because it could seem like it's not doing any damage at first. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm just curious to know like what type of conditions this study was conducted under.
Who was talking?
I don't.
Who's asking the question?
I'm sorry, my name is Janae Brown. It was just a question.
Yes, but but this is a time for the.
This is not a public hearing. This is just a presentation. The public comments should be reserved to the end of the meeting, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. He said he was happy to. Oh, I'm sorry. He was just saying he was happy to answer any questions. I thought they were opening the floor for questions.
For the city council. It's a presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was open. I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries. Thank you.
Mr. Collin, can you ask any of the council members at this time if they have any questions?
Do any of the council members have any questions for Mr. Jones or for any of the Verizon representatives here?
Yes.
Yes, Robin Vaughn.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
No, I just want to clarify one of the statements that that's a stat or measurement that Mr. Jones mentioned in his presentation around potential jobs that will be created as part of the infrastructure expansion by Verizon. You said creation of jobs. You anticipate 784. Is that the number you stated?
That's correct. That's the number that was in the CTIA study. Correct.
Okay. Do you know, did that study go down a little granular as to 784, the type of jobs and the potential salary ranges, whether they're professional jobs or whether non-professional? Can you elaborate technical, administrative, and the average salary range, of course?
I did not. It did not break it down in those figures, but typically that would be probably a combination of all of the jobs that you mentioned, those types of jobs. But this particular study that I referred to did not break it down as you just mentioned.
So we would be interested to get that breakdown in the near future.
I will do my best to get that to you. No problem.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
So I have a question for you. Okay, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
No. I insist. You can go. I had a few questions, but I'll wait until you're done.
Okay, the question that I had was, I would like to know, when in your presentation, you mentioned the two other cities, and including Trenton, and they're all urban centers. And so my question to you is, whomever is in the back, they need to mute themselves. So my question to you is, why not Berkeley Heights or Franklin Lakes or Millstone or Westfield? Why not those communities? Because the communities that you mentioned, they're all inner city communities, and Berkeley Heights and Franklin Lakes and communities of that are of more affluent communities, which have a higher rate in use of technology. And so when you're looking at the statistics to see that, roughly 3 in 10 adults with household incomes below $3,000 a year. 29% of them don't own smartphones. And then when you go into places like Berkeley Heights, Franklin Lakes, and Millstone and Westville, those individuals with a higher income are likely to have multiple devices. So I would just like to know why your company is centering the use of this technology into the urban centers instead of going to the most affluent communities where the actual use of the devices are a little bit more, it's taking place a little more. Could you answer that for me?
All right, Kevin, if you don't mind, I can answer this one.
Sure.
Okay, so the study was done based on usage and capacity usage. So I'm not sure how many people we have in the city of Trenton that actually own Verizon services. However, in any given day, there's a lot of users who do use the network. We also deployed already in Hoboken, which is a higher end city, I guess if that's what you want to call it, as well as Philadelphia. We go based on usage.
No, Hoboken isn't. And I just gave you the name of the most affluent cities in the state of New Jersey. And so I just need this question answered.
Okay, we don't go based on how much, the average household makes in each city. We go based on who actually uses our services. And the city of Trenton scored pretty high. Now, we are in the process of doing the exact same thing in several other cities, including up and down the shore community. However, since we've yet to deploy there, we can't release those cities. So you'll see within the next year that we'll be in a lot of different cities, and they're not all in urban areas. However, the city of Trenton, there is a lot of usage there, and that's the reason why we did approach you guys before we did some of the other cities that you've mentioned. But there's a lot of cities that we currently already have agreements in place with, that we're currently already deploying. However, because of the number of sites that we have installed there, we can't release it as of yet. But by no means are we targeting any particular area. We based our study based on usage and usage alone.
Okay, so the second question is the gentleman, Mr. Jones, spoke earlier about the actual being a part of FCC and that their oversight. And so it's my understanding that under Trump, the FCC director, I think you pronounce his name Pai, P-A-I, he has loosened mostly all of the restrictions for the FCC. So when you talk about we fall under the FCC and their guidelines are not like they were under the previous president, President Obama. Their guidelines are being loosened every day under this new, I guess you call him a director or commissioner. They're being loosened every day. So when we talk about the FCC and their guidelines, we can't talk about the fact that the guidelines are so tight that you won't be able to do whatever it is that you would like to do, because the guidelines have been, the restrictions have been loosened under Trump's Commissioner Pai.
Okay, and touching that one as well, we fall, like as previously said, about 1% of the limits as per the FCC guidelines. So even if, let's say, I don't know what the limits are, I don't follow politics like that, but even if the limits were 25% more, strict, we are very well below that limit.
May I interrupt you just for a second, Kiana? Just to be clear, I didn't mean sorry to interrupt you, but to be clear, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, our RF experts on the phone, the emissions regulations, to my knowledge, have not changed. Is that fair to say, Andy? I wanted to make sure maybe some FCC rules have changed to help reduce regulatory lag to try to, enhance 5G deployment and deployment of wireless technology overall. That certainly has been the case, but that's been the progressive under the last two administrations. But with regard to health and safety, with regard to emissions, those standards haven't changed. Andy, if you can maybe touch on it.
Kevin, yeah, you're right. So safety standards for cellular technology were first adopted in 1985, and they were revised in 1996. Those standards have wide safety margins, and they're designed to protect everyone of all ages, and were established after close examination of the research that scientists in the United States and around the world have conducted for decades. So as recently as November 9th, and this may be what Councilperson has mentioned, they were revisited as recently as November 19th, but not to become less stringent. They were revisited to examine them in the context of 5G. And after an exhaustive study, the FCC determined that no alterations to the guidelines were required. And that goes back to what I mentioned earlier, that radio frequency emissions and radio frequency technology hasn't changed. Where the rubber meets the road really hasn't changed. The bells and whistles that make 5G faster, less latent, things of that nature than previous iterations of wireless technology, that's changed quite a bit. But a lot of that is done, most of that is done really in the baseband. So when that radio signal is converted to light and ones and zeros, that's where really the bells and whistles of these technological advances reap the benefit. But the exposure and how radio frequency energy affects the human body, that doesn't change with advanced technology. The fact that we are at a higher frequency than one was previously used is really of no consequence either. The telecommunications guidelines that were set forth in 1996, they considered frequencies up to 100 gigahertz. Verizon's deploying in the 28 gigahertz band and sometimes in the 39 gigahertz band for their 5G, but that was contemplated several decades ago. So, there's been no loosening of those guidelines per se, the RF safety guidelines. Now, there have been, as Kevin alluded to, there have been some orders by the FCC to speed 5G technology for all the great reasons that Kevin mentioned earlier, but that's separate and apart from the this issue of any less stringent safety standards.
Okay. Councilman Blakely. Councilman Blakely.
Thank you, President McBride. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
There's some feedback going on. Someone has their audio on, and I hear the.
Yeah, something is going on because you're muffled.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so first, before I ask my questions, I think that this is seems like a very good proposal and one that I will be supporting on Thursday. And so I appreciate, there are people who, someone has their audio on. Okay, thank you. I don't hear any feedback now. And so I think that this is a really good idea. Did some research on the cities that have Verizon 5G service. And I just want to read off a number of the cities to President McBride's point about, the complexion and wealth of the cities. I'm looking Atlanta, Boise, Boston, Charlotte, Chicago, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, Dallas, Denver, Des Moines, Iowa, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Greensboro, Hampton Roads, Hoboken, Houston, Texas, Indianapolis, Kansas City, Little Rock, Los Angeles, Memphis, Miami, Minneapolis, New York City, Omaha, Panama City, Phoenix, Providence, Rhode Island, Salt Lake City, Utah, San Diego, Sioux Falls, Spokane, St. Paul, and Washington, D.C. And so it seems that all of these cities are, diverse major cities, and that, one would think that we would want to attract a technology like 5G And can you, Kevin, can you talk about if businesses would be attracted to cities with 5G infrastructure? Like, are companies looking for communities that have this technology? And why would they if they are?
Councilman, thank you for that. I do believe that they will. We worked with a lot of organizations in the city of Trenton as we were going through this process. We met with the Greater Trenton org, George Sowa and his group, and we were talking to them about that. And we were just trying to get our finger on the pulse of why and how this would benefit the city of Trenton. And one of the things we discussed with them was the new companies coming in. There's a lot of new IT companies, a lot of computer companies, a lot of companies run by millennials, if you will, younger folks that are creating their own companies. Younger folks that may want to work from home, particularly now during COVID. Everybody's exploring the possibility and even the necessity of working from home, in the future. And some of the things we saw and talked about, and independent of that conversation, it was just that was an organization that we spoke to. A lot of companies will probably be attracted to that. We're seeing that in Hoboken. A lot of businesses, right across from the Hudson, Manhattan-based businesses and folks that live and work there also are now creating their businesses and maybe opening up businesses in Hoboken, and 5G could be a big part of that. So I know attracting businesses I mentioned earlier for people not only to do drive-bys, but people to live here and work here and benefit the city and be part of the city is probably a benefit, and most likely a benefit of 5G technology as it's deployed. Think you're muted.
I'm sorry about that.
There you go.
I'm sorry about that. Can you give me an example of how fast 5G is? How fast does it take to download a movie, or just an example so that we can know how impactful 5G is.
Maybe Andy. And that'd be a better question for Andy. You can answer that one, Andy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I've seen trials. Publicly, Verizon's advertising speeds 40 times greater than LTE, and I've seen the results of some hardware trials that support that, and even faster, gigabit per second speeds. So if you have a fiber optic connection to your home or to your business, I'm certainly on par with that. Over the air, so that's that type of speed in your hand. It's certainly impressive. At those speeds, you can download a movie in half a minute, maybe less. I haven't experienced it firsthand. I'm embarrassed to say. Hopefully soon we all will. But you think that the handsets just haven't really penetrated the general population yet. There's a few handsets, but I do believe that's going to change pretty quickly. Apple has announced publicly that the next set of iPhones, which I think are due out later because of some understandable delays this year, but I think they're still projected to be out this calendar year. Their whole lineup of new iPhones is going. They're going to have 5G chipsets embedded, and so I think, and they're generally a later adopter. I know there's already some Android devices out there and things of that nature. So I think that the penetration of 5G devices, I believe, will happen even more quickly than did the 4G devices. Just based on the iPhone alone, because they were rather late to adopt 4G. But that's so I only know what's publicly available, and some of I do keep an eye on this type of thing. So I have seen these studies that they're quoting.
Okay, and another question that I have is, can you tell me? You talked about the evolution of from 1G to 2G to 3G to 4G. Now, the 5G, can you help me? If there's someone that has their audio on, they really need to turn it off. Okay, thank you. You talked about the evolution of from 1G to 2G to 3G to 4G and now to 5G. Can you tell me if on the prior upgrades to on the G, band. Did you all do similar types of bolstering of infrastructure? So when you went from 1G to 2G and 2G to 3G and 3G to 4G and 4G and now 4G to 5G, did you have to go through the process that you're going through right now to improve the infrastructure?
Kevin, I think I can.
Yeah, the answer is yes. For those, because that technology was a little different, Councilman Blakely, they utilize macro sites. By those I explained earlier, or the sites that are, somebody's vibrating there, that are typically placed on tower structures, rooftops. So that infrastructure in a lot of places was already there. So Verizon would go to the local boards and a lot of times and get site plan approval, sometimes even use variance approval, depending on obviously the zoning character of the site. So a lot of those were macro sites. Again, those were the 6 to 9 to 12 antenna sites on rooftop. And the city of Trenton has a lot of rooftop sites. I've done a lot of them myself in front of your zoning board and planning board. Water tanks, monopoles, and lattice towers and electric transmission towers throughout the state. If you look at it on the PSNG power lines and First Energy all the way through the state, a lot of those have wireless technology on there. Now 5G is a different type of technology because of the type of technology it is. It needs to be a little bit closer to the end user. Therefore, again, using the same philosophy of utilizing existing infrastructure rather than build new little poles all over the city or the country. The FCC and the carriers, following their ruling by utilizing existing infrastructure along the right of way. Whereas we have infrastructure that's been there for 100 years. We're used to seeing telephone poles and light poles everywhere we go. So to have a small cell antenna, as I mentioned earlier, the side of a backpack, is probably more ideal than having a new monopole next to a school. Even though the coverage was necessary to fill the gaps in coverage for 3G and 4G, a lot of those required large towers with multiple antenna installations, because if you're going to build one tower in a city, in an area of a city or community, you're going to have all of the carriers typically on there. So you'd have 4 or 5 carriers on one particular large macro site, which was a good thing in a way, but it's also much more visually obtrusive. By utilizing existing infrastructure that's been there for years, the co-location opportunities are there, because in most cases, the veins of a city, if you will, are lined, and the streets are lined by power poles. They're lined by streetlights, traffic signals. Most of the existing infrastructure can either be utilized or removed and replaced in its same footprint to accommodate the proposed 5G antennas. So that was a long answer, Councilman Blakely, but I hope it makes sense, because we have to emerge with the changing technology, and because the need for the larger macro sites were there to build out a 3G network and 4G network, for instance, there were gaps in coverage. When you have a gap in coverage, sometimes you need a macro site or a combination of macro and smaller antenna sites, small cell sites in these. So these small cell sites, and Andy can maybe add to this, they also work in conjunction with the macro networks. So the macro networks are allowing the small cells for capacity, and the converse is true as well. So as Verizon seeks to deploy these across the city, what they can do is enhance, modify, optimize their existing macro sites to make sure the entire city is covered. That way you use only the necessary number of sites that you have to cover the whole city. Because remember, there are a lot of macro sites that have been in place for over 20 years in and around the city of Trenton that are going to work in conjunction with these proposed small cell sites to provide all the coverage and capacity that Verizon needs to hopefully deploy this 5G network. So
I just want to say, we have a real opportunity on this city council to be, progressive, technologically savvy, adopters of this technology, or we could be Luddites that, are being opposed to, technological advancements. Most folks would say that they were not opposed to text messaging, and they're not opposed to streaming videos. And if you're not opposed to text messaging and streaming video, then shouldn't be opposed to this evolution in the G technology. And so I really hope that my colleagues are supportive of this, that they are not Luddites in terms of opposing this new technology, and that they are being understanding of what this technology could mean for the Trenton economy. Thank you very much.
Madam President, Madam President, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Councilman Rodriguez. Hello?
We're here.
We can hear you, Councilman.
Okay, my question is, when are you going to have public hearings for the residents on this? Have you had them yet, or when are you going to have them? Also, I guess after it's voted in City Council, you have to have the Planning and Zoning Board endorsements, or do you have them already?
I can answer that, Councilman, and thanks for your question. These sites will be reviewed by your construction department. They are exempt from zoning pursuant to the federal law, provided that they meet certain conditions, and we will make sure we comply with all those conditions. We worked with your council, with John Morelli, to make sure we crafted a master license agreement that was consistent with the FCC order as it relates to zoning, as it relates to aesthetics, antenna site license fees and all that. Keep in mind also, I didn't mention that earlier, I did mention economic benefits to the city, but one thing I forgot to mention was that there are fees that the city collects for each of these, each individual node that Verizon applies for. So each individual node on each individual pole will consist of a one building permit application sent to your building department. In addition to whatever it costs to price out a building permit for electric and subcode, pricing, if you will, you also get a license fee that's set forth in the master license agreement that we worked out with your council. And it's totally consistent with the FCC order. Again, the new FCC order does allow cities to regulate and collect fees on these facilities, and your council has worked together with us to make sure that the city benefits in that respect. So I hope that answers your question. But in terms of zoning, these are eligible for zoning permit and building permit. So they are, I believe, Ray Buki, we did seek his input, and I believe he'll review those applications together with your construction officials.
How about the public? So you are not going to conduct public hearings?
Well, we are on the agenda for Thursday's public meeting. So that is a public hearing, and it's noticed. So there won't be a public hearing for each individual node. No, sir. But we will certainly be present Thursday as well to answer any questions, or we'll be present on that meeting as well.
Before I vote, I would like to know. I like to know that, because the public is entitled to know what's going on. It's not just the city council; it's the public, especially on these type antennas and stuff.
Understood. There's one thing, sir. You may recall from our meeting, I think it was way back in February. It was a long time ago. I think before our world changed so drastically. Verizon also has a website that they created exclusively for the city of Trenton. It's called, and get your pencils out, it's called improveyourwireless.com/Trenton. And it answers a lot of questions. It has all the Q&A that the community may have with regard to 5G and regard to small cells and Verizon's deployment in the city of Trenton. It's called, again, improveyourwireless.com, all together, /Trenton. And you'll see a lot of information that was produced specifically for the city of Trenton. Hopefully that helps.
Well, I didn't get many answers anyway.
Council President?
Council President, I show you is muted.
Council President?
This is Council Vice President. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thanks. Just quick question for you, Mr. Jones. Just further to further to the comments of Council President McBride, as far as your infrastructure build out in the suburban communities, and of course you stated very clearly that it's primarily based on a usage level by the respective community. So if you look at suburban communities, a lot of and say.
Could somebody please mute their background phone? Thank you.
So in suburban communities that are equivalent to cities, right? Like say in our surrounding areas, you have Mercer County, and then within Mercer County, we have townships like Princeton, Lawrenceville, and of course in cities like say, well, New Brunswick is a city, but they have businesses and universities, institutions that you would think have high usage rates. So are those communities also being reviewed for 5G installation? Did someone, Mr. Jones, did you hear my question?
I did get your question. Maybe Kiana, did you want to answer that? Because I know she has all.
Yeah, we just want to be clear that, you know, it's not just inner cities, right?
Mr. Clerk, someone keeps muting me.
So Kiana?
Go
Ms.
ahead,
Ingram?
Councilwoman.
Yes.
So again, I was following up further to Council President McBride's question around, you know, certain cities being targeted for 5G infrastructure. And of course, we all know across our country, even here in the United States, most inner cities demographic is of minorities, people of Black and brown folks. And of course, there's always the concern that these communities get targeted with certain, you know, technologies and things that potentially that have deemed over time, you know, harmful. But nonetheless, I would think that suburban communities that do have high usage are those that do have huge research universities like Princeton University, Rutgers University, right? They're sort of in smaller cities, smaller suburban towns. So Ann Arbor, Michigan, right? University of Michigan. So there are a lot of suburban communities that are also, I would think, will be high usage communities. Are you installing in those communities?
Yes, we are. To answer your question, we are definitely currently doing the exact same thing we're doing with you guys. A little further along, though, in Princeton, we are presently presenting in Princeton, as well as Princeton University, as well as Monmouth University, as well as a lot of the other universities, since college students do. They are definitely one of our biggest users.
And I just had one more question just for myself, along economic development and job creation. So along with that, what happens sometimes in inner cities, and Trenton has been a sort of a, for lack of a better term, a victim, is that when we attract partners like yourself to come in and partner with us with economic development, our folks sometimes, our residents sometimes don't realize the benefits, like the 784 jobs, and if they're highly skilled or they require, you know, engineering degrees or computer science degrees or whatever have you, then of course that will probably rule out a large percentage of our citizens. So I certainly want to make certain that, you know, some of the jobs that meet our citizens' capabilities and skill set are provided and are given to Trentonians. So I would hate to see that you guys come into Trenton and partner with us and we roll out our infrastructure to you in our neighborhoods, in our community, and you install this technology, and then all the jobs go to the suburbs. So I just want to call that to your attention, if somebody can make note of that, that we do not want to be a victim of that. That all 784 jobs go to folks who live in Lawrence, Hamilton, Ewing, and Princeton, and et cetera, when the core of the infrastructure is in the city.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I wanted to add one thing I think I may have forgot to mention earlier. It was brought to my attention earlier today that there was a question as to whether Verizon had a 5G installation or some installation at 1450 South Broad Street. That came across someone's desk at Verizon. I just wanted to make sure I make it clear that there are no 5G installations here or anywhere else in the city. So at this particular location. So just wanted to make that clear. I came across, I meant to mention it earlier, but just wanted to make sure that's made clear.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're having a slight technical issue. I'm going to allow a minute here. Kathy McBride, the council president, cannot unmute herself. To proceed, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go back into our docket. Mr.
Council
Conway,
President?
if you would like to go back and do a roll call for the directors.
Yes, I will now call the roll for the directors. Business Administrator Cruz. He is here. I see him. He is here.
Present. Present. Can you hear me?
Mr. Cherry.
Present.
Mr. Manali. Second call, Mr. Manali. Mr. Manali is going to be marked as not here. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Miss Coley.
Here.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Sawyer. Present. Mr. Delisle.
Present.
Ms. Abdul Ali.
Present.
Mr. Onatiri.
Present.
Ms. Richardson. Second call, Ms. Richardson. Richardson is not present. Mr. Lavenberg.
Present.
And Ms. Schoenar.
Present.
And I'd also like to note for the record the presence of Tax Collector Constance Ludden and Chief Technology Officer Joseph Rivera. We are ready to proceed with document review. First up on the document review item is a resolution to enter into executive session. I'd like to note for council that there was an addition made to this to add rice notices under attorney-client privilege at the request of Councilwoman Vaughn. An updated executive session resolution was sent to you along with the proposed executive session motion material. So I just want to note that for the record, and I wanted to see if anybody had any additional changes or edits to the executive session resolution.
Is the executive session for Thursday?
That is
just adding on?
Yes, it'd be an addition for the executive session on Thursday to add rice notices, specific question with regard to rice notices to the executive session agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. Proceeding also on the docket review, we will have minutes for approval from the January 29th budget meeting, the February 5th, 2020 budget meeting, and the May 13th, 2020 budget meeting. So there will be 3 sets of minutes up for review. Under communications and petitions, there are 37 communications that will be noted for the docket. And if anybody has any questions about any of the communications, please let the clerk's office know. We will forward all the correspondence. There will be 3 reports from the clerk's office. 2 of them will be for the raffle applications, and 1 will be for the report of the monthly income and funds collected by the clerk's office. Moving on to ordinances and second readings. The second readings are going to be pushed from the September 3rd meeting. We are going to push the public hearing. We will need to do a motion to table each individual ordinance at the meeting. I didn't know if you wanted to discuss the hearing dates at this time or wait until we do the motion to postpone the hearing on it.
We can wait till we get ready to postpone the hearing.
Yes, ma'am. We'll wait till we table the at the meeting. And now we are going to go through the resolutions. Starting with the Department of Law, from John Morelli. Mr. Morelli is here. We have 20-450, a resolution amending resolution number 20-349 that awarded a contract to the law office of McManaman, Scotland and Bauman, LLC, to provide professional legal services in regards to special counsel through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A, Section 20.5, et sec, in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
A roll call for that.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-451, a resolution amending Resolution number 20-396, awarding a contract to the law office of Wentz, Goldman, Spitzer, PA 90 Woodbridge Route Central Drive, Suite 900, Woodbridge, New Jersey 07095, to provide professional legal services in regards to special counsel through fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44, Section 20-.5 et sec, amount not to exceed $35,000.
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Morelli a question on this particular resolution.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Morelli, I thought we had approved the contract for Lynn, Goldman, and Spitzer.
This is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it.
I thought, I'll double check that, Council President. I thought it was still outstanding.
Okay.
I wanted to cover
Council
that.
President?
That's a redevelopment council.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah,
Councilwoman Paula Wilson.
yeah, Mr. Morelli?
Yes.
I noticed on these resolutions for the law department that the rates, there's changing the rates. Can you explain that to me?
Sure. For instance, let me explain 20-452, which is the one that's coming up. That's Riker Danzig. If you'll recall, they are defending the DEP litigation. And the rates that they quoted, as well as everyone quoted, was in excess of the $175 an hour that we normally pay our defense counsel because the work was so highly specialized. We mistakenly put the 175 in instead of the higher rate. But they bid it at the higher rate. We put out the RFP at the higher rate, and they are legitimately entitled to the higher rate. And it's a specialization, just like bond counsel, that you can't get at the $175 rate. So that's what we decided to do. We just correct. You've already approved them. We're just going to correct the rate.
Yeah, but the other resolutions, they're also rate changes.
There should be only two. 2450 with McManaman in Scotland. And
No, it says on 2450 the rate has to be amended to 245.
452?
450.
Yes.
That's to 245 an hour, and 451 the rate's amended to 250 an hour.
Yes. And again, that because Mr. Hoffman requested and bid a higher rate.
Well, we didn't discuss whether we were prepared to give Mr. Hoffman a higher rate based on his based on him representing the council.
Well, that's why it's up for today, Madam President. It is for discussion. If you do not want to give Mr. Hoffman the higher rate, it's within the council's discretion to say no. Mr. Hoffman may decide he does not want to continue if he doesn't get the higher rate. That's for him to decide. But I made every attempt to get the council, the redevelopment council that you wished.
So Mr. Morelli, with McManaman Scotland, I didn't understand what their role was because we have a bond counsel, that's Mr. Everett Johnson, and then we have an attorney to represent us with DEP. So I didn't understand what the increase rate was for McManaman.
McManaman was doing special work for the water department with regard to the lead line replacement services, particularly with the surrounding municipalities. They were going to each of the municipalities and getting the necessary ordinances and resolutions passed. And they used to be our bond counsel, which is why they could afford to do the work at the $175 an hour, because they no longer are our bond counsel. They have informed me that they cannot do the $175 an hour rate any longer, and they will have to discontinue working for us. So we'll have to get someone else to do that specialized water work. They were the liaisons between all of the surrounding municipalities.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just have a quick question about Lentz, Goldman, and Spitzer. The redevelopment attorney, I guess that's the law firm where we have services, legal services for both our redevelopment attorney and our bond counsel.
Right. This was only the redevelopment attorney. The bond counsel is a separate resolution that comes through finance.
Oh, okay. Very good. So this is for Mr. Hoffman exclusively.
Mr. Hoffman only, correct.
Yes. So I remember a while back, which, we had another redevelopment attorney who wanted a higher rate, and actually he was affiliated with the Riker Danzig law firm. So is that the increase in rate because it's for the same legal expertise, which is redevelopment? So I would think redevelopment probably falls in that domain of specialized or specialized service advisory services. So why do you think that we can get the redevelopment now attorney out of Riker Danzig instead of Will Lentz?
Well, Riker Danzig was looking for 400 plus an hour, and Riker Danzig is looking for 250. So there is a big difference in the rates, number one.
All right. I just wanted to inquire because, if the market changed and now redevelopment and in the space of redevelopment legal advice, maybe I thought so still Riker Danzig redevelopment attorneys are still way above
way above our price range, right?
Okay, very good. Okay,
and I also want to let you know that we can charge those fees directly back to developers if they submit projects for review, which allows us to recoup some of that. But
okay,
anyway.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continue.
Is that going to be on the roll call vote, ma'am?
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, did you want a roll call, either one of those?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so 451 will be on the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Next, we have Resolution 2452, a resolution amending Resolution number 20-397 that awarded a contract to the Law Office of Riker, Danzig, Scherer, Highland, and Peretti, LLP, 1 Speedwell Avenue, Morristown, New Jersey, 07962, to provide professional legal services regarding special counsel litigation involving the Department of Environmental Protection through a non-fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 40A 11-3 at second, an amount not to exceed $75,000 pursuant to RFP 2020-37. Council President, would you like to roll call this or consider this on the consent agenda?
This could be on the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next we have resolution from the Law Department. We have Resolution 20-460, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 1944A-20.4 et sec to Trimboli Prznuski LLC, 268 South Street, Morristown, New Jersey, for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021, an amount not to exceed $100,000 pursuant to RFP 2020-21.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. We have a resolution from the Department of Police from Director Coley. This is Resolution 20-461, a resolution authorizing an application for the fiscal year 2020 COPS Hiring Competitive Grant Program from the Office of community-oriented policing services.
President McBride.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. Is Director Coley on the line?
She is.
Okay. Can you, Director Foley, can you explain what this grant program is for the benefit of the public?
Director Coley, you're still muted. Director Coley, we have a question.
Okay, what about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you tell me about the grant? Have we received this grant previously?
Yes, we have received this several times. This is a match grant to hire new officers. Is $1,250,000, and it is for the hiring of 10 officers.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, Director Coley, I look at this and I see that Trenton will be required to match the funding costs of $301,000 for year one, $330,000 for year two, and $403,000 for year three. Maybe I should ask the business administrator: is the city financially able to say that we will be able to afford those matching costs?
Madam Vice President, yes.
How are we going to do that? Because I don't even know where we are financially because of this COVID.
When it comes to for this year's budget, there will be an amount set aside for the hiring, and moving forward for the next couple of years, we will make sure that the money is also available when we're doing the budget preparations.
That kind of doesn't really answer my question, because I don't know how we can foresee where we are fiscally until we've done an inventory on our costs for COVID-19 and how we're going to move forward with funding from the state. I'm just concerned that there's going to be a shortfall.
Council, may I speak?
Of course.
Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, I think your concerns are valid, but what's equally valid is that I think it's not a matter of can we afford, but the fact that we can't afford to take this grant, and is offsetting a lot of the cost by, with the $1 million. We are in a state of emergency. The needle has not moved for the police officers in over 10 years. And what we're seeing on the streets now is a result of not being able to hire enough cops fast enough. So I think it is imperative that we do something to move that needle in the right direction and get the staffing levels to a point where we can combat the crime in this city. Thank you.
I'm good, Council President.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any of the council members? Council President, how would you like to proceed on this? Would you like to proceed with a roll call vote?
No, it could go on the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, from the Department of Fire, Director Sawyer, we have 20-462, a resolution authorizing a contract to Continental Fire and Safety Incorporated through New Jersey State Contract Number T-079017-DDPP0010 in an amount not to exceed $50,000. Are there any questions for council? Council President, how would you like to proceed with this resolution? Would you consent agenda or roll call?
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-464, a resolution authorizing contract to Lewis A. Jammer Door through New Jersey State Contract Number T-134385294 in an amount not to exceed $45,000. This is also for the Department of Fire. Any questions, Council? Consent? Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-465, a resolution authorizing contract to Lawson through New Jersey State Contract Number T-218885850 in an amount not to exceed $45,000. Any questions or comments from Council?
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolution for, we are moving on to the Department of Finance. And we have Resolution 20-467, a resolution to the City of Trenton in the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of bond ordinances for the city under the provisions of Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40A, Sections 3-1, et sec.
Madam President, can we roll
Yes.
call that one?
Yes, bonds always have to be roll called.
Yes, ma'am, I am aware of that. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 20-468, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec to Wilentz, Goldman, and Spitzer, PA, depending on the number of note and bond sales the city does during the course of 1 year, pursuant to RFP 2020-23.
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-469, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting an approval of bond ordinances under the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40A 3-1 et sec. And, of course, this would be a roll call vote as well. Next, we have Resolution 20-470, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board pursuant to NJSA 40A 3-1 et sec in connection with the proposed issuance of 22,924,000 general obligation bond series 2020. That also will be roll call voted. Next, we have, does council have any comment on either 469 or 470 before we proceed? Next, we have Resolution 20-471, a resolution confirming interest rates, setting grace periods, and establishing fees for the tax collector's office.
So, Mr. Cruz, we had passed a resolution about the taxes as far as the people not making their quarterly taxes under the COVID. What does this do? Is this for after September, after the third quarter is due? What is this? When will this interest rate kick in? Because remember, we had passed a resolution for 0.1% interest for the second and third quarter.
Yes, Madam President, I'm looking for the resolution, but I believe Constance is on the line. Constance, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Is this for the fourth quarter?
This is effective for third quarter. It's actually just confirming what the rate is. The resolution that the council passed in concerns for the second quarter, as far as COVID was concerned, was not allowed by the division.
No, the state had, before we passed that resolution, the state had already sent their recommendation down, stating that we could do it before we ever put that resolution up. So you cannot put a resolution up and change the terms of that resolution when the COVID has relaxed. The state had already given us.
We're just confirming the rate that we are using at this point. The resolution that the council passed was not allowed by DCA.
No. DCA didn't have the authority because the state of New Jersey, which was the governor, and they gave that option to all municipalities, not just to the city of Trenton.
That's
so
correct.
How can
You were allowed to extend the grace period to June 1st. We did not even have taxes billed at that time, so that was not even in effect for the city. We didn't bill our taxes until July.
Right, but it was supposed to be, the resolution goes until September, I think, to September. Mr. Collin, could you pull that resolution for us so we'll have it by Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll put this on a roll call until we get that resolution.
Council President?
Yes.
I just have a question about, it's just really a housekeeping item. For 2467 and 2469, and I see this as a recurring issue in preparation of the docket and what we present as summary docket. Like on 467 and 469, those are two bond ordinances, but in a summary paragraph, it doesn't state the amount that the application is going to be submitted. So is there an issue, Mr. Morelli, that preclude us from including that little piece of information, on the summary paragraph?
We could do that, but this is a resolution, and there should be a corresponding ordinance going with it, which does say what the amount is. But yes, we could certainly include it in there.
Yeah, because otherwise, as we know, summary goes out to the public, or, it's very quick to go through the summary, but you don't really see how much we're requesting, and I think that should be noted there. Like, for instance, the 2467, the ordinance, if the application is accepted and et cetera, that's for the 50 million, right?
We have bond counsel Everett Johnson on the line, I believe.
And then the 2469, that's the 6.8 bond for the hotel, for the West Side Plaza, correct?
No, I don't think 469 is for West Side Plaza. West Side Plaza should, actually...
Yeah, if you go, that's what I just pulled up. Yes, it is.
Correct, you're correct.
Hello, can I speak? This is Janet Schoenhart. That I signed these resolutions. Okay, I agree with you, Robin, that we should put the dollar amounts there, because I'm having a hard time just reading the clip from it and seeing what it is. So I will definitely put it in the make sure that when they do the summary that those numbers are in there, so we know what we're talking about. I believe that we did not pull the local finance board application for the 6.8. But the ordinance was pulled, so that if you approve the local finance board and you don't approve the next time that it gets onto the docket, if you don't approve the introduction of that ordinance, then even if you approved the doing the application, then it's still we wouldn't do the application because you didn't approve. But we didn't take it off because it was still going on in the next docket. So if you approve it and it isn't introduced, it doesn't go to the local finance board, bottom line. But I do agree with you that there should be numbers in this thing so we know what we're talking about.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay. Next, we have Resolution 20-472, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to cancel balances and credits either in the amount of plus or minus $10.
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-473, a resolution authorizing the tax collector of the City of Trenton to facilitate and execute installment payment agreements on city-held liens. Any questions on council? Madam President?
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-474, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to conduct an accelerated electronic tax sale prior to the June 30th, 2021, and to charge tax sale mailing fees. Any questions?
Can we roll call that one? Can we roll call that one?
Yes.
Set for roll call. Next, we have Resolution 20-475, a resolution authorizing the assignment of tax sale certificate pursuant to NJSA 54:5-113.
Was in that one, Pools?
Yes,
My copy.
2475, roll call, please.
Yeah, and it was, and Councilman Santiago, you are correct. It was initially pulled, but the tax collector asked that it added be back in. I spoke with Council President McBride, and I sent you an updated docket accordingly. So it was added back in, sir.
It was pulled at 4:15, so.
It was added. It was pulled earlier in the day and then added back in, sir. And we will roll call vote that.
Okay,
next, we have.
I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
Clerk Colin, I'm sorry, 2473, was that roll call or was that consent?
The 20-473, I'm sorry, hold on one second, was a consent agenda item.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-477, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to cancel an erroneous billing and tax sale certificate. Any questions from council? Madam President, would you like to roll call or consent agenda this?
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. The Department of Health and Human Services resolutions were pulled. We are now moving on to the Department of Housing and Economic Development under Director Delisle. We have first 20-410, a resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Goldenberg, Mackler, Say, Mintz, Pfeiffer, Bonici, Gill to provide professional legal services in regard to special counsel through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.5 et sec, in an amount not to exceed $250,000 pursuant to RFP 2020-20.
Okay, so I just want to make a statement about 410. The administration is saying that they purchased the taxes that was voted on the last council meeting. They did an accelerated tax sale for, I think it was $190,000. And so I was under the impression when you do, when you're trying to sell the taxes, that you are trying to sell them to the public or to an entity that has interest in that particular property. About, I'm not quite sure what year it was. I believe it was somewhere around 2012 that hotel was sold to Deepak. And when that hotel was sold, the taxpayers were stuck with, I believe it was $9 million in bonds. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson can correct me if it was 9 or 6. And we sold that hotel.
Yeah.
It was 6.
The purchase price was $6 million.
Yeah, well, the price that was left over, the bonds.
The 9 or 10.
The bonds that were left over I know that we sold it for $6 million, but there were also a tab with the bonds on there.
Right.
So then we got out of the hotel business. And when Deepak started to falter on the hotel, the bank bought a lien on it. So you had the bank with the lien on the hotel. And then you had another set of taxes that were due, and a private investor, an LLC, don't know their names, they came up and they purchased those taxes. Well, for some reason or another, without any conversation with this body and without any conversation with the public, Mr. Delisle and Mayor Reed Gussiora took it upon themselves to say that we're going to get back into the hotel business. The only person that should have been involved in any transactions with that hotel was Deepak, the state, and the interested parties. The state has a vested interest in the hotel because they're the ones that had the clause in the contract making sure that that hotel remains a hotel. The people that want to purchase that hotel should be dealing with the state because the state has an obligation to Trenton to force Deepak to either renovate that hotel as far as the structure is concerned or force him to sell it. The city of Trenton, our concern is that the hotel sells and that our taxes are paid. We are not real estate agents, and we have no business going back into the hotel business because, as I stated earlier, the state has a clause in there making sure that that hotel remains a hotel. And so the only people that should have been in negotiations with that hotel is Deepak, his lien holder, his tax purchaser, and the state of New Jersey. When the citizens in this city sends a message that they do not want the city enter hotel business, then the administration needs to listen. Not take their own bright ideals and force them upon the residents of this city that is paying back those bonds right now. And so I have a problem with the fact that they were making moves to purchase a hotel without even bringing the council in on the conversation so that we could share our knowledge of the hotel and what it costs the residents in this city. But it's to be expected because most things that are taking place, the council doesn't find out until it's in the newspapers. And unless a press conference is being held, we know nothing. But yet and still, things are occurring that shouldn't be without the input of this council, and especially the people in the ward council. They should at least be notified, but they know nothing. And so I'm saying to the mayor and Mr. Delisle, the residents have already spoken. They do not want to go back into the hotel business. So you should allow the private LLCs to purchase this hotel, and the state needs to step up and do their job and make sure that they sanction Deepak so that he can either sell it or turn it over into foreclosure. And that's what I have to say about 410, and I need that to be roll called.
Council President?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead, Council.
Yeah, and
Chair.
I have to concur. I I would have to concur with everything the council president said, and I cannot support this resolution for attorneys to go in and foreclose this hotel so that the city then owned a hotel. We have lived through costly years of the city owning that hotel or being part owner of that hotel. And I agree that it's now in the state's hand. It's a private owner, and they need to deal with it in such a way. And Mr. Delisle has to stop rushing, trying to get things done, hear him, scare him, because it's not going to work this way. And the community don't want that, because we went through a lot of costs when we owned that hotel. Thank you.
President McBride. President McBride.
Yes, I don't know who's. Yes, Mr. Delisle, we were making a statement. We weren't asking for a response.
This is Councilman Blake.
It's Councilman Blake.
Okay, but I'm only looking at the screen.
Okay, not a problem. So I have a question for Mr. Delisle. So, my understanding is that we are trying, or he's proposing to take, control of the hotel to more effectively market it, because, it's been empty for years and it's a hulk, and that, if the hotel was in possession of the city, we are able to, develop it and try to get it back on the tax rolls. But rather than guessing, I want to ask Mr. Delisle, why are you guys proposing to, purchase, deal with these tax liens and get possession of the hotel? Can you explain to this body and the public why you guys are attempting to do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. This resolution, 2410, is to hire a law firm to do tax foreclosures throughout the city. It is not specific to the hotel at all. I think the tax collector could attest that at the last accelerated tax sale, there was over 800 tax sale certificates that were not sold and not purchased by private entities. So we bring to council many times tax foreclosure actions not specific to the hotel, and that's what this one is for. We have not put together a plan, an actionable plan to acquire the hotel, and we certainly would discuss that with council before we did that. At the last council meeting, prior to this, the city council did authorize the tax foreclosure of the hotel. And this is a law firm that we would use to pursue that. But this is just an attempt for the city to collect its taxes that are due.
Excuse me, Council President. I believe we authorized an accelerated tax sale, not a foreclosure.
Council President? Council President?
Yes.
Yes, I just want, no, but the last resolution, I think just very quickly, what Council Vice President Marge Caldwell stated is not accurate. That resolution that we passed did in fact instruct that the administration can move forward with the tax sale certificate and hence go, move to foreclosure. So, and in that same breath, can one of the attorneys, I don't know if we have real estate expertise on the line or not, but can we just get clarity of the definition of a tax sale certificate, and is that indicative of ownership?
This is John Morelli.
Okay.
All right. No, a tax sale certificate is not an indication of ownership. The law provides that if the taxes aren't paid, you could sell the tax sale certificate. It carries a very high rate of interest to encourage investors to purchase these things. The advantage is the investor gets 18% interest and the city gets its money now. if that tax sale certificate is not redeemed within a certain amount of time, and again, this is not my area, you'd have to talk to the tax sale specialist, the attorney. I believe it is a 2-year time period. Then a foreclosure action can proceed to turn that tax sale certificate into ownership. So the certificate itself is just a way that the legislature has crafted so that the city can receive money and entice investors to give that money to the city of Trenton.
Yes, and further to that, Mr. Morelli, about the definition of a tax sale certificate. So between now that the city is the holder of the certificate, what was my question? Oh, now that we're the holder of the certificate, between now and say that 2-year period of enforcing the foreclosure, is there any law that allows the city to force Deepak into foreclosure sooner based on the fact that he has been a violator of not rehabbing his property or keeping it up to par as the law requires? So I believe the law says that any owner of property in the city of Trenton has 6 months or so to rehab it and bring it up to a level of acceptance. You know, we all know that the hotel has been an eyesore to our city for years now, and he hasn't done anything, so he's not a good business partner. So can we do anything to accelerate the foreclosure because we have? Go ahead.
Yes, there is a law that allows the acceleration where a municipality was involved, and my familiarity with that law is limited. I know that Mr. Delisle does have familiarity with it. I think it's called APRA, and so yes, it's accelerated. The city does not have to wait the same period of time as an investor does.
Okay. So Mr. Delisle, will we as a city will be leveraging that law to accelerate, considering the owner of the hotel has been, severely in violation of all our zoning ordinance and who knows what else? So,
Councilwoman, there are laws, the Abandoned Property Rehabilitation Act, that we could accelerate that, given that the hotel has been abandoned for so long. But I think that that's something that we should have a discussion about, and what the administration and the council's desires are, and what action. I mean, those would be actions that we would have to take, in court proceedings and whatnot. But I think we should, given the discussion here tonight, we should come together and determine a course of action together.
But so the tax sale certificate at least gives the city now some much more leverage to, I guess, many more options, correct?
It does, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we would not be able to use some of those laws without having that certificate.
Yeah, okay. That's all. Thank you. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. So here we go. So the state that has a vested interest in that hotel by the contract also have the ability to give Mr. Deepak the citations that he should have been given to force him to either rehab it to a certain standard or to sell it. Now, when the city is talking about getting into the hotel business, you're not just talking about purchasing a hotel. You're talking about how are you going to get the money to renovate that shell. So the state that has a vested interest in it, that has contractually the right to force them, and they have the departments to force them to do the right thing, The state should be the one making this call, not the city. Not the city. And especially when you had people that wanted to invest and purchase the hotel. I don't understand how we ended up with that tax sale. I don't understand why that tax sale wasn't put out for the other, for the public to purchase it. I don't understand that, because the city didn't need no leverage, because the state could have stepped in and forced Deepak, and they still can step in and force Deepak to either bring it up to code or allow the bank, which has the lien on the taxes, to get that property. So we can move on. I just need that roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-411, a resolution designating New Life Construction and Property Management as redeveloper of property located at Block 27601, lots 36 through 41, 106-116 Chambers Street, within the Central East Redevelopment Area Plan.
Roll call.
Council President?
Councilwoman Vaughn wants a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, I just want to go back I was just reading through a resolution, 2474. Clerk Colin, 2474. Is that being roll called? I just want to verify.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. Just give me my notes. 20-474 will be a roll call vote.
Okay.
Next, we have Resolution 20-484, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 et sec. To French and Perello Associates, Professional Association, in an amount not to exceed $69,950.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah,
Caldwell.
Mr. Cruz, I have a question. The majority of these resolutions don't have an attached waiver with the signature of DCA. The waiver that's attached is not signed by DCA. And all of these, 484 through 409, none of them have the waiver signed by DCA. So how do we know that they were approved?
Madam Vice President, I don't know why they would not be they would not have been forwarded to the clerk, but I can have that answer for you tomorrow. I'm sorry.
The whole docket that requires a waiver, none of the waivers are signed by DCA.
This is John Morelli. Can I answer the question?
Yes, thanks, John.
Yes.
Because my office is the one that submits everything to DCA. Our DCA monitor, Tina Vignali, has been working remotely from her house, and she doesn't have a scanner at her house. So what she generally does is send us back an email with the approvals and an approval number. So we won't have a waiver signed by her, but we'll have an email, and we should attach that email because you have to know that that was approved. And I would agree that that's an important factor. But because she doesn't have the ability to scan at her house, she just sends us an email and confirms it. I'll make sure that whenever we get those emails, that they get attached to the proper resolutions.
Okay, I appreciate that. If you would just attach it to the waiver, that would be simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're on.
Yes, we're on R2484, ma'am. Did we want a roll call or consent vote that?
Well, we want to wait to get the waivers before we do anything. So if we get the waivers, they can go into a consent agenda. It can go into a consent agenda. If we don't get the waiver, then it should be roll called.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have R2485, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Levi Construction Company, Inc., an amount not to exceed $214,600 pursuant to bid 2020-46. And I believe you had a question, there was a question from council with regard to the scope of the work on this contract.
For 485?
Yeah, I would like those roll call with Levy Corporate Construction, 485 and 487.
Council President?
I thought that, I have to look up, I gotta get my papers up so I can look at my notes. The reason that, we're on 484.
Madam President, let's not forget that Ben Delisle is on the line if council members have questions.
$484.
This is actually 485, Council President.
485. 485.
This is for the
one of the centers.
Broad Street Senior Center.
Say all right, so I have a question on 420, while Council President is getting her documents together. So 2485, this is the improvements to the senior centers, right?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So, and you said the work shall be completed within 60 calendar days. So in 2 months. So we're looking at, so hypothetically, if this resolution is passed Thursday, we're at the top of September. It's going to be done at the top of November. Is that right?
Well, Councilwoman, they're from 60 days from when they're issued a notice to proceed. So the contracts would have to be executed if there's any, paperwork that needs to be submitted, but it needs to be done within 60 days of being issued a notice to proceed, which would be by the purchasing department.
Okay. So having said that, so they have initiation date of when they got to start the project, but we don't have a date of when they should end and complete the job.
Well, I don't know exactly when they'll be issued the notice to proceed.
Okay, so on the next ordinance, but we didn't get to that one yet, but that's 2487, but it's with the same contractor. It says work shall be completed within 222 calendar days.
So Councilwoman, if you look at the dollar amounts, it gives you an indication of the level of work or the amount of work. So it's because of the scope of work that they're afforded more time to complete.
Well, I don't understand how the renovate. Well, see, I never saw the plans for the senior center, so I don't understand how it's taking almost a year to complete the upgrades to the senior center. Like, what are they doing that's going to take them a year? 252 days. That's what the resolution says.
Right.
And I do have a concern. I don't want to get off topic because we're only talking about, but this is it's concerning that a lot of the money that we approve, Mr. Delisle, for economic development in the city and rehabilitation in the city, a lot of these contractors, they don't get the work done. We approve this money and we don't see the outcomes. We don't see them completing the work. And these buildings just sit there, deteriorating. And I don't really understand that. And why aren't we holding them accountable to complete their projects, considering the money that we're approving?
So, Councilwoman, these were public bids, so they've been awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. I can't speak to work that was done prior to me coming, but I can assure you.
Even though granted that they won the contract, at the end of the day, this doesn't preclude them from not complying with the ordinances in our codes, right? And the law says that they got to finish the project in a certain time period, right? No?
Well, in accordance with
Morelli,
contract.
can you provide some clarity or education around when these contractors are supposed to complete their projects or their, the work?
Well, it's a general question. It would depend on the work and the extent of the contract. I mean, you would have to it would be a contractual term that would be subject to negotiation in every contract.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. So, and that's, so I don't know the scope of the work. So, and Council President can probably know more because I know the senior citizens are near and dear to our heart. But, and of course, I want to see all our senior citizens, all our buildings in the city of Trenton enhanced. But, these contractors, they really get an open calendar as to when they're supposed to complete the projects. So, and then it's no wonder that by the time we notice that the project hasn't been completed, they pack their bags and gone, and we don't see the money on the ground.
Councilwoman.
So how are we, Mr. Delisle, can you just explain to me how are you, as the Director of Economic Development, holding these contractors accountable that they're completing the work?
They haven't even started to work.
Councilwoman, my staff will certainly be monitoring it, as well as our architects of record will be monitoring the work and providing oversight and approving of progress payments as work is being performed on a monthly basis. And I'd be happy to provide, because these are public facilities and certainly things that we're looking to get done and of higher importance, I'd be happy to provide council with a regular update on the progress of the work.
Yeah, I just think that, everyone on this call knows as well as I do, including the public, that this has been, this has been the norm in Trenton, right? That, lots of money come in, folks get contracts for 6 figures and 7 figures, but yet you would never know it. You would think that we don't have any money. We would think that we're a broke city and we haven't allocated any money for the enhancements to our public facilities. So I just wanted, we'll talk about this more, but I just want to make sure that going forward, Mr. Delisle, that, we're going to hold you in full, we're going to partner with you to make sure that these contractors start, acting aggressively and getting our landscape and our streetscapes up to par, and that when they take on a project, they get it done. I mean, if we had projects done in our home, right, we want them done as soon as possible, right? We don't give folks a whole year to complete it.
Well, Councilwoman, I appreciate you using the term partner with, and I agree with you. And something I would like to point out with this, or remind the council, that this is being funded with CDBG funding, which is something that had been frozen for, as you know, many years. Right. So this is an effort to use that CDBG money to improve public facilities. And one other thing I'd like to add, if I could, offer just a simple amendment to this resolution, 2485. The correct amount should be 226,200, the amount of the contract, not 214,600. So that just a small typo that I'll correct and send to the council tomorrow.
Is that amendment? Oh, we didn't vote on it yet. Okay, very good. But yeah, I just want, I'm done. I'm sorry, Council Vice President.
Yeah. Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wilson.
So, Mr. Delisle, the 487, and I know we haven't gotten to that yet, but that's about the Reading Center. And I know that there was extensive repairs done to the Reading Center, a new roof, a new floor. They did a really bad job in the bathrooms. So when I read through this contract, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is this for a brand new HVAC system, electrical wiring, and plumbing? Can you tell that? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you generally what the improvements are. They're for renovations to the office space and the bathrooms and the kitchenette. They're adding an elevator to the building, as well as upgrades.
To the Reading Center?
Yes, upgrades the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems.
Wait, where would the elevator go in the Reading Center?
That's a historic.
I'm sorry?
That's a historic building.
My understanding is there's a third floor that it's not accessible and that they want to put an elevator in.
I didn't even know there was a second floor.
It's a huge,
That's the James Stubblefield. James Stubblefield is the one that needs the elevator.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm still on this conversation. So Mr. DeLisle.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, this is Shakira Ali. May I speak?
Talking.
Wait a minute, Shakira. She was talking to Mr. Delisle. Too many people have their, they haven't muted themselves in the background, and so there's a lot of noise in the background. Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, Director Shakira.
No, I'm still talking to Mr. Delisle.
Okay.
So, Mr. Delisle, you were saying about the renovations?
Yes, I read off the brief description of them. If you'd like to see the full plans and schematics, I'd be happy to provide them to you.
Yeah, well, what I want to know is, does this include the complete renovation of the HVAC system in there? Because all those vents have been clogged. The air in there is dangerous to the seniors.
Mm-hmm.
And that's...
Yeah, the description I have says upgrades to the mechanical system. I believe that includes the HVAC, but I'd be happy to confirm that for you.
I would appreciate you confirm that before Thursday, because if they're not going to work on the HVAC system, that doesn't help the seniors any.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
I'll apologize. No, I was going to say, I was going to go back to the, I was going to go back to 20-485, and that's on South Broad Street. I think Mr. Delisle got the elevators mixed up because the Reading Center doesn't have a third floor. So I don't know where the elevator was going. Because it doesn't have a third floor there. So I wanted to get back to 485, and I just wanted to express several things here. One, that when we went to HUD, and HUD said, get these big projects out. They said the centers, the community centers, the senior centers, and the libraries, that we had the money to do libraries. It took you guys almost 2.5 years to get this RFP for these senior centers. Now, the main question that I want to know about the 20-485, because this is CDBG grant money, where is the Section 3 officer at? Where is the Section 3 officer for the local residents to be a part of these renovations? Because we are shelling out all of our assets, all of our funding, but yet and still our people in the city of Trenton don't have jobs. Under the CDBG grant money, that Section 3 piece supposed to be the most important piece, besides getting the seniors the correct air that they need, because last summer we had to shut the senior buildings down for over a month because there wasn't no air. We had to keep going back out because the heat was off. Then you don't have the attachments to the 2487. I'll get to that. But for 4085, for 486, for 2487, I need to see that Section 3 piece. I need to see it because the residents in the city of Trenton has got to be able to get a part of that work. They have to be able to be a part of this construction. because that's what the law says. The law says if it's government funded, then they deserve a seat at the table. We are not hiring the people in the city of Trenton. We are funneling out all of this money to outsiders, and the people that voted for me are standing around looking dumbfounded because they can't feed their families. They're not included. And so I would like to see the Section 3 pieces. I would like to see the hiring. Where is our Section 3 officer at? We passed that resolution over a year ago. But you're opening this office, you're opening that office, but no Section 3 officer.
And now President? Council President? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, you didn't, because I'm not. So the 2485, I would like to see the Section 3 piece implemented on 486, 485, 487. And I would like to see an attachment to 20-487 for the work that was done there last year. Mr. Delisle said he wasn't here when that work order or that RFP went out. But since he's been here, I'm quite sure he's looked over that paperwork. That should have been attached to the 20-487, because we should know what work was done in the last work order, because the floors buckled, the air conditioner went out in the Reading Center 3 times. And so my concern is, if the people that did the Reading Center the first time, they weren't called back to correct the faulty work that they did. So how are you going to prevent that? Councilwoman Vaughn spoke to that. The faulty work that was done a year ago, the contract and the work that they did should have been attached to the 20-487 documents. They all should have been there. But more so than that, please let me see the Section 3 piece for the local residents here in the city of Trenton, that they may be a part of this construction when it takes place. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Council President?
Council President, there's a couple of lists attached regarding local contractors and others, but we don't know for sure if they're going to hire them. There's PSM mechanical contractors from 5th Street in Trenton, Taj Mahal Electronic from Harlan, someone else from Piscataway, someone from Mount Ephraim, and then there's a Brown Electric from Trenton, and then from somewhere else. I don't know. There's only a couple from Trenton here that has been listed. And then there's I don't know, Disaphlumio, I can't even make it out, DeStefano Plums, Trenton, they're plumbing. Then there's someone from Millville. I mean, this is sloppy. Yep. So that needs to be clarified as to whether they're hiring them or they just put those names down just for the hell of it, because they had sent applications and put their names down. I'm finished.
Council President?
Yes,
Council President? Yeah, I just want to follow up very quickly what both Council Vice President Marge Caldwell-Wilson and yourself have already spoken to, but I just want to add to the fact that we're fortunate enough that Mr. Morelli had put in place for us in the city regarding tracking and monitoring these contracts to ensure that they are compliant with contract law, and that's our counsel, Ms. Abdul Razak. Ms. Morelli, is she available to kind of speak to what is she doing to help Mr. Delisle out and providing this oversight to these contractors and reinforcing to them that engaging them and providing them with the information that they must continue to comply and ensuring that they're hiring Trentonians and et cetera. Can your law department and Ms. Abdul Razak speak to that?
Yes, I can, and she is also on the line tonight, Ms. Vaughn, if you want to hear directly from her, or if you want to hear from me, your choice.
I would like to hear directly from her, Ms. Morelli. I appreciate you, but yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed council. This is Attorney Jacqueline Abdul-Razak. I thank you so much. Ms. Vaughn, I have been diligently conferring with Mr. Jalal. I did request all of the contracts so that I can make sure. And also, I definitely heard your concern about making sure that work is done and work is done correctly, by companies that, comply with, with our affirmative action rules. And I am definitely working on things, Ms. Vaughn. I hope to have a report to you, hopefully within the next 2 weeks at another city council meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, and I know, Ms. Morelli, and you can also speak to this, several council meetings back, the DCA identify a individual to work with us through state contract to help us manage our contract oversight?
I'm drawing a blank on that one, quite honestly, Councilwoman Vaughn. I don't recall that, but if you say so, I will take you at your word.
I could be incorrect, but nonetheless, it doesn't negate the fact that we need to be diligent. We haven't had this level of oversight regarding our contracts, particularly contractors who are working on public projects, right? And of course, are funded by federal funds. So we really need to get into compliance and start enforcing, right? Because as Council President McBride articulated, our residents are being, for lack of a better term, and to be direct, are being cheated out of taxpayer dollars that's supposed to enrich their lives and improve their well-being. And we, as elected officials and appointed officials, we are here as their stewards to ensure that they get a piece of this pie. So let's just get it done. It's easy. I think it's easy to do. I don't understand why we can't do it, but the law says we must do it. So, Ms. Morelli, and if you can help the directors and this council facilitate that and get these folks employed and part of this economic development in the city of Trenton. We have multi-million-dollar projects out there that are underway, and we can get Trentonians a piece of this pie, and we're not doing that.
Ms. Vaughn, Ms.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you.
Now, these millions and millions of dollars that we're investing in capital projects, redevelopment and rehabilitation and housing and parks, and they offer opportunities for everyone because they all require varying skill sets. You don't need a PhD from Harvard to help, help build out the senior center. But nonetheless, I know that the CDBG grant money also provides sufficient funding for job training, et cetera, right? So I don't understand why we are not, in compliance. But I don't want to speak further, but you guys are going to hear a lot from me on this topic. And Ms. Abdul Razak.
Yes, madam.
Council President, I'd like to also note that Director Abdullah Ali did have her hand raised and was very patient. I didn't know if you wanted to acknowledge her and let her speak on the matter.
Okay. Yes. I was wanting to know, the councilwoman was addressing Jacqueline Abdul. How do you pronounce your last name, Jacqueline?
Abdur Razak. Thank you.
Abdul Razak. Okay, Razak. Okay, I didn't see the
No,
Razak over
Razak.
there.
It sounds like a K at the end. It's a Q.
Okay.
Thank
Razak.
you.
So, the councilwoman was addressing you. She said she would like to hear
ma'am.
from you in reference to the reporting. And I think the entire body would like to know about that section 3-piece being fulfilled here. It's very important to us. It's important to our residents.
And it's very important to me when I took this job and when I was offered the opportunity to be the compliance officer. I was blown away, and I think it's an honor to serve the citizens of Trenton. Again, I am working with several departments to get their contracts so that I can go through them. I've done the footwork, the research, and it's my obligation to the citizens to ensure that they're being awarded contracts. I am trying to reach out to some local companies, just wondering why, I do, from looking at some of the, proposals and resolutions, it seems like they're the same companies being used. So, I just wanted to get the word out that Trenton hires Trenton residents, and we, and that's what we want to do. So again, I appreciate your zealous advocacy for the citizens of Trenton. I see that you take your obligations and your duties as city council seriously. I would just ask, if you want me to reach out to the body of city council, on a more frequent basis to just, again, let you know what's going on and just, to continue facilitating, making sure these contracts are in compliance with the law, the mandatory law. And I understand it's mandatory, not something that we want to do, we think we should do. It's something we have to do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam President?
Yeah, we want to see these numbers for these, yes, we want to see the numbers for these senior buildings. Ms. Razak, we would like to see these numbers. Councilman Santiago Rodriguez?
Yes, Mr. Delisle mentioned an elevator. The senior said the center that needs an elevator is the Jenny Stubblefield in the west side. And I didn't see that center in here. I saw two in the north, one in the south, and one in the east, but not the westward. I didn't see it. But they do. That building was designed for an elevator, but they never put an elevator there. They are waiting for an elevator there.
And so with Mr. Delisle, we need to look the Reading Center contract back over again to make sure that we have the right one.
Yes, Councilwoman, I may have them mixed up. I'll look into it and get back to Council.
Council President, I read that
Council
contract.
President
It says nothing about an elevator in Reading Center.
He said he had it mixed up. Mm-hmm.
Council President McBride.
So Mrs. Director Shakira Abdul Ali, is she still on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead. Yes, go right ahead.
Council President, Councilwoman Marge Caldwell-Wilson. Yes, there is a need for an elevator in the Reading Center. The second floor of the Reading Center features a huge, a very large, beautiful open space, but it's only accessible through a set of a stairwell that is very long, and I think it's actually L-shaped, and it would be pretty impossible for seniors to get up that stairwell. The only thing we could do if we don't put an elevator up there is to put a chairlift for many of the seniors who can't walk up that long flight of stairs, and the space sits empty and unusable otherwise.
but that space offers an opportunity maybe for a consignment shop or an event space. We want to be able to make that space available to the seniors that go to the Reading Center. There is an elevator shaft in the Jenny Stubblefield building. However, that second floor doesn't go anywhere. There's like a small room up there that doesn't have much use. But there is a significant use in the Reading Center, and so we want to put the elevator in that building.
Thank you.
Madam President, would you like to proceed?
Yes.
We noted Resolution 20-485 for roll call vote. Now proceeding to Resolution 20-486, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Chios Contracting Corporation in an amount not to exceed $189,450 pursuant to bid 2020-45. Did you want to roll call this vote? Is this the 86 and 87 as well?
No, I didn't think that we needed to roll call. Who wanted the roll call for 2485? I don't think that.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
You want to roll call, Councilwoman? Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn. Okay.
And I just read 486. Would consent agenda or roll call?
Roll call.
Yes, Council.
Yes, ma'am. And next we have Resolution 2487, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Levi Construction Company, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $651,600 pursuant to bid 2020-49, and this is the one that we've been discussing. Did we want to roll call this as well?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I think this is the one the Council Vice Chair wanted to make sure that the HVAC system is included in this price because they're very so ambiguous. It's like all over the place about what they're actually going to do. So we wanted to get a more descriptive scope of the work.
Yeah, that was that was actually 2485.
That was the Reading Center.
This 487 is the Reading Center.
487 is the Reading Center. The 485 is the Broad Street Center, and
so 487, yeah.
486 is for the Sam Naples Center improvements.
Yeah.
Right. And so you want.
Yeah, I wanted him to get back to me and let me know if there definitely was an HVAC system set up in that. Yes.
And 485, ma'am?
487.
No, 487.
487, yes, ma'am. Okay.
And Robin, you want to roll call all three of them?
Yes, I do. The reason why, I just want to be clear, I'm coming from the perspective, my issue with these contracts is more with, okay, you got Levy Construction, they're getting almost 800,000, almost close to $1 million. Again, I want to make sure these companies are noted by the law department, by Ms. Abdul Razak, that Levy Construction, Chios Contracting, Skazari Builders, almost $1 million. These contractors have to be communicated on the onset that if they're taking our contracts, then they have to know coming in what their obligation is as it relates to being compliant with EO, AO, contract law, and Title III, et cetera, and just hiring Trentonians and contributing and partnering with Trenton in our economic development. And these contracts are working toward that in that regard. So, Ms. Razak, I hope you're taking note of these resolutions and these organizations. I did notice that the supplemental documentation that you provided does have that these companies have submitted and signed on to the obligation as relates to EO and AA affirmative action requirements. But just merely signing on and completing that documentation is not the end all and be all, right? So we got to make sure through the duration of the contract that they are compliant and they actually have done what they say or what's required for them to do. So, so I don't know what your process is going to be, but I want to make sure come Thursday, the next meeting, I hope that maybe there's some letter or some communication that you can send to Levy Construction, Shields Contracting, and Scasari Builders, and IBN Construction, what their obligations are, and they are aware of it.
Ms. Vaughn?
President Wright?
Sorry, this is Jacqueline of Durazak again. Again, thank you so much. Again, I respect your zealousness on behalf of the citizens of Trenton. I will definitely reach out to these companies to find out their affirmative action stance. Again, I understand they have paperwork submitted. However, again, we want to update if they're, to make sure that they continue to follow the laws and follow them to the letter. And again, I appreciate it.
And I just want to go on the record. I'm very familiar with some of these contractors, Scasari, because they're right in Ewing Township. And actually, yeah, I'm very familiar with some of these construction companies, and they know the law.
Right.
And they have had municipal contracts and government contracts, and a lot of these companies have been in business for many, many years, for decades. So us engaging them for this information and asking them to meet this requirement, it will not be a burden. So it would be a shame if we didn't ask them, because they are aware of it. I trust and believe they are aware.
President McBride?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question just for the record. Can the city of Trenton compel contractors to hire Trenton residents? Is that a part of the procurement process for the contracting process? Is there any way?
Mr. Delisle can answer that because that is a part of the Section 3 piece under the federal guidelines. But Mr. Delisle, will you please answer that for the councilman?
Councilman, they can, thank you for the question. They have to use best efforts and show that they've attempted to hire people, but that's what the law requires. And I'll be, happy to pull it for you so I can cite it for you specifically. But it's not like the contract is voided if they don't have Trenton residents. They have to show that and they also have to do outreach and job fairs and maybe training type things. So it needs to be a wholehearted effort, right? But I will pull that and I will work with Jackie so we can educate the council on exactly what those requirements are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, under the Mr. Delisle, when he said, do you have to, can they force the contractors to hire Trentonians? Let's be very clear, Mr. Delisle. Under the Section 3 piece and the federal guidelines, the first people that they should be reaching out to under that federal money is Trentonians. Is that not correct?
Councilman, I don't want to misquote it or misspeak, so I'd prefer if I could do that research and work with Jackie and get back to the council with specific and detailed information.
Okay, and one last follow-up question. So for non-federally funded projects, for projects that just come out of our budget that are city paid projects, can the business administrator or Mr. Delisle, can you talk about, can we compel as a part of the procurement process companies to, or not just procurement process, the actual contracting process, can we compel companies to hire Trentonian? Is that a part of the evaluation process? Can we put that in the evaluation process, just for the record? For non-federal projects, not federally funded projects.
I would rather let the law department answer that question, but normally you cannot force those type of requirements on procurement.
Wait a second. Let me. I got.
That was a question that I have for the law department. I wasn't asking you, Councilwoman. I'm asking the law department. Thank you.
Okay, Council. Okay, understood, Councilman.
Okay, so
I have a question for the law department. I have a question.
Mr. Morelli or Mr. Kaloji, which one is going to answer the question?
I prefer Mr. Morelli.
Okay. Councilman Blakely, we can enforce the New Jersey law against discrimination. We can enforce hiring requirements. We could do a review, and we can force them to comply in every aspect with state and federal law with regard to hiring minorities or people who are available within the city. And that is part of the procurement process and should remain part of the procurement process.
Okay, so I'm unclear. So I'm going to ask a follow-up question. You know, we have my colleagues, and I'm not going one way or the other. I'm just asking the question for clarification. Of course, I support the hiring of local folks. I support the hiring of Trentonians. I think it's a good idea. But what I am saying is, can we, as a part of the evaluation process for, you know, contracts that are bid on, can we compel these companies to say you have to hire Trentonians or else?
No.
What's the answer to that? Could you say that again?
I didn't say anything. Someone else said no. We can make it. They have to use efforts. They have to show that, and we have to show that there are Trentonians available, that they did not hire. We can ask them statistically, the proper questions under the law. But then we can make it part of the evaluation process, but we can't necessarily force them to hire Trentonians. We can make it part of the evaluation process that weighs in their favor that they will hire Trentonians.
Do we do that right now? Is that a part of the process that we have as a part of the evaluation process? Okay.
Yeah. There is a form that they have to fill out telling us Trentonians and minorities, and they do have to give us that information.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So before we go on to the next question, I would like to bring Ms. Razat back on the in the meeting. Ms. Razat.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give us the wording for the Section 3 piece for federally funded projects for the community? Could you give us that wording? Do you have that?
I apologize. Let me try to see if I can pull it up. I don't have it with me. I apologize. I will make sure I'm prepared next time. If you can bear with me.
Okay, you pull that up, and then we can go ahead to the next one and wait for you to get that information.
Council President, can I just say one thing? It's Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, further to differentiating between federally funded projects and non-projects. I just want to make it clear to everyone on this call that these are public funds. Whether or not, these are taxpayer dollars, whether they come from taxpayers locally at the municipal level, whether it's from taxpayers dollars from the state level or taxpayer dollars from the county or federal. Every project in the city of Trenton is funded by public funds. So, and when you're a contractor or company and you opt to do business with government, you know those are public funds. And there are processes and obligations and laws that you have to adhere to when you take public funds. And part of that is hiring in those respective jurisdictions. So in the city of Trenton, these are our public funds. So it's only right for the individuals to benefit from those funds are Trentonians because it's their money. It's our money. So we're not going to use our money to give it to Scasari or give it to South State or we give it to Dolce or whomever or Wade Trim or whomever we give our public funds to. We should be the first individuals, the first people to benefit. So yes, those companies must hire Trentonians first, given all the qualifications. They got to do best effort to do it. They have to advertise those jobs. They have to come train us. They have to do whatever it takes. If they don't want to do it, don't take the contract. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, Mr. Collin, we can move on and waiting for Mrs. Razat to get her information.
Yes, ma'am. The last one was 2487, and we decided a roll call vote. Next, we have 20-488, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Scozzari Builders Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $754,245 pursuant to bid 2020-47.
Okay, the only question that I have for that one is there any type of a design or anything? Because I don't see any. I see Exhibit A, Exhibit B. I don't see any designs here for $700 and some odd dollars for that community center. What will it look like when it's completed? Where's those designs at?
Councilman, I believe I shared these with you a long time ago, so I'll be happy to pull them out and send them again to folks to try and get just to keep it simple, just to the drawings and all the technical specs.
Yeah, I want to know what it's going to look like when it's complete. I don't know what you showed me a long time ago, Mr.
It was before COVID, so that's a long time now. Sure.
Okay, so can I at least get a copy of how that community center is going to look when it's completed?
Sure.
Yeah, I would like.
Thank you.
I'd like a copy of it too.
And Council President, how would you like this to be voted?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn, did you want to roll call this Scozzari?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-489, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to IBN Construction Corporation in an amount not to exceed $243,687.
Roll call.
This is for demolition of various structures. Councilmember Vaughn would like a roll call vote.
And also, I have a question on this, Council President. May I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, Mr. Delisle, so the demolition on certain buildings, I guess. So, where are we with the demolition? Because we approved 11 million for you to go out and demolish. Is this part of the 11 million, or this is new money?
This demolition here is paid for the NRRP money, where the strategic demolition plan that you're referring to. That previous, you didn't authorize $11.5 million. That was for the plan. So for every demolition project, we'll come to council to award the contract.
Oh, so this 243,000 is a reduction from the 11.5, right?
It is from that same funding source, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. I just wanted to be certain.
Yeah, it's not new money, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
And once again,
So,
I'm sorry, my fault.
I have a question for Mr. Delisle. Director, so I've been getting a lot of contractors coming into me wanting to know if these projects could be broken down into 3 categories. A, the 30 clips, 30 houses. B, 20 houses. And C, 10. And the reason that they're asking that they be broken down like that so that the local contractors can afford to bid on these homes. They're saying that when they have to bid for 30 houses a clip, that because that is such a great amount that the small contractors are cut out of the process. So I'm asking you if you can break these houses down into categories: A, 30, the 30 that you already have, B, 20, and 10, and C, 10, so that the small contractors within the city can at least have an option to bid on them, even if they're not the ones that could, if they're not the ones to walk away with the contract, at least they'll have the opportunity to bid. Is that possible, Mr. Delisle?
Yes, Councilwoman. This particular bid is for 8 properties. Going forward, I've been planning on targeting around 10 per package. I think 30 is an awful lot in one package, so I'd prefer to break it up into smaller, more frequent bids. So, given the opportunity to smaller contractors, absolutely as possible.
I appreciate that, Mr. Delisle, because I've been getting a lot of calls about the packages being too big and the smaller contractors not being able to be able to handle that type of load.
Yeah, we have not done one for 30 houses. We've not done one for 20. And I would encourage those contractors to go to the city's website, and I believe they can sign up on a listserv so that they can be notified when there's bidding opportunities, so that they can be notified in the future when they become available.
Okay.
And Council President?
Let him announce that again, Councilwoman Vaughn, to the public. Could you please announce that again, Mr. Delisle?
You go to the city's website where there's bidding opportunities, and there's, I believe you can sign up for a listserv, and you can be notified when there are opportunities available that the city advertises for bids. You just have to register with an email address.
So it's good to see, Mr. Delisle. So you said there's 8 homes that have been identified for demolition under this particular contract, right?
Correct.
So it looks like, so it's a little bit over the $25,000 per home, correct? It's look like 30 grand per unit.
Right. So if you recall, Councilwoman, when we adopted the strategic demolition plan, part of revamping the program was to allow for up to $35,000 per property, because that was indeed one of the struggles we had, is that $25,000 just was not enough per structure.
Yep. No, you answered. So it is within the under 35,000, which is great. Okay. Thanks.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Just a note for the record, once again, 20-489 is a resolution that is going to be called by roll call vote. We are now moving on to the Department of Public Works under Director Onatiri. First, we have Resolution 20-490, a resolution authorizing a contract award to Gabrielle Kenworth of New Jersey in an amount not to exceed $375,458.05.
Where are we at? 491?
This is 20-490, 490. Gabrielle Kenworth of New Jersey. It's a Sourcewell contract.
I have it. Thank you.
So, Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
So I'm, Mr. Onatiri, I'm looking at 490, 491, and 492. They're all awarded to Gabrielle Kenworth, New Jersey. So how do we give 3 contracts broken up into to one vendor?
Good evening, Council. The first one is the reason why Gabrielle Kenworth have this contract is because they are under the state and they are the lowest bidder that we can get.
So the 3 contracts are not related? There's different work, different scope of work for each contract?
These are different vehicles.
They're what?
So these are all vehicles?
Yes, this is machinery acquisition, man.
Yes.
Can you tell us what those vehicles are?
Yes, ma'am. The first one is the 490 is the Kenworth, is 5-in-1 vehicles. What do I mean by 5-in-1? This one truck we'll be able to use it during the leaf season to pick up leaves. It's going to have a huge back to it. We can use it to move it anywhere in the city to pick up leaves. And then during the snow, we can use it in two ways. First, to spread the liquid calcium brine all over the city. And also we can drop it down and pick up the salt spreader for the city. Also, this same equipment will also be used to, when we buy the attachment to go with it, we'll be able to pick up any vehicles that break down the road for the city.
So like a tow truck?
No, it's not a tow truck, but yes, it can be. It's going to have a hook. It's called a hook that it can pick up one thing and drop it off and pick up something else.
Okay.
That's what that is.
So what's 491 and 492?
The 491 is for the garbage truck that we use for our wire baskets all over the city. Right now, the guys are using a pickup truck that is breaking their back so bad that I have a lot of downtime. People don't show up. And then 492 is the tractor trailer that we have. The one we have in the city right now is from 1971 and is no longer functioning. And then we have problem transporting the milling machine from one side of the city to the other. That sometimes we have to drive the milling machine in the middle of the road, which is completely against the police rule and everything we can do. So this is a truck we need to transport it.
So Mr. Onatiri, like yes. I understand that you need this equipment, but I have a couple questions. The first question is that your department has, because the gentlemen have not been trained to use the new equipment that we purchased for the city, they end up abusing the equipment and we don't get the life expand out of the equipment that we purchased. So that's my first concern. The second concern is that if you do get this equipment, it's connected to the first one, then you need to be able to train your staff, or the company that you purchase this equipment from asked if there's training, because that's lacking. These vehicles we're purchasing brand new, and we're not getting the use that we should get out of them. And that the example is those brand new street sweepers that we bought, and they didn't know how to operate them. Now, the second thing is the money. Although we do need all of this equipment, I just want to ask Mr. Cruz, at the end of the day, you guys have a lot of big ticket items here. You got the matching funds with the police department. You have the one of these resolutions is over $724,000 that Mr. Terry has here. Let me see.
That was R2488, ma'am. That was for Scazzari Builders for the demolitions. That was $700,000.
That's something different. I just want to know where's the city of Trenton going to get all this money from? I'm just curious. I want to get it, but I just need to know where we're going to get the money from. And that question is to the BA. Or are we going to be able to afford this equipment? At the end of the day, where are we going to get the money from, Mr. Cruz?
Hi, Madam President. Yes, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. Yes, if you look at the front of the resolution, it tells you where the funding is coming from, and all of the funding is coming out of capital, which is money that has already been approved. It's not coming out of our operating budget. Is money that we bond for these large purchases, and it's the only way that 99.9% of the municipalities in the state of New Jersey can afford these large ticket items.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
That being said, Madam President, would you like to roll call vote or put this on the consent agenda for R 2490?
Do anyone want to roll call? Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
No.
Okay,
No.
consent,
Yes,
consent
ma'am.
agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have 20-491, a resolution authorizing a contract award to Gabrielle Kenworth of New Jersey in an amount not to exceed $171,930.82. This is also a state Sourcewell contract, and this is, as he said, for the garbage truck. Did anybody want to make any comments, or should we put this on the consent or roll call?
Any roll calls?
No.
Consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Consent.
Next, we have R 2492, a resolution authorizing contract award to Gabrielle Kenworth of New Jersey in an amount not to exceed $146,962.30. This is also a Sourcewell contract for the tractor trailer replacing the 1971 tractor trailer. Do you want to consent or roll call?
I just want to ask Mr. Onateri if he would answer my question about the gentleman being trained to use this new equipment.
President, thank you for asking that question. I don't see any of our people that are driving this equipment that are not trained. They have to have a CDL, and they are trained to do all this, including those sweepers you mentioned. We have sweepers that are more than 10 years old, 15 years old. And once we start putting so much money on them, it's time for us to ask for more. And when I ask you, I always ask maybe 3 years down the road before we even get any response. So all these drivers that we have doing these equipments, they are all trained. If they are not, I will not put them on it.
Okay.
And just a housekeeping item, Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Again here, Mr. Onateri and BA Cruz, we don't have a description, you know? Now, I think resolution authorizing contract should say rather it's a state contract and whether or not what type of vehicle it is. Because everybody doesn't get the detail. The supplemental documentation, right? So we need to have more granular descriptors in the summary.
Yes, and I agree with you, Councilwoman. Madam President, I actually had made that same request to the former city clerk. Maybe now moving forward, we can work together to begin to format exactly how we want to see the heading, because that has actually been an issue of mine, that the introductory lines are very vague. And that has been also my my concern. But yeah, so now that Mr. Conlon is here, we can definitely put a plan in place, and hopefully we can have a better descriptive agenda for the next meeting.
Yes, and I'll be up to see you, Mr. Cruz, about that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. That being said, on 2492, Madam President, did you want a consent agenda or roll call vote?
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have another state cooperative contract for 2496, a resolution authorizing a contract with Sanitation Equipment Corporation through ESCNJ 17/18-30 New Jersey State Cooperative Pricing System in an amount not to exceed $728,618. And I do not know what type of vehicle it is, but it is a large one.
I told you it was something for 700,000, Mr.
You were
Collins.
correct. You had the foresight. I hadn't got there yet. My apologies, madam.
Can Mr. Onateri describe this vehicle and what it does?
This is 4 vehicles, 2 rear loader for garbage and sanitation, 2 rear loader, 1 front loader, and one of them is not buying a whole vehicle, it's just replacing, because part of the body has rusted out, and we're having a lot of issue with DEP giving us citations for some of the violations we have with us.
That's good news. The sanitation, Council President, could I just say something very quickly?
Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah, So I just want to say I'm very supportive of all the departments in the city, including housing, economic development, and I want to improve the partnership there. But I get a lot of calls about the sanitation department and the garbage pickup and my ward, and folks saying that they leave behind the garbage and all this residual garbage that falls off the truck and they leave it on the curbside and they don't come back to retrieve it. A lot of little complaints that I guess we could do better, Mr. Onateri. But I always, and my constituents will tell you, the ones who do call about the sanitation department, your department, I always, I really go hard for the sanitation department because I want folks to know that they got to be the hardest working department in the city. And they have the hardest job. And we appreciate you, Mr. Onateri, and all the gentlemen and women that work in the sanitation department. And the city cannot do without there's a lot of things that we can cut and do without, but we can't do without the sanitation department. So my constituents will tell you that I really, really, I always tell them, don't call me about the sanitation department now. Come on now. No complaints about the sanitation department because I know you guys work very hard and a lot of your equipment is old and you work under extreme conditions and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
And license agreement between licensor, the City of Trenton Sewer Utility, and licensee New Singular Wireless PCS LLC. And once again, this is 20-498.
We roll for that.
Madam President, Mr. Santiago had called for a roll call vote.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we are proceeding to Resolution 20-499, a resolution authorizing contract award.
Oh, wait, whoa. Council President, did we roll call 2497 Levy Corporate Construction?
Yes.
That was pulled.
That was cool.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, I'm sorry.
Was pulled, yes. Next, we have Resolution 20-499, a resolution authorizing contract award to 72 Hour LLC DBA National Auto Fleet Group in an amount not to exceed $249,267.
Roll call. Is Mark Levenberg on the line?
Yes, Councilwoman Bond.
Can you describe to us what this is exactly?
Yes. It's a pleasure to speak to you, Council. These are for 4 vans for the meter reading team and the meter repair team. We have a lot of older vehicles that are out there, and these are needed so we can get our meter readers out there.
And Councilwoman, just to add to that comment, the purchases is also being done through capital.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
That's fine. I have nothing further. It's being done through the capital budget and those funds are already available. I'm good.
We did still call for a roll call vote on 20-499.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Next, we have Resolution 20-500, a resolution authorizing contract to Hot Company through New Jersey State Contract Number T-0983-85091 in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
What is this?
Apparently, it's for environmental testing instruments.
Yes, Councilwoman. This was a request from Diasia Brooks, our laboratory manager. There are several really critical pieces of laboratory equipment, such as our spectrophotometer and our turbidity meters that are all in excess of 30 years old. And this is much needed equipment for proper operation of the treatment plant.
Any further questions from council?
No.
Would you like to consent agenda or roll call vote this, ma'am?
We'll roll call it.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-501, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for 1 year awarded to ALS Group Corporation doing business as ALS Environmental in an amount not to exceed $57,706 pursuant to bid 2018-68. Any questions from council regarding this?
No, Councilwoman, stop texting and pay attention.
Oh, I see.
Do you hear me?
Resolution, is that 2,500?
This is Resolution 20-501.
Okay.
$57,706, and it is for lab services, laboratory and analysis and services for the sewer department.
I'm fine with this one.
Do we want to consent or roll call this, Madam President?
Roll call it.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-502, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Brentag Northeast LLC in an amount not to exceed $322,080 pursuant to bid number 2020-50.
Mr. Laventhal-Berg, I'm sorry, can you describe what this service is?
Yes, Councilwoman. This is for potassium permanganate. It's a chemical we use as an oxidizer as the raw water enters the filtration plant. This helps to break down organic matter to a more treatable form and thus reduces the possibility of disinfection byproducts from the use of chlorine. So we found this to be extremely helpful and really got us back in compliance with the THMs and HAA5s. So again, in simplicity, it's a pre-treatment for the raw water prior to coagulation that helps to reduce the potential for harmful, perhaps cancerous materials being formed when we chlorinate the water.
Can we roll call this?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like for Mr. Collins to pull up the chemicals that we bought less than a year ago for the water. I need to be able to see all the chemicals that Ms. Epstein and Pico and Mr. Smith ordered. I just need to see them.
Yes, ma'am. I will pull the chemical list from whatever purchase orders we have. I'll get that for you as soon as possible.
Can we get copies of it?
Yes. Forward copies to the entire body.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Lavenberg, is this an existing contract with Brentag Northeast, or this is a new initiated contract?
This would be a new annual contract. These chemicals come up for bid whenever they're due after a 1 year period.
Okay, so the contract had expired, so we have purchased last year from them.
I believe we did get it from Brentag. They were a successful bidder this time around. But no, it has not expired, because if it expires, then we're not going to be adequately treating the water. So we'd like to get these in a little bit in advance.
Okay.
We'd like to give it like a good 2 month buffer so we don't run into a situation where we're not properly treating the water.
Okay, so we're drawing down on this contract, right? So we're drawing down on an already existing contract.
On an existing contract, and this is a new contract essentially for 2021.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Okay, so we're on 503.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution 20-503, a resolution authorizing a contract award to 72 Hour LLC doing business as National Auto Fleet Group in an amount not to exceed $260,590.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Lavenberg, so what vehicles are we purchasing here?
Yes, Councilwoman. This is for one of our service vehicles that we use for water main breaks and water service replacement services that we do in-house, thus avoiding having to have this work done by contractors. We've been very successful over the last year or so, getting more active and reducing the reliance on contractors doing that work. And these vehicles are essential to get this work done. These will take a 5-man crew out to a site, provide all the tools, the air compressors for the jackhammers, and have all the equipment on there to actually physically do a main break. And this kind of actually became an urgent matter as of yesterday. As I was walking out front, one of our vehicles had come back with a blown engine. And, when I have a truck like that down, now it means I'm idling a 5-man crew. So I got a 5-man crew that's going to have to go out and do other duties. But when these trucks are off-road, and not operable, we can't be out there doing water mains ourselves.
Okay. I would like this roll call, Council President.
Go right ahead, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-504, a resolution awarding a contract to Majestic Oil Company Incorporated, awarded through New Jersey State Cooperative Contract Number T-007717 DPP 00140 in an amount not to exceed $265,433.81.
Roll call.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Mr. Cruz, this resolution is signed by David Smith. Shouldn't it be signed by our acting director?
Madam Vice President, we actually had this discussion with Mr. Lavenberg, and he was very comfortable with the work. He was updated as to the items that were coming into the docket, and he felt that it was best if we could keep them on the docket rather than moving them off. And he is very aware.
Can he co-sign this? Because it's signed by Mr. Smith. It's not signed by him.
I don't see an issue with that. We can do that. However, we will have to get the originals, I guess, from the clerk's office to get those co-signed.
I'm not asking you to pull it. I'm just asking you to get the appropriate signature. Yeah.
Okay. We'll try to see if maybe we can get Mr. Lavenberg to the clerk's office tomorrow morning, maybe, and we can execute them there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That being said, we had scheduled R-2504 for a roll call vote. Now moving on to to Resolution 20-505, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Calgon Carbon Corporation in an amount not to exceed $172,140 pursuant to bid 2020-54. This is for powdered activated carbon.
It'd be consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-506, a resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting process to Harris Enhanced Division in an amount not to exceed $124,016. And I'm assuming that this is some type of a contract bid through 2020-04. Competitive contracting is how it was done. This is from Mobile Services.
Council President, Mobile Services. Sorry, my computer kind of timed out a little bit. But these mobile services, what are they? Mr. Levenberg?
Yes, these are for our GIS system where we go out and we're marking where the valves, manholes, fire hydrants, and various assets of the city to help us locate them. So we'll go out into the field, especially with lead line services, to have a GPS location so that we can have an accurate mapping in case of an emergency when we have to go out and locate that. So this is part of the ACO and part of the work that we're required to do to identify the assets that we have.
Okay. Can we roll call that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-507, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Shannon Chemical Corporation in an amount not to exceed $92,777.30 pursuant to bid 2020-53. And this is for the delivery of zinc orthophosphate.
That's a chemical, right? So can we roll call that pursuant to Council President's request? Can we just roll call that too? Because then we can reconcile it with the documentation that Clerk Collin will be pulling.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. If I could just interject, I really apologize. I know it's not proper. I am not sure if zinc orthophosphate was actually captured last year. This is the new chemical that we're adding at the central pump station for corrosion control. We may have very well had a contract to get that started, but just to let you know, this is what we're doing now for the treatment of lead in the system. Thank you.
Understood.
Whoa. So, Mr. Lavenberg, so we haven't been treating our water with this chemical until now. Is that because this is a new requirement, or we just failed to do it?
We started it before.
I'm sorry?
Yes, this was a project that started in 2019 with the addition of the equipment at the central pump station. So it's a new treatment that we historically Trenton never did. So we had to seek approval to get this from the DEP to add this chemical that coats and lines any lead that's in the system, and it creates a protective barrier that kind of encapsulates the lead and stops it from leaching out into the system. So it's a relatively new system. I apologize. This is like my fourth week. I was here when the project got started, and I know we had some startup chemicals, and I'm very happy to say that as we're increasing the dosing, the results are extremely, extremely positive, and our lead issues are really going down with the use of this chemical.
Okay. We can roll call this too.
Yes, ma'am. You had already requested that. So our resolution 20-507 will be roll called. We are now going to move on to the Department of Administration under Business Administrator, Mr. Cruz. First, we have Resolution 20-380, a resolution to approve a 15-year license agreement between the City of Trenton and Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless for the use of city infrastructure and right-of-way to provide 5G cellular service. This is the presentation we had earlier.
Yeah, I would like that roll call. I just want to put my concerns on record about a 15-year lease or an agreement. I just believe that as a body, when you start pushing out 15-year contracts and 15-year leases, and I just believe, first of all, that it's a monopoly, and second of all, your term limit should not, the contract that you push out should not exceed your term limit. Every council should have the opportunity to review these agreements. We have an agreement that we've been in that was given out for 99 years. One agreement, one pilot was given out for 50 years. I just don't believe that the council should be giving out anything for a 15-year span. If it's granted at all, my opinion is 15 years supersedes our tenure, and it shouldn't be given. I think the term should be given according to more reasonable terms of four years at the most, something reasonable. And that's my comment for both 380 and 381. So I want to roll call both of these.
Yes, ma'am. Just to read 2381 to the record, 2381 is a resolution to approve a 15-year license agreement between the City of Trenton, New Singular Wireless PCS, which is also known as AT&T, for the use of city infrastructure and right-of-way to provide 5G cellular service. Likewise, that is also in accordance with the presentation made by Verizon. It's a similar company doing the same thing.
Yes, and
Council President?
And I wanted to finish my statement, and I did want to just say one other thing. When Councilman Rodriguez asked them if they were going to make presentations for the community, their answer was based on what they had a right to do and based on the FCC's law and under the law, how they could, how they did not have to address the community. And I have a problem with that because I don't care what the law says. When you want to do something in my backyard, common courtesy would be to let me know exactly what you want to do in my backyard. So when you start using technical terminology like, well, that is not required of us based on the FCC and based on this law, it's not mandated that we do. What about the people that live there? What about the people that you are infringing on? So I had a problem with that, and I also, you know, me in the 15 years. So I just that's one of the reasons two of the reasons that I want a roll call. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. So your point is well taken, Council President, and I agree, and I appreciate you giving us that education. Considering I'm a newbie on council, and you have, you know, tenure and experience. And yes, I think it's very pointed that the 15-year definitely exceeds our tenure. And I just want to know, Mr. Morelli, can you tell us legally how the 15-year period or term license agreement was established?
It's generally thought that if they're going to make the investment in infrastructure, they want a sufficient enough because it costs a lot of money to make the investment. I don't want to speak for them, but that was to recoup their investment in the infrastructure. I believe that Mr. Jones is still on the line, and it is a standard term that they seek for most municipalities. This is also a topic of discussion amongst the New Jersey Institute for Local Government Lawyers, and also there is an urban law directors association, and we discussed this at both meetings, and it was something that other law directors had indicated to me or as a standard provision. So I believe that the company sought it because they have to recoup their investment in the infrastructure.
Okay.
Although I didn't want to speak for them.
Yeah. So Mr. Jones, this minimum year, this 15-year, is this minimum, or is this is this the absolute minimum, or is there some wiggle room here, flexibility we have here?
Can you guys hear me again?
Is it a minimum?
That's a typical. That's a typical agreement, a 15-year agreement with the renewal period at the end of those 15 years. Again, as John Morelli did correctly state, Verizon is going to put a lot of money into the build out of this network that would obviously benefit the city of Trenton for the reasons that we talked about earlier, and for them to invest such technology and capital in the city, it would need a significant lease. And it's a standard lease. Sometimes with municipalities, we do a lot of these leases with municipalities for telecommunication structures on municipal property, and those leases are usually for 30 years.
Are there any contingency provisions or opt-out provisions along the way here? 15 in this agreement.
When you say opt-out provisions, what?
I mean, within 5 years, if your service collapses, or if the infrastructure is not properly maintained, or something else better comes along, because technology moves quickly and things become obsolete. Well, can we come to you and say the term is going to be lessened?
Well, I think it's fair to say that the lease has obligations that Verizon needs to perform. And also, aside from the lease, even above and beyond that, and we mentioned the FCC frequently tonight, but Verizon as an FCC licensed carrier has to continue to build out a ubiquitous network, has to be reliable, and they have to be able to basically deliver what they advertise. So it wouldn't make any sense, for Verizon to build a network and not sustain it. Again, there are requirements in the lease, and if there's any damage to infrastructure, and Mr. Morelli could maybe tell you about all of that, but certainly there are certainly obligations of Verizon that they must meet to continue under the lease agreement. Obviously, if they don't meet the obligations that are set forth in the lease agreement, they'd be guilty of breach of lease. And there's remedies for the city. There's cure periods, as you know, lease agreements work. But for the most part, sure, Verizon will, continue to build out its network. And if there's any reason that it doesn't work, what we do is, and Kiana maybe can speak to this, Verizon gets a lot of and takes very seriously customer complaints. So to your point, if there are people saying our coverage isn't any good, or we're getting drop calls, or we're having outages and stuff like that, they respond immediately in most cases. Kiana, you're still in the car here. Did you want to maybe just touch on that for a sec?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm going to touch on it. The question was, is there any room for a lesser term? That was the question that you.
Right, and I explained to you why 15 years would probably be the least, the lowest initial term that we would agree to. And when you say lower, how much lower do you mean? Just for the sake of this discussion, I'm curious.
Increments of 5 years, 5, 10, 15. And we renew incrementally as you build out, right?
I mean that's something we could consider. I'd have to refer to Kiana, for that one. But typically a 15-year for something as vast as this network is going to be, it's going to take a while to build this whole network. It might be a few years before this whole phase one is complete. So imagine if it takes 3 years and you get the 125th node installed, and 2 years later you have to take it all down because the city elects to not renew it.
Or conversely, 10 years go by and you don't meet your milestones, and you don't meet the delivery. In 15 years, we may not have anything. So where's the guarantees that you will deliver what you say you're going to deliver within the time period?
Well, what we
say something happens and your project gets delayed and the infrastructure, the build out gets delayed, things come up, right? So supposing you're assuming here that everything will develop and stay on course, and you meet all your timelines, but maybe something comes along that we didn't plan for, that we don't get full installation in 15 years, then what?
Well, I could only, maybe I can refer to Kiana.
Let me ask Ms. Morelli. Ms. Morelli, you looked at this contract. So yes. Are there any provisions in there that protect Trenton from any type of non-delivery from Verizon?
Well, there are obligations that they have under the lease. And for example, if they have to maintain the system. They have to keep everything in good working order. They have to keep it within the height requirement. And I'm looking at the contract down, going down some of the things that they are obligated for. If they interfere with our public safety radio system, our traffic light system, or other communications components, if they don't comply with the design criteria, or the pole application does not include a load-bearing study, there are terms that they, and I'm not going to read the contract out loud, but there are terms that they have to comply with, and if they breach the agreement, then we can hold them in breach and we can terminate it. One of the terms is payment. If they don't pay us, we can call a breach. This, we have to notify them under the agreement that they're in breach and they have 60 days to cure. But there are things if they do not comply with our laws and maintain and repair and keep the system up and running, that we can call a breach and terminate the agreement.
Mr. Morelli,
Yes.
my question to you is, could you not get us a better term as far as the years are concerned? Could you do that for the Trentonians?
I can only ask Mr. Jones, and we did talk about the term. And as I told you, I was concerned about the term, and I consulted with colleagues at the New Jersey Institute for Local Government Attorneys.
What I'm saying to you is, we're concerned about the terms. I'm being very, very clear. We're concerned about the years. What can we do?
All right. Well, we do have a representative on the line, and what I will do is I will raise that with them and get you an answer. And if we can negotiate a lower number of years, then we will do so.
I appreciate that, Mr. Morelli.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Did Mrs. Brazat want to come back with the terms, with the federal terminology for the Section 3 piece? Mrs. Razat?
I'm sorry, did you?
Yes, is Mrs. Razat back with the Section 3 terminology? You know, she was supposed to be pulling that up. I haven't heard from her. It's been a minute.
Oh, I didn't know she was doing it tonight. I didn't, I don't know if she's still. Okay.
Go forward until she got that information, and then she would come back in and give it to us and share that with us.
Jacqueline, are you on the line? I'll see if I can get in touch with her.
This is Councilwoman Vaughn. I would like you to note this, because I was very clear on her coming back after we reviewed several more resolutions.
No, I agree. I concur that that was requested and she was supposed to come back. Is she still on the line though, Council President?
I have not a clue. I don't see her, Mr.
She is here. She is here. She is muted. I'm not sure if she's monitoring her station or not, though.
I'm getting in touch with her right now via telephone.
All right, we can move on, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. So our resolution 20-381 was likewise roll call voted. We will now move on to 20-510, a resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting process to Borden Perlman Insurance Agency Incorporated in an amount not to exceed a flat fee per year of $75,000. And this is for insurance coverage and insurance consultant services.
Yes, Madam President, if you'd like for me to explain all of these, I can go through them.
I thought that we did away with this, and I thought that we had the only thing that we had from I thought that we had a consultant from this firm, and then this was that we didn't use that as of last year. So yes, I would like the next.
Yes, Madam President, this is actually an annual contract that we do for brokers for them to acquire the services of securing general liability insurance for the city, as well as property insurance. And so we do an annual contract, and it's been done for many years. We are coming out of one contract now and awarding it to a different vendor this time around. The award is...
Mr. Cruz,
yes.
Before when they had this consultant, it was $50,000 and it's $25,000 more now. So I don't understand, because last year you guys said that you didn't use the consultant, and now you're saying that you had a consultant and you're leaving that particular contractor, that particular contract going into another contract with Borden Perlman. So I'm confused because you told us.
Madam President, no, this is actually, you must be thinking of a different service, but General liability and property insurance, we have always relied on a broker for them to provide us they actually do the search, they do the inquiries to the agencies, and then they propose they make recommendations to the city as to what coverage is best fitted for the city and the needs. And so the previous broker for this company, if you look at page number 10, it is actually, let me see, broker services. This is Fairview Insurance. If you look at 2520-520, Fairview Insurance is actually the company that we are actually moving away from and awarding it to this new vendor.
So you have all of the bids connected to this resolution. Let me pull them up. 510. So we should have all of the other bidders.
Right. So
it's right.
Yeah. So it's actually several awards that we're doing tonight, and it's all related to property and general liability for the city. The one that we just mentioned is actually for the new broker who will be servicing the city for with the insurance carrier. And if you look below the 510, 511, that's the carrier, and we are awarding a contract for the new carrier for the entire year for the amount of $551,416. That one is for the carrier. If you look, it says excess liability, general liability, excess insurance. That's 520-511. 20-519 is actually the one for the for a period of this is general liability as well, excess liability, and this is actually for a 2-month extension that covered the month of July and August. And the reason why I'm submitting this to you now is because we received the invoice a little later, and we had requested the insurance company to stay on for 2 additional months until we got the quote from the new company. And this is why we had to wait. We had to extend the contract for the broker, which is Fairview, and the insurance carrier, which is Civic Pro National. And 521 is also a payment, which is also a contract with Chubb Insurance Company for property insurance, and that is an amount of $307,427.06. So all of these awards are actually just, specifically that: general liability, excess liability, and property insurance, as well as the brokers, because they all expire at the same time.
Are there any further questions from council?
Council President, Jacqueline Abdul Razak is trying to get unmuted, and she said she can't get unmuted for some reason, but she is on the line. Just let you know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I logged off and logged back on. The appropriate language of Section 3. Section 3 is a provision of the Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, Act of 1968 that helps foster local and economic development, neighborhood economic improvement, and individual self-sufficiency. Section 3 program requires that recipients of certain HUD financial assistance, to the greatest extent feasible, provide job training, employment, contracting opportunities for low or very low income residents in connection with projects and activities in their neighborhood. So how does this promote self-sufficiency? Well, it's a starting point. It gives them training, contracting opportunities. It's an awesome program. From the integral foundation coupled with other resources comes the opportunity for economic advancement and self-sufficiency. They have state and federal and local programs. They have advocacy groups. They have community and faith-based organizations, which I'm sure the city of Trenton has. Section 3 is the starting point for ownership. Once a Section 3 resident has obtained employment or contracting opportunities, they have begun the first step to self-sufficiency. Who are the Section 3 residents? They're public housing residents, people who live in the area where HUD-assisted program is located and who have household income that falls below the income limits. The income limits are very interesting. Low income is defined as 80% or below the median income of that area. So we would look at Trenton's medium income, and people who fall 80% or below, they are definitely our qualifying base. Very low income is defined as 50% or low or below the medium income in that area. So again, what is a Section 3 business concern? A business that is 51% or more owned by Section 3 residents, employs Section 3 residents for at least 30% of its full-time permanent staff, provides evidence of a commitment to subcontract to Section 3 business concerns, 25% or more of the dollar amount of an awarded contract. What programs are covered? Section 3 applies to HUD-funded public and Indian housing assistance for development, operating, and modernization of expenditures. Section 3 also applies to certain HUD-funded housing and community development projects, which we're talking about, that complete housing rehabilitation, housing construction, and other public construction. What type of economic opportunities are available under Section 3? Again, job training, which we need for the citizens, employment, which we desperately need, we desperately need all, and contracts. So again, any employment resulting from the expenditures, including administration, management, clerical support, construction, is subject to compliance with Section 3. Examples of opportunities that they have for the citizens would be in accounting, architecture, applied repair, bookkeeping, bricklaying, carpentry, carpet installation, catering, cement and masonry, computer and information, demolition, drywall, electrical, elevator construction, engineering, fencing, florists, heating, ironworks, janitorial, landscaping, machine operation, manufacturing, marketing, painting, payroll photography, plastering, plumbing, printing, purchasing, research, surveying, title setting, transportation, word processing, just to name a few. Who will award the economic opportunities? Recipients of HUD financial assistance will award the economic opportunities. They and their contractors and subcontractors are required to provide, to the greatest extent feasible, economic opportunities consistent with existing federal, state, and local law and regulation. So who receives priority? For training and employment, persons in public and assistant housing. So we know who receives priority under Section 3. Again, persons in public and assistant housing, persons in the area where the HUD financial assistance is spent, participants in HUD youth build programs, and homeless people, or homeless persons, I should say. For contracting, businesses that meet the definition of Section 3 business concern. How can businesses find Section 3 residents to work for them? Businesses can recruit Section 3 residents in public housing developments and in neighborhoods where HUD assistance is being spent. So these companies, they can recruit the citizens. Effective ways of informing residents about available training and job opportunities are contracting resident organizations, local community development and employment agencies, distributing flyers, posting signs, placing ads in local newspapers. Do you want me to read on, or is that enough?
No.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said, no, that's good.
Madam President, can we get a copy of that, a hard copy of those? Because that's a lot of stuff there.
I can, something, I'm going to email this to myself, and then I'm just going to make an email and send it to everybody. Is that okay?
No.
Yes,
The hard copy.
Oh, a hard copy? Sure. I'll email it and print it out.
Email will be fine, but just send it, put it downstairs in the clerk's office.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yes.
If you phone up to me, I'll print out hard copies for them.
Yes, and can you make certain that The Housing and Economic Development Department gets it as well. Director Delisle and Miss Farah G.
You got it, Ms. Vaughn.
Thank
Did you hear me? Can you
Yep.
guys hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, we can.
I thought you guys muted me. You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam
Councilwoman.
President,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Collins.
yes, ma'am. We are still on the resolution 20-510, resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting process to Board and Perlman Insurance Agency in an amount not to exceed a flat fee per year of $75,000. This is for consulting services for the new insurance consultant.
Can we roll call that?
Yes.
Yes, we.
Next, we have Resolution 20-511, a resolution authorizing payment to Civic Pro National Insurance Program Specialty Brokerage, LLC P.O. Box 70280, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania 19176, for general liability excess insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $551,416. And this is the this is the insurance premium for the new carrier.
And that's 519.
That is 20-511.
Oh, 511. That was roll call. That's roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we
Council President? Council President, may I speak?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just want to make a quick request to Ms. Abdul Razak to also send a copy to Chief of Staff Yoshi Manali. Ms. Razak?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please send that copy of that provision to, that law to Yoshi Manali?
Yes, ma'am.
The Mayor's Chief of Staff? Thanks.
Thank you.
So we roll call in 511, Mr. Collins, and we're
Yes.
going straight to 20-519.
Yes, we decided roll call 20-511. Now we're going to read 520-519. A resolution authorizing a payment to Civic Pro National Insurance Program Specialty Brokerage LLC for a 2-month extension of general liability excess insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $78,333. And this is for the continuation of our current.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-520, a resolution authorizing to extend the contract for an additional 2 months awarded to Fairview Insurance Agency Associates Incorporated, 25 Fairview Avenue, Verona, New Jersey, 07044, to continue to provide broker insurance services in an amount not to exceed $12,000 due to competitive contracting under 219-03.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 20-521, a resolution authorizing a payment to Chubb Insurance Company of New Jersey, 500 Rush Street, I-54-0455, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 152-262-0001 for property insurance premium in an amount not to exceed $307,000, $427.06.
Madam President, if I may, I just want to talk about the block of the insurance. My final comment. If anyone has any concerns regarding these resolutions, please let's talk. This is very critical that the city has coverage, and we cannot leave the city uninsured. So please, if somebody does not understand something, if you don't want to ask me now, please feel free to call me tomorrow, and I'll be more than glad to address it. And we can have any of the brokers or anyone else get on the phone with you if that it will be what you wish. But please be very mindful that this is extremely important for the city. That's all. Thank you.
So Business Administrator Cruz.
Yes.
The only thing I would ask is, I hope that it has been done, but are we approving these just because they've been long time contracts with the city? Have we taken an opportunity to consolidate? Maybe we can, I'm sure that each resolution represents a specific type of coverage. I don't know. I didn't read them in detail, but is there any opportunity to consolidate? That's all. That's all I would ask you to do.
Yeah, so normally you go to the insurance carriers that have specialties on certain coverages, and the broker is actually the one that does the procurement for the city. Once they have the portfolio with the recommendations, they come to the city and say, this is the company that submitted proposals. Nowadays, it's very difficult with all of the things that are happening with police department, firefighters, long-term exposure, and also the COVID. It is very difficult for companies to come back to municipalities and try to provide services because it's costing them a lot. So there is a high increase in some of the premiums, but we were lucky, and this is why we actually came 2 months after, because we were having a little bit of a tough time getting carriers to provide prices. And we're not doing it just because they have been long-term providers. We always look for what's best for the city. And, I would probably say that a couple of years ago, we had a very large savings. Now, because of the exposure, as I mentioned, with firefighters having long-term exposure, which now, firefighters are coming down with claims for cancer because of continuous exposure for 20, 25 years. These premiums are actually on the rise, and some companies won out from that as well. So it's not making it easier for municipalities.
Okay, Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am.
We can move on.
Did you want a roll call 521, ma'am?
Yes, roll call.
Next, we have Resolution 20-522, a resolution authorizing payment to resolution rejecting proposal to receive for technical support services due to a competitive contracting offer 2020-03. This is for tech support through the Chief Technology Officer's office.
Councilman Michelle.
Revise the specifications. My apologies.
Councilman Michelle. Councilman Michelle.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'd like to ask a question. A few months ago, we rejected a contract for the IT team downstairs. Is this the same issue that we are dealing with?
Yes.
Who are they rejecting? Can they explain this? We don't have an IT team downstairs anymore, or we still have the same company there. Who is paying for that?
Okay. Are you done, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay. Madam President, the company that is currently providing the services is FCC. Yes, we procure these services back around the beginning of COVID. We received a set of several RFPs, and we moved ahead to make an award. The council rejected the recommendation that the city had made. At that time, the city decided. Councilman, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it was the same company that was there before.
That is yes, that is correct. That is what the city
That's why it was rejected.
Okay. So, would you like me to continue with the answer, or?
What I'd like to know is how comes we don't have a company to replace them?
We don't have a company replacing them because we awarded the contract on an emergency basis.
Did that come through City Council yet?
No, it has not, because when the mayor declared the COVID emergency, the city also procure their services through the COVID emergency that covered all of these
Wow,
services
that is
as well.
fine. That is very good. Very good. Oh, wow.
Well, Councilman, that is your personal opinion. We rely on legal
But
opinions
you have to get a
from our
company
law
there.
department.
We have to get a company. And that is, I tell you, that is incredible. Because you have plenty time. Before that, we had told you that we were not going to renew the contract on that company. You knew that. So last year. That was brought up last year.
So we were not renewing a contract. We were awarding a new contract. We were not renewing a contract.
Well, we are awarding a new contract, but you knew that it was going to be rejected by City Council. You knew that. So, but you wanted them there. You wanted to impose your will, and you got away with it with the COVID emergency. Jesus Christ, where are we? No wonder the city is all screwed up. I tell you.
For the purpose of
incredible.
So for the purpose of if you let me speak, if you don't want me to speak, then say so. But I think that the residents also deserve an explanation, and the assumptions that you're making are pretty much not proper, because we actually went through the law department.
It is my feeling.
We went through the law department, and we made we received legal advice from our law department. And if you don't agree with that, you can take it on with the law department. However, we requested a legal opinion, and that is how it was awarded. So if your personal opinion is otherwise, then take it to the law department.
Quick question. For how long is that emergency contract?
Until the time that we award a new contract.
What? No. Have to have a date.
Council President?
If that is what you're asking.
Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. I apologize, but this is a little hysterical. It's like laughable.
Very laughable.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Can I speak after Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, please, Council President?
Yes, definitely. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Can I speak now?
Yes,
Mr. Cruz, could you tell me there were 6 sealed proposals and you're rejecting all of them? For what reason?
We went ahead and we changed the description because at the time that we received the bids, everyone that submitted the proposals was not really submitting a proposal that covered our needs. All of the companies had different proposals. They had companies that were going to be providing the services remotely, which is not what the city needs. There was a company that said that they had 3 people that are from Delaware, from the state of Delaware, and they had 3 people in the area that they could make available to the city within 40 minutes. So that's not what we were calling for on the specifications. There were companies that were saying that they can provide 2 or 3 people at the city. We need about 8 or 9. We had requested 2 people to work in the police department alone, and nobody was providing live bodies to work in the police department, but have them also work remotely. So we made the specifications a lot clearer, and then everybody had to bid for very specific services. So everything now is apples to apples, no apples, oranges, grapes, and everything else, which is what we got with the prior bid.
So the current company we have, when they hired him, he worked out of his garage and he subcontracts out. So what makes him any different what makes that company any different than the ones that bid?
Well, as I mentioned, we had asked for 8 people to be working out of City Hall, 2 working out of the police department, 1 working out of the library. None of the companies were providing those bodies. They wanted to do remote support, and some of them will provide a couple of people. So that's why we had to make it more specific that the requirements are these, A, B, C, D, E. And if you cannot provide these services, then you cannot provide a proposal. We have very specific needs. We are a very large organization, and we have very specific needs.
See, and I understand Councilman Rodriguez's concerns of planning this RFP around so that the company we have meets the needs that nobody else does. And we have not been happy with this company. I'm just really concerned about that.
When you say we have not been happy, I'm not sure who we are referring to, because the administration is pretty comfortable with the services that this company provides.
Okay.
And it's the administration that administers the contract.
Mr. Cruz, what she's saying is that the council voted this firm out. And when she says we're uncomfortable with that, we did not feel as though that we were getting the technology that we should have been receiving. And so although the administration administers the contracts, in order for the contracts to be approved, it has to come through council. And the administration cannot, under no circumstances, allot emergency contracts or 17.5 contracts continuously. And so, yes, you got the administration got this particular game or this particular strategy that you used under the COVID. But when the council votes a company out and says that they will not accept that contract, the administration has to abide. But the administration doesn't. They don't abide by the rules and the regulations and the procedures. Period. And Councilman Rodriguez is expressing his concern. And you say the administration is comfortable, but the council is the one that casts the vote to keep them or to reject them.
Which is correct. But we are the ones that are seeing the end product on a day-to-day basis, and they provide great services.
President McBride?
Council President, I was next, Council President.
Yes, you were. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn, and then Councilman Blakely.
I just want to say that I concur with Councilman Rodriguez and also Council President and Council Vice President on this topic of contract approval process. There is no law, even in the midst of COVID, that allows you to have taken those steps. So at the end of the day, we passed a resolution, we extended, and that had expired. And it was your duty to put that RFP out in a timely manner. And you've been in violation ever since.
Your opinion.
I know I'm right.
It's your opinion.
No, it ain't my opinion, Mr. Cruz.
Your opinion.
It's not my opinion. And if I have to get every lawyer in on it that the city of Trenton taxpayers have employed to educate you, Mr. Cruz, I will do that. And I will show you the law. I will show you the law, Mr. Cruz.
You will have to educate the law department, ma'am.
Mr. Cruz, I'm speaking. I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Mr. Cruz, please limit your comments. Let the council person speak. Thank you.
Now, I am telling this administration, as relates to FCC, that contract is in violation. Now, I'm going to remind you of another contract that we rejected in the midst of COVID. So you cannot use any situation that precludes you from following the law. And you don't get a preference. You don't get to choose just because you like a contract and you like their services. That's not the way government procurement works Mr. Cruz. And I think it's appalling that you come to this council and insult our intelligence and disrespect the taxpayers of this city. That you have an organization working for the city, collecting taxpayer dollars, and you're signing off on those checks when you know you're not in compliance. And again, because you want to be defiant, I will make sure you get notification from the appropriate authorities that you are not in compliance with this law, Business Administrator Cruz. Because if you want to play that and you want to insult this council, then you gonna get what you have, what you deserve. Because you want to play like you are the end all and be all and come up here with unilateral decisions and tell us that you can write checks out to anybody who you want because you like them. When this whole city is not happy with their service. And who gave you that power, sir? We're all here. You're an appointed official. We are elected officials. And we all have our roles to play. No one, including the mayor, has unilateral powers of the city. No one has unilateral powers over this city. We all supposed to be working together and following the laws and rules and regulations that govern this municipality. You don't get to change them. You don't get to edit them when you feel like it, Mr. Cruz. So I will make sure you get the notification and the directive and the guidance around procurement and who approves contracts. This is why we're in this long meeting, going through each one, because it's a contract. If we didn't have to approve the contracts, we wouldn't be here, Mr. Cruz. So I guess we all supposed to be, I don't know, for lack of, but we're supposed to all not understand that. So we're all here grilling through contract after contract after contract for you to come here to tell everybody on this call, oh, we don't have to do this. I could just approve and just make up stuff. I can make this contract an emergency. I can just say I like this contract. And I can use COVID as an excuse to do it. We rejected a contract, a healthcare provider contract, because they were in compliance because of COVID. There is no contractor that is that good that we break the law in the city of Trenton for. Nobody, not FCC, not anyone. So I just want to make that comment, and thank you, Council President.
I'm going to let Mr. Blakely have the floor, but I just want to know where our attorneys are. I want to know where is Mr. Colosi.
If you can
I need to know where you guys are when something like this comes up and not one attorney comes in to rectify this situation. Where's Mr. Colosi at?
Okay, so I just want to say a few things on the record. I don't want to, President McBride, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do, because I never heard from Mr. Colosi.
Thank you. And so I just want to say a few things on the record about the company that currently has our technical support services contract. I would like to say, number one, that, this is a company that is based in the city of Trenton. They are a African-American owned business. They have successfully went through the evaluation process and won. It seems this is several rounds of the folks who judge these contracts. They have assessed that this contract was the best one. We spent a lot of time on this council call talking about the importance of supporting local businesses. We spent a lot of time talking about the importance of adhering to affirmative. I'm talking, so please don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I didn't interrupt anybody. I'm not going to have you interrupt me. We spent a lot of time talking about the importance of adhering to affirmative action guidelines. And so I don't understand why my colleagues are demonizing a small business, an African-American owned business, a local owned business, and who has, there's been a few times that folks have said, oh, well, they started out of their garage. Well, lots of corporations start out of their garage. The richest man in the world, Jeff Bezos, started in his garage. And so I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that a small African-American business that is headquartered in the city of Trenton is doing, has successfully won a contract. Now, I totally understand the point about, them utilizing the COVID emergency powers granted to the mayor to award this on an emergency basis. But I just want to speak on the record that, I just don't understand it. It baffles me when, I'll just say it again, we have a small African-American owned, probably the company that has the largest, probably the local African-American owned business that has the largest contract in the city. And my colleagues who spend all of this time talking about how it's important to hire locally and hire small businesses and hire African-American businesses are demonizing this company. And the administration is saying that they are providing a good service. They've been judged and assessed to provide a good service. They won the competitive process, and we're hearing people doing this. Now, I don't want to say that, quite frankly, I'm just reiterating this. This was a conversation, this was a debate that we had months ago when my colleagues rejected the contract, which I thought was a poor idea. I thought it was really not a smart and sensible idea, but they're entitled to their opinions. And I just wanted to put on the record the hypocrisy that I'm hearing as it relates to their demonization of this small African-owned local Trenton-based business. Thank you.
Madam President, I just want to let you know Mr. Kaloji had the same mute problem. He contacted me about his technical difficulty. He did log back in and is at your disposal.
I would just like some clarity on this based on the fact that the council, I hear my colleagues speaking to the fact that it's an African-American company. But as I recall, the police officers were in a robbery and the whole system failed. They were in a bank robbery and the system went dead. There was no communication for our police officers. Our system has been down 5 or 6 times, like in 6 months. So you can holler about African American, but you also have to holler about qualified.
President
So
Friday,
it's not about
they don't
of their skin.
They don't oversee the police department.
Listen, I know you're not going to interrupt me when I'm speaking, because I know I do not interrupt you when you're speaking. So my concern is not the color of their skin. My concern is that I got police officers that's in the middle of robberies and don't have a radio to call in. So as good as the administration feels that they're doing, when you have people that are putting their lives on the front line, they need a communication. They need to be able to reach out to their fellow officers. This is, the matter is too serious to overlook it. And so, Mr. Kaloji, I would appreciate if you're on this line, if you would give us some type of guidance here.
Yeah, Council President, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello? Oh, okay. I want to apologize earlier. I was trying to get through, but for whatever reason, I was muted. This matter has never been brought to my attention. The first I even saw this resolution was when I got the revised agenda docket today. So I heard Mr. Cruz indicate that he had gotten some guidance. I didn't have any occasion to speak to him about this.
President McBride. President McBride. Yes. It's very important to note that, and I want to ask the Chief Technology Officer this, to be very clear, the company does not actually oversee the police department communication structure. That's a fact. So you are saying that they are guilty of something that they're not responsible for. According from what I understand, the new RFP would bring the police department under this company's jurisdiction, but what you're referring to has nothing to do. And so I would like to see if that's correct, because I'm almost certain that's correct. Can we have someone from?
No, I was in the room when they said that they were bringing on 2 new people to man the police department. I was there.
I'm asking the officer a question.
To tell me anything, because I was there when the police director said.
I'm asking him to tell me. I would like to know for the Chief Technology Officer. President McBride made a claim. She stated that this company is responsible for the communication failures with the police department. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Rivera?
Councilman, I don't think that Joey is on, but I can tell you that the intent of the city under the new contract was to bring them on board. However, we brought them in, I believe, last month. FCC has not been part of the contract for the police department. The police department was running their operations independently from the city hall. And after experiencing several problems which had nothing to do with communications, because the example that Council President and somebody must have given her the wrong information. Communications platform is actually independent from the computer system. So, but FCC, however, has not been providing any type of service to the police department until maybe a couple of weeks ago. So that has been the case for since the inception of the police department computer systems.
So let me, President McBride,
you did not say that this IT company had bought on 2 extra men to man the police station. That did not come up.
Madam President, it is part of the new RFP, and we just brought them on board.
No, Mr. Cruz, we were in a budget meeting, and the administration said that this IT company bought on 2 extra employees to man the police. Now it's easy for us to check this out because there's records, there's audio. So let's be honest here.
I would be more than glad to provide you even invoices, Madam President, to show you that FCC has not been providing services for the police department until a couple of weeks ago.
And so, President McBride, I have another question.
Council President?
So, President McBride, do I have the first?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. I'm going to make it clear because I remember when their contract renewal came up, and I spoke directly to it. The issue with FCC and the police department and all the other departments and satellite departments and I guess other entities related to the city, like I'll use the example like I did when I spoke on the contract at renewal time, is that or at expiration time. So we have a library, we have other the Cortlandt Street. We have a lot of other satellite offices throughout the city, and the police department is one of those satellite offices. And not to, just bark about Council President's example, but the issue is that right now, the city's network is not fully integrated. So it doesn't matter what type of application. We want a network that's scalable so that when we bring on new technology, like what Verizon is talking about and even virtual meetings and video conferencing, whatever, and we want to be able to have a scalable network that's fully integrated so that the police department, one of the examples that was brought up is their email. Their email is on a different platform and they have a different extension. So when you're on a fully integrated platform, all your extensions should be the same, TrentonNJ.org. But if you will go and send an email to, say, Director Coley, I believe their extension is something like TrentonPolice.net or something. So that is what we're talking about. So I am telling you that this technology firm, FCC, failed to provide or give us recommendations to have a fully integrated platform for all city offices, no matter if they're operating at a city hall location, or rather they're at the public library, or rather they're at the school district, or the police department, or whatever, or the Cortlandt Street, that we're fully integrated. Or down here on 29 on the water filtration, fully integrated. And that's what we're talking about here. And that's what we didn't have with FCC. And they made no proactivity and showed us that they had the capability to deliver that capability and build out our infrastructure in that way. So that's what I'm talking about. And that's why, and we discussed that before I renewed their contract. And they lobbied everybody in the city to try to get that approval on that contract. And I decided not to give it to them because they said they were going to deliver it, and I gave them my vote. And then a year later, we got nothing, not on the scale that I expected, and they said they would. And what highlighted the fact that they didn't deliver it, because when COVID hit, our school district was incapable, didn't have the level of connectivity that was required for the children to be able to attach to the network and get there and work remotely. Now, remote access and virtual access is a concept that has been out there for over a decade now. And here we are in the city of Trenton. We had a challenge when a pandemic hit. And this FCC, they were reactive. So we got to move on from them. And I just want to also state, I am, I take offense to the fact that it's being said that somehow, some way, this council does not care about complying with affirmative action laws and regulation and EEO compliance contracts and et cetera, and residency laws and hiring Trentonians and hiring Black and brown people, women, veterans, and disabled folks. I'm about, ultimately, a meritocracy. So, and fair competition. So that's how you defeat. We shouldn't need affirmative action laws in this country, in this nation. But the reason why they exist.
I agree with you.
And the reason why they exist is because of folks not being able to compete competitively. So if we choose FCC and we don't allow other competitors to come in, other minority contractors, a woman may own a technology company, a veteran may own a technology company, right? So we can't just say, oh, FCC, they're the ones because they're Black. No, FCC, if they care about affirmative action, they care about fair competition. They will care about meritocracy. If they are good as they say they are, then they will compete for the projects in the open market and allow the fair and open process to place. So this is the reason why affirmative action laws are challenged. I'm not as an African-American woman, I'm not asking anybody to do me any favors. I'm not asking anybody to hire me because I'm Black. I'm willing to fill out the application. I'm willing to go to the fair and open process. I'm willing to be judged like anybody else. I don't want you to give a white male the advantage because he has certain connections. Or he's liked by Adam Cruz. I don't want you to give me that. I don't want you to give FCC that. We do all ourselves a disservice if we start just giving folks favor and bias. Let everybody compete.
President.
A meritocracy. So I'm for affirmative action. I'm for fair and open process. And I want the EEO compliance office because there are contractors out there who do just what we're doing with FCC. They're only hiring their relatives, their friends. They don't want to hire Trentonians and the people who are entitled under Title III. If the federal government has to put those laws in place because of activities like Adam Cruz described. If it wasn't for these type of activities, we wouldn't need fair and open process and blah, blah, blah. The fair and open process keeps us honest to make sure everybody has an opportunity for contracts with the city. So that's all I got to say about that.
President McBride, there's two things I'd like.
Yes, go right.
There's two things I'd like to say. First of all, there's so much to go through with what Councilwoman Vaughn said that I'll try to just focus on the most glaring statements that she made that were just not correct. She made a comment about the learning, the remote learning as it relates to the school system, the Trenton Public Schools. That is an entirely separate entity that FCC has nothing to do with. They have nothing to do with the school system, nothing. Like we're comparing, it's like think of it as different planets. So to say that FCC is somehow responsible for a contract that they don't have is just preposterous. That's a fact. Number two, she made some comments as it relates to the police department having a different domain name. In terms of their email address. As we have established, FCC did not have the police contract. That is a separate contract. So this idea of it being integrated when it's a totally distinct separate contract has already been established that I have, clearly I thought we arrived to what it is when we explained that it was not their fault when it comes to the communication room. And so I'm just baffled. I mean, people are just making stuff up. I mean, they're facts. So to blame FCC on the communication room is incorrect. To blame them on the school system, the issues that they had with remote learning is not correct. It's just, there's so much, it's just, my colleagues are entitled to vote the way that they want. They have to answer to their constituents, and I have to answer to mine. But I just hope that we just play with the same set of facts, that we are engaging with the same set of facts. Mr. Cruz, have I said anything that's incorrect? Does FCC have any jurisdiction over, or have they ever had any jurisdiction over the school system's IT contract?
They do not, because the school boards have their own set of IT support. They are not run or overseen by the city. They have their own contractors.
And then finally, to the point about the police department, because Councilwoman Vaughn mentioned about the police department not being integrated into the, to the city's technological infrastructure. Can you explain how the FCC did not have a contract with the police department?
You don't know that. Yeah.
Right. Well, that is the case. That has always been the case. The police department has done their own support with internal personnel, and it has just been up until recently when we started finding some weaknesses in the system that we recommended because of the some breaches that they had previously that they considered joining with the city to provide the same type of coverage, security that we have in the city. And so the new Director Coley, agreed that was the right course of action. However, the police department, as Councilwoman stated, the police department cannot be integrated as she would like because there are certain things that need to be separate from the city because of securities with certain systems that they have. And so that's why they cannot be integrated as you would like to see with city servers. They have to have their own, and it's kept separate. As far as the email addresses, that has been what was done with fire, with police, with the city. They chose to have different email addresses, not because FCC chose to. It's because the prior administrations decided that was the course of action that they wanted to take.
And one last question. Who is supporting this council meeting right now in terms of Microsoft Teams? Who is the organization, the company that is ensuring that this council meeting is conducting itself, is being conducted?
I believe I see someone sitting in the city clerk's office right now from FCC.
Madam President?
I'm not done.
Yes, go right ahead, go right ahead, Councilman. Councilman Santiago.
I believe that we have been avoiding my question. My question was who has the authority to overrule our decisions as a city council. I didn't ask anything about the police. I didn't ask anything about the school district. Why are we keep on going? This FCC, they are not local. They have an address in Broad Street, but they are from Burlington County. They are not local. They not even hire locals, Well, we should continue the meeting to finish it.
So,
Council President.
I agree, Councilman Rodriguez. We will continue because we still have six ordinances to go. We're going to move off of that subject, Mr. And we can do the ordinances, and you can speak to the ordinance. We're going to move off of that.
Council President.
We're not going to get anywhere.
Council President.
Council
Yes,
President,
speak on it?
No, we're not. We're moving on.
Yeah, but I never got a chance to speak on it. Everybody spoke like 40 times. I never got a chance to speak on it.
Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am.
FCC.
I'm sorry, Councilman. The chairperson has terminated debate, as is her prerogative. We're going to move on to the ordinances. There will be an opportunity to speak tomorrow. But before we do move on, I'm assuming that the resolution 20-522 is going to be roll call voted?
Yes, you can.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Moving on, we have an introduction and first reading of several ordinances, beginning with 20-48. A bond ordinance providing for various capital projects and improvements for Trenton Waterworks by and in the city of Trenton, in the county of Mercy, state of New Jersey, appropriation $33,550,000. Therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $33,550,000 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is the water law attorney on the line, Mr. DeHope?
I am there. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, loud and clear.
Oh, good.
I'm glad you hung in there with us. So this is a bond that I want to question because this is one of the bonds that's under the litigation with DEP. This is one of the bonds that the council have voted down prior to DEP issuing a letter communicating to us that they were going to proceed with the litigation that we're in now and filing with the New Jersey Superior Court stating that, you know, the council is negligent and not compliant and approving his monies to do critical capital improvement projects. And I'm concerned that this is back on the docket because the litigation in the court has not ruled on it. We have not had our day in court to explain our justification for voting it down. And I don't understand why it's on here, Mr. DeHope, and I will hope that something like that, the bonds associated with the lawsuit should not even be part of a docket until we determine, reach some type of settlement or agreement with the regulator. So can you explain, you know, what is the intent here, if you know, please?
Well, sure.
And actually, why you just so we can go through it, that's the same thing to 2049 because the 50 million is also part of that lawsuit.
No, but you correctly point out that the straw that broke the camel's back as far as DEP is concerned was the failure to move on those bond ordinances in May. They had been conducting negotiations with the city and with the Trenton Waterworks over 2 administrative consent orders where the city was behind schedule and compliance. But when they saw that the resolution failed and they concluded that there was no way that that reservoir project could be completed without those bonds being issued, they went to court. And in fact, this case is mushroomed now. It involves not just the DEP, but also 3 municipalities that Trenton serves with water supply, the towns of Ewing, Hamilton, and Lawrence. Where we stand now is the DEP is asking the court to issue an injunction requiring Trenton to meet unreasonable and probably unreachable schedule deadlines for the lead line replacements, to put forth detailed plans for the entire reservoir project within 45 days, to update the Trenton managerial and financial capacity analysis for Trenton Waterworks within 45 days, and to complete all valve replacement and exercising projects within 180 days. In other words, before the lawsuit was filed, there were heavy discussions going on about lead lines in the reservoir. When DEP lost patience and sued, they added 2 other items that were on the back burner, had been subject to discussion, but suddenly they came to the front. The concern at this point is that if the court orders the schedules and Trenton fails to comply, all DEP has to do is go back to court, and as a chancery judge, they can render almost any kind of relief they want to make the city do what the court ruled they have to do. And the complicating factor is the municipalities, because they looked at this and saw an opportunity to make trouble. They've intervened in the case not only to support DEP's request for relief, but also are alleging all kinds of overcharges by Trenton Waterworks since 2012, to the extent that they are asking the court to create a new governance for the utility whereby the municipalities, rather than Trenton, would have majority control of the water utility, or in the alternative to order that the utility be regulated by the BPU, or in the alternative to that, that the court appoint some kind of receiver or person of that sort to instigate the sale of the utility to either a water company or a to-be-created authority, with the proceeds to be deducted by what Trenton's overcharges might have been in the past. In other words, they'll force the sale of the utility, and any amount that Trenton overcharged in the past would not go to Trenton, but go to the towns. Now, taken in its aggregate, this relief is unduly aggressive, and most courts would not go there. The concern that we have is that if Trenton does not fund these things, and the Trenton Waterworks people are convinced that they can't afford to do these projects without the funding, then we don't have the best defense we can have. And this is going to be heard September 17th. The court is hearing not the case by the municipalities, but DEP's case to have an injunction issued to order Trenton to do all these things, some of which on DEP's schedule are just unrealistic and unreasonable. We would like to go in there saying Trenton is ready, willing, and able to do the things that are required under the administrative consent orders to meet the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act, except that the schedule for doing so needs to be subject to reasonable negotiations with DEP to come up with a schedule that's workable. We think that the court might be sympathetic to that if it's clear the city's going to fund these projects. It's not going to be sympathetic to that if the city is not funding the projects. And the biggest risk of all is that if Trenton doesn't fund, the court might issue the order that DEP wants, giving us schedules that Trenton can't meet. And then when Trenton fails to meet them, the court might do ever more drastic remedies in the future. The worst case scenario would be if the DEP got so frustrated with Trenton's inability to meet these goals that they threw in with the municipalities and said, we can't trust these guys to manage a water system, bring in someone else. Now that's a far-fetched thing, but it's not out of the question. The Chancery Court under proper situations could order that. So what we wanted to do is go in and say, Trenton, Your Honor, Trenton is going to do everything they're supposed to do, but make DEP sit down and negotiate and not just impose ridiculous dates. And at that point, it looks like Trenton is going to meet the Safe Drinking Water Act that is being responsibly managed. And then the only issue there, from the court standpoint with the towns, would be did Trenton not overcharge them? And that's a simple money issue, which they can try. There's no way a judge is going to get involved in trying to do anything to affect the control or ownership of the water utility. If the only issue is whether a few towns claim they got overcharged. On the other hand, if DEP becomes convinced that Trenton is not going to responsibly manage the system, and they join hands with the towns and say, we agree, you can't trust these people to operate the system, you could have a big problem. And that's why I believe that you would be well versed here to support this funding. Even if you're not sure that there's other fundings that you didn't think were done right, you can always investigate those and you can fix those, but don't risk the water system over.
President McBride?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have considered these bond ordinances, at least 3 or 4 times over the course of the last year or so. I think, we have an opportunity you all have an opportunity to reconsider your initial rejections of these ordinances. You heard the gentleman who just told us what could possibly happen. Again, we spend a lot of time in this council talking about the importance of maintaining authority over the waterworks and maintaining, ownership of the waterworks. And we're hearing as clear as day that if we don't support these bond ordinances, that we could possibly be putting the people of Trenton's ownership of the waterworks at jeopardy. And so, this is no different than what you have been told over the last year or so. You have to answer to your constituents, but I think that it would be the height of irresponsibility if we do not pass these bond ordinances. I have voted every single time for these bond ordinances because I understand the gravity of the situation. I hope all of you understand the gravity of the situation as well. And so this is another example of your actions not being congruent with your words. And so if you believe that the waterworks is an important asset for the people of Trenton and the government of Trenton, then the most sensible and prudent action would be to approve these bond ordinances. This is not a joke. This is not a game. As you heard, this could go up through the Chancery, and this could be, this could lead to us losing the waterworks. And, I think that it seems that many of you are from Missouri because it's going to take the court showing you rather than telling you to show you the error of your ways. But, the people of Trenton, they'll see what happens. And I hope that you all reconsider your rejection of these bond ordinances. Again, I voted for these bond ordinances every single time because I believe that it's only the right thing to do to make the proper investment in the Trenton Water Works to ensure that we have a robust infrastructure so that we can produce the clean and safe drinking water that our residents and the folks who are using this water in the suburbs, that they demand and require. Thank you.
Madam President, we have not passed those bonds is because we have questions about $60-some million worth of bonds that were issued during the past 10 years for repairs, for the cover, 13.5 for the cover, 18.5 that were passed in June of 2018. For the past 2 years, I have been asking questions about that money. Where is that money at? Nobody has answered. There's a resolution requesting financial reports from Waterworks. We have not seen any financial reports. Nothing. We should not issue any more money, and the court should mandate that Waterworks conduct a forensic audit as soon as possible so that we could get the explanation, so that we could get that out of the way and start issuing the bonds. The bonds that we need to issue are for the lead service line. That's the main thing that court order is talking about, the lead service line. That we need to issue probably about $150 million worth of bonds to complete the other stages. We have issued 40 now. We might have to issue about 150 more million to complete that project, the lead service line project. In those ordinances, there is money there for everything, for all kinds of stuff. They have changed them. First, it was $83 million. Now they put two different ordinances but they added those storage tanks now. They weren't in it the first time. They didn't have that. They just have general repairs and stuff. Now they were more specific. But what happened with the money that DEP told us that they had $13.5 million for the reservoir cover? What happened with that money? What happened with the $10 million that were issued to fix the filtration plant, the building? What happened to the 18.5 for repairs that we issued in June of 2018? You know, I have those questions, and I will not support any bonds. I believe that we should table those two ordinances until later on, to see what's on, to make a deal, but not this way. Not this way, putting it, you're going to lose. No, it doesn't work that way. You know, some people, yes, have been supporting everything that comes out from the administration, everything, always, yes, good or bad. If they come from, they are told to support it, and they support it. But no, that they have let the court decide. Let the court decide. So we should ask the court to push Waterworks to give us all that financial information. We have to clarify that, and this is the time. I will vote no to any bond ordinances until we get answers from Waterworks on what happened with the money. Thank you.
So Mr. DeHope, this is Councilwoman McBride.
Yes, do you have a
Mr.
question?
DeHope?
Yes.
Yes, I have more of a statement because, like, we came on in 2018, July of 2018. Under the previous administration, they had 17 violations. And the violations that they had under Eric Jackson. They went out in January the 16th of 2018, and they hired three companies, Bank 3, Wade Trim, and DM Smith. Now, under the Jackson administration, when they hired these three companies to come in, nobody bothered to talk about the fact that the head of the water department at the time that was running things and that all the infractions fell under right there in the water department, they had qualified workers with W4s, T4s, W3s. And all of this time, they had 70 unfilled positions since 2009. And the constant person or the constant organization that was there through 2009, 2010, up to 2018, the constant organization was DEP. DEP was there in 2009 and 2010 and 2011 and 2012 when there was 70 positions unfilled in the water department. DEP has institutional employees that was there when all of those positions were vacant. They never stepped up to the plate to demand those positions be filled. They never cited Eric Jackson under his administration for the 17 violations to take him to court. Now we come in and we hold a job fair to fill the 70 positions, ran an ad out of the clerk's office, pushed back on Mr. Wayne D'Angelo, and now all of a sudden, if you don't pass these bonds, this is what we're going to do. Well, where were you at, DEP, when those 70 positions laid unfilled with critical and necessary employees to fill them? Where were you at, DEP, when Eric Jackson had 17 infractions in 6 months? Now, all of a sudden, you call us into the top office of the state and you interject to us that you want us to keep Wade Trim on because you don't want to recognize that there's people over there in the water department that has W4s, T4s, T3s, 2s, and the S4s, S3s. You try to force us to keep Wade Trim on, DEP. And then when we would not play your game, now you're coming after us, saying to us, it's mandatory that you pass these bonds. You're not talking about the fact that I sent you a letter asking you to help us push this administration to do an audit. You never mentioned that. And now you incorporate the other municipalities. So I want to know what the real game plan is, because DEP has done nothing, and they are as much as responsible for the infractions over there at that water department as the previous administration. So now they're coming at us because we wouldn't play their game, because we went and pulled out the state's registered list for all the license holders in the state of New Jersey and found out that we had as many people in that water plant that carried those licenses. So they pushed Wade Trim on us about 5 times. They called us in their office saying, oh, if you don't keep Wade Trim on, the water department will fail. They never talked about the fact that our women and men was training Wade Trim to do their job and to take their job over. So let's talk about the real issue to DEP. This is a sham. And to me, it reeks of corruption. So DEP, come on and bring it, because your bottom line is that you want that water department, period. But you should have took it under Eric Jackson when the violations were there.
That's part of the case we're trying to make, Council President, that you haven't had an exceedance since 2018, and that operationally you filled up to 90% of your positions now, where before you were only at 61%. But there's still the problem that you signed ACOs that you clearly haven't lived up to, that they're pressing to make you live up to.
Yeah, but nobody talked about the fact that this council is the one that put the job fair on for those positions. No one talked about this council is the one that determined that we had all of the people with the credentials in the department. So I understand what's going on, and it's all about taking control of that water, and it's nothing about because the council don't want to vote on any bonds, because the council has a right to know where the money is being spent. And DEP should have been assisting us in getting that audit, but yet and still they want to come for us and don't even have a real cause or a reason. So, you know what, Mr. DeHoe? I am just like speechless right around it now, because it's sad when you see the actual motive, but because they are the power brokers and they have all of the tools and the resources at their hand, we're just peons in this big pod of power. And that's the way that's my opinion.
Well, I can understand your frustration. My concern is just don't give them any argument they can make that could support the towns. To date, they've stayed out of the town's case. They haven't attempted to push the town's arguments at all. And I'm just saying, make sure that you can show the judge you're doing everything you can to improve the system to meet the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And then the town's complaint is going to fall flat. The only issue is going to be a simple money one. Did you or didn't you charge them too much? And at the end of the day, that's not that big a deal.
And so why didn't DEP come on board with us to help us get the audit?
To help you do what?
To get the forensic audit.
The problem with DEP is that they're a single-minded organization, and what I mean by that is they've got tunnel vision. They've got certain regulations that they've been empowered by the federal government to make people meet in New Jersey, and they don't care how much it costs. They just care that they be met, and that's not practical. It doesn't always make sense, but their attitude is, this is the law, and this is what you've got to meet. Now, they're not going to be the least bit upset if you want to have an audit, and if you find that there was some wrongdoing in the past and there's somebody to go after, that's all well and good. But I'm just saying, don't give them an excuse now to claim you're not willing to spend money that your own water department says can only be gotten through the bonds at this point in time to complete that reservoir project. I mean, you can do both things. You can complete the reservoir project, and you can still go back and do an audit and go after anyone that you found doing wrong, should you find someone that did wrong. But I'm just saying, don't give them an excuse to go after you because you might be angry, justifiably so, at some wrong.
No, they didn't need, Mr. DeHope, they didn't need it. They don't need an excuse because if they wanted to enforce the rules and regulations, they would have been enforced in 2018 in September, October, and November when the real crisis was, when the residents was faced with the real crisis. Since we've come on, we've moved aggressively. We gave Dr. Fouché everything that he asked us for. We voted for every resolution to upgrade all of the equipment, to get all of the chemicals, to revamp that entire water facility plant. So, DEP is just flexing their muscles to show us that we want that money from you and we're going to do everything we can to get it. And that's all they want. They want that money. And what they want to do with it, I don't know, because we've shelled out enough money to build a whole new reservoir. And I get your point and I understand what you're saying, but it is what it is.
Council President?
Yes, there it is.
Council President, you talked about a forensic audit. Why don't you support the forensic audit? Then why don't you bring the forensic audit up? You brought it up, so are you supporting it? Are you going to? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking because there's 4 people that voted for the bonds, 3 voted against. One of the 3 should support doing a forensic audit. Put your name on it and sign that you say you're supporting the forensic audit.
We already did that. We did that.
What's that?
We did a resolution on that. And the administration is saying that they were putting an RFP out, but we haven't heard anything.
The RFP is out. It's back. It's ready to be graded. I have been talking to Council President about having various people from Council on the committee because I want it to be inclusive. It's ready to be graded, and as soon as it gets graded, it will be awarded. But I put out the RFP. I put out the RFP the way that it was asked to be put out. And it's back. All the responses are back. All we had, and Council President McBride answered my question today, were we going to have a council member on the grading committee? I'm not going to mention any names, but I did have communications with 2 different council members, and we're going to go forward without that because we want to get it done as quickly as possible. But you should have that RFP to award the contract to do the forensic audit by the next council meeting.
That's good news.
Okay. So is there any more questions for Mr. DeHope?
Council President?
All righty.
Council President, it's Robin Vaughn.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes. I just want to say, and also ask, I just want to say, Mr. DeHope, $83 million. And DEP has a whole list of, as you said, projects or obligations that the city needs to fill, and we haven't, for whatever the reason. But one thing we know for sure, that none of those projects that have been defined in ACOs over the past, or even before the ACOs were issued, as Council President pointed out, that dates back projects and violations that have been identified by the regulator since 2009. It hasn't been completed. But nothing is said or stated for DEP on that. And that's what my concern is that here we are. DEP is asking us to approve $83 million in financing to do capital projects, but they're not questioning whether or not the same failure that has taken place, that has got us here to the point, no one has given us any guarantees that if we approve this 83 million, that those same projects will still get done, right? So what guarantees do this council has and the citizens of this city that owns that water utility, what guarantees that we have that the 83 million will not be squandered or mismanaged or will be used to complete those projects? Because historically, every dime that this council has approved to date has not been used to complete those same projects. Now, that's what I don't understand. What indicators do you have, Mr. DeHope? Or maybe you can enlighten Trenton here tonight. What indicators does the regulator have that this 83 million is going to be used for the purposes intended? Because historically, all the money that has been approved, and we can go back and we can add that up. We can show DEP and we can show the judge and Superior Court how much money the City Council of Trenton has given the Trenton Department of Water and Sewer to meet their obligations. Now, so can you just answer that question? What indication do you have that this council is going to get the outcomes from approving this $83 million bond?
Well, I guess there's two levels you could look at. The first level is the court, because in the best case scenario, in this case, this judge is going to issue an order that's going to lay out dates, milestones and dates when certain projects have to be completed. And if they're not, and DEP comes in there, that's when it's really going to hit the fan and some bad things could happen to the city. As long as they get completed, things will work out fine. But if they don't, things aren't going to work out well at all. I guess the second hook has to be that the city council has to keep an eye on waterworks to make sure that it's spending the money the way it's supposed to be spent. And I know that's been a frustration.
Well, it hasn't, because none of the projects are done. You can walk around the city and see the projects haven't been done, right? Just ask our customers, right? They have the same complaint. Where has the money gone? They haven't gone to the projects. So again, that's the major concern that I believe all of us have. Like historically, they have not used the money for the projects or for the obligations outlined by DEP. So right now, based on their history, there's no indication that they're going to do the same. So it doesn't give me any confidence to give my vote to this. And I concur with my colleague, Councilman Rodriguez. I'm just going to let the court decide, because I'm at my ends, because since I've been here on council, I can't speak for the prior councils, but I know I supported every resolution, ordinance, emergency contracts at times to ensure that the funding and financing for projects or day-to-day operations are supported. And here we are in this space, and I can't continue to do that with a black hole and with no proof, with no project plan, with no assurances, and no agreement that the projects are going to be done. And quite frankly, I think that the court has to come in and intervene, because it'll be beneficial for all parties. It'll be a win for our customer base. It'll be a win for the city of Trenton, the council, and future administrations. So I think we're at that point. Trenton Waterworks, our utility, has suffered enough fiscally. It is our marquee asset. It's the largest revenue generating asset for our city. It has job creation. Trenton Waterworks supports and feeds many families. It It supports not only Trentonians, but all the contractors, the multi-million-dollar contracts that we have given Jingoli, we have getting Ted Joji, plumbers and Wade Trim. Trenton Waterworks have fed a lot of people, and we support an economy, a small economy. So for the state to come in with their arrogance and their power to try to muscle a publicly owned utility, shame on them, and try to privatize it because of their inability and capability to provide adequate and fair oversight without politics. But Trenton Waterworks, make no mistake about it, that water utility is a job creator. It funds a lot of jobs for a lot of people, and it feeds a lot of people in Trenton and outside of Trenton and beyond. So,
go
ahead.
It has a storied history. Some of the people that were founders of that were some of the leading lights in the water world and the water treatment world and the like. I mean, it's been around over 100 years. And I think everybody wants the same result. We just have different ways of trying to get there. Because I don't think the DEP really is sold on someone else taking over the system, but they are sold on these things getting done. And I can't tell you to have confidence in the management of waterworks. I don't know these people at this point. If you don't have confidence in them, there's not much I can do about it. But if you do have confidence in the reorganized group, then, you know, I would suggest maybe give them the funding and let them try to do it.
Well, I'm going to say this, Mr. DeHope. No, I don't. Well, this is one of the things that I have an issue with DEP. DEP, one of the violations that the mayor is under is that we can't keep a director over there. Every 3 months, we get a new director. I only been on council for 2 years. At Waterworks, we done have 4 acting directors. How can you have a stable operation if you can't stabilize the management? So why hasn't DEP listed that as a violation? But they're too busy trying to get the council to give more money, and without any without any commitment. And here we are. We got a new director who just started, Mr. Lavenberg, acting, and there's laws around acting directors being perpetual. Mayor Gus Ure has not stabilized the management over at Trenton Waterworks. So that's another reason why I don't want to give the $83 million. Mark just came on board. Last month, it was David Smith. The month before that, it was Stephen Pico. 30 days, 60 days before, 90 days before that, it was, who was it? Dr. Shea. And before Dr. Shea came on board, no, it was Dr. Shea when I first came. But so 4 acting directors. So that's something that any regulator would be concerned with, or any council would be concerned with, any manager, any mayor. But this is the type of incompetence that this council is dealing with when it's the management of our water utility. So no, I don't have the confidence that this mayor has made sure that effective management is over at that utility. The only confidence that I have right now is that we are meeting the obligations, as council president stated, that all we got resources over there. We got the S4. We have the W4 in place. The S4 of the sewer department, which is Joe McIntyre. The W4 is Edmund Johnson. We have the T4 with Taya Brown Humphrey, and we have the C4 with Peter Lupinacci. So we have, and these are all Trentonians, or at least one-time Trentonians. I think 1 or 2 may have moved out of the city since, because they're in compliance. So after 15 years, you can move out and become a non-resident. But we have all the operators, licensed operators, over there running utility. The director position, some may not deem it to be critical because it is a political appointee and it is a role by advice and consent. But nonetheless, it is an important role because they manage the budget and the finances of the utility. And so nonetheless, I think that's something that should be considered, that the management over the water utility has been, it's been unstable and very random. And no, I can't say in good conscience, I trust, given this current state of management that's being recycled and rotated every 90 days, this kind of money without any accountability. Give me some reports. And I would expect the regulator to demand that, and that should be in the ACO. So I don't know if Trenton Water Works is liquid enough to be able to cover its operational costs and its capital projects over the long term. So until some type of audit, and we get a neutral county firm in there to provide us those reports, or if it's court mandated, I'm fine with that. But right now, I feel so the council has lost bargaining power with the administration. They don't want to do the right thing, for lack of a better term, and it is what it is. So I want the court intervention here, and hopefully the court will provide the appropriate guidance pursuant to the laws of our state and our country. And that's all I got to say about that.
President McBride?
Yes.
There's so much to go on, but I'll just say this. Councilwoman Vaughn mentioned her concerns around the instability of the head of the waterworks. It's important to note that we had 4 directors, and Mr. Smith was not renewed. Well, Mr. Pico was not renewed, from my understanding. Mr. Ching Fouché left because, if you listen to public reports and me talking to him directly, he was offended by how he was treated by some members of this council. You can read the newspapers, they're all there as well. And then I know Mr. Smith has experienced some turbulence as it relates to city council. And so, it takes two. It takes 2 groups to make something happen. And I'm realizing, and the record shows, that we could put the instability of the director role at the feet of a council that has been dysfunctional, to say the least. And so to blame folks like Ching Fouché, to blame instability.
Someone to silence their phone because it's another.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's just, there's so much to go on to say about what the councilwoman said, but it's it's very clear that you can just pick up the newspaper and see the turbulence and the disrespect that many of the directors feel, and they're professionals that, quite frankly, don't have to take it, and so they take their talent somewhere else. We had Mr. Pico, Director Pico, who was one of the top water experts in the state, and we let him go. We didn't approve him, and he was someone that brought a significant range of experience. He was a lawyer. He was one of the top water utility lawyers in the state. Had extensive extensive credentials, and this council didn't approve him. So I just wanted to add that to the record so that people can consider that when they're listening to Councilwoman Vaughn. Thank you very much.
Well, thank
Council
you, Mr.
President.
Oh, yes.
Council President, can I ask?
Yes.
Mr. DeHoo, you were talking about the other lawsuit regarding the outside municipalities. Could you speak on that?
Yeah, I can go into a little more detail. They've been allowed to intervene in the DEP's case, and they do join in all the relief the DEP is seeking, but then they go off in their own tangent. they're claiming essentially that since 2012, which was the last time they had a settlement with the city in a pending litigation, that Trenton Waterworks has improperly diverted all kinds of monies to the city of Trenton, and that 65 cents of every dollar that was diverted that way came from people on the outside because they pay more than half of the rates for the water utility, and that this was an unjust enrichment of the city of Trenton, and it really resulted in the rates not being equal because their funds were being used to subsidize taxes in Trenton. So they're claiming wrongdoing on that part, and they want to get into the Trenton Waterworks books just as badly as council does because they're assuming it's going to show wrongful diversion of money from the Trenton Waterworks to the city, and they're claiming because of that there's some kind of constructive trust that ought to be found that really the city has to be managing this water system as a trustee for all the people served by it, not just Trenton, and because of the way it's been mismanaged, as they put it. They believe that the court should order that the governance of the water utility be based on the population of the different entities. In other words, each entity should have representation on some kind of board based on its population, which would mean that those three towns could outvote Trenton and control the waterworks if that were to happen. Now, that's a far-fetched thing. And they don't have ownership interest, and I don't know where they think they get ownership interest because they're buying water from somebody. But, I mean, in some ways, they have some of the same complaints about the utility that I hear the council making. They where's the money going? But for different reasons. The council doesn't know where it's going, and they wonder what happened. These guys are assuming it was used to lower Trenton's tax rate at their expense. And there's a whole bunch of remedies of that sort. And finally, they're saying, right now under the statutes, if a water utility like Trenton that serves the outside charges the same rates to everybody, the BPU does not get to regulate the rates that are charged to the outside systems. They're claiming that, in effect, you're not charging the same amount because with all this money the Trenton Waterworks is turning over to Trenton, you're really subsidizing the Trenton tax system with money from the outside. Now, again, I'm not saying the court's going to buy into any of that, but I would much rather have this argument just being, if there's some money that might have been inappropriately diverted, or not diverted, but, sent to Trenton from Trenton Waterworks, which is a perfectly legitimate thing to do within reason, and certainly it's perfectly legitimate for Trenton to charge some of the costs of some of its departments to the waterworks when people are really doing work to benefit and support the waterworks. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's a question of whether it's being done in excess of what's justifiable or whether it's not. And that's a question of fact that I don't know the answer to at this point. That's their allegation. And it gets to the point, toward the end there where they're saying this is so bad, Your Honor, that really you should just make an order that this system should be sold either to a water utility or to be created authority that will fairly represent everybody. And to the extent you find that the towns were overcharged over the years by Trenton, the proceeds from the sale should be reduced by that amount so that those towns get reimbursed for their overcharges. I mean, that's how far they've gone in this lawsuit. And what I'm saying is that they're going to go nowhere with any of the draconian parts of it as long as the court is convinced that Trenton is serious about keeping an updated and upgraded water system. If the water system's operating properly and providing good quality water, and it's just an issue of money, the court's going to figure out whether you owe them money or they owe you money, and that's going to be it. But if the court gets the impression that you're not willing to keep the system up to snuff, that's when bad things can happen.
So in actuality, we have two lawsuits and we can lose control of the Trenton Waterworks.
Well, right now, DEP is not asking for that. But the DEP is just demanding that those ACOs be enforced. They want the court to adopt a strict schedule, and they wouldn't go any further than that unless Trenton fails to meet the schedule. The towns are going further. My concern is if the DEP were ever to join over and side with the towns and say, we're so frustrated, we just give up. We can't get these guys to comply, so maybe we ought to bring someone else in to run it. And if you had DEP siding with the towns, that would be a whole different ballgame. And we don't want to play that ballgame.
So, yeah, right. So two against one, and then the Trenton Waterworks gets sold, and then what would happen is it would be privatized, and we lose all those Trenton jobs.
And what I'm saying is that, you've made a lot of progress. I mean, the lead stuff needs some cleaning up. If you do the funding, you can meet the reservoir project deadline in good shape. You've made major progress in staffing of the water utility. I don't know at this point, it's too early. I don't know the people running it, but I mean, they certainly have made efforts to staff it up and beef it up. The people of Trenton have a better sense of whether they're happy with the way they're working or not. I'm not there, but they certainly have made efforts to beef it up. And I just don't want to see things put at risk. On the other hand, you have every right if you're concerned about how they might have not spent money properly in the future, or you can't track where the money went to get the answers you want. But I'm just wondering if there isn't a way to get the answers you want while still funding the reservoir project so that you don't give DEP an excuse to give up on Trenton Waterworks.
All right. Thank you
Exactly.
so much, Mr. Doe.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl. Thank you for your time, because, like I said, to me, this is not a laughing matter, and I'm really concerned about people who work at the Trenton Waterworks losing their jobs.
Well, then the mayor and his staff need to meet the ACO. That has nothing to do with us. We didn't sign the ACO, and the ACO, the deadlines that was put in the ACO had nothing to do with the council. The administration moved forward with the ACO, and the lead line. Where is the count with the lead lines? All of the money, $108 million. Where is the count? They're behind on the lead lines. Why?
There's a variety of reasons, and some of them were actually caused by the state. And some of them were caused by not getting started soon enough. For instance, when they were about to let a contract to start doing the work, suddenly local finance board told them they couldn't do it because they had to resolve an issue of whether, I guess, some of the service lines could be replaced for free or whether people had to pay for it. And it took the state 7 months to figure that out. And that's part of the defenses we're waging here. It's not like Trenton has no defenses. It's just that we need to be in a position to tell the court that we are going to comply with the conditions of the ACO. We just need a more reasonable schedule. Well, we're going to do it. We're going to meet the Safe Drinking Water Act. And we're committed to doing that, and we can show a lot of steps that we've taken to do it.
Okay. Council President, may I speak?
So Councilwoman Vaughn, we need to move on and get finished with this docket.
Okay.
We have a couple more ordinances on the book. Mr. DeHope, we appreciate you coming and staying on to answer our questions and to explain to us what was going on. And thanks again. And we look forward to talking to you in the very near future with some good news. Okay.
Okay. Well, very, very good. Thank you for your patience too. So I know you weren't happy with some of the advice, but I just want to give you the best advice I can.
And that's what we want. We want the truth, and you're the expert. So thanks.
All right. Well, then have a good evening, all, and thank you.
All righty. Mr. Collin, can we continue, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to read bond, even though we sort of discussed it. There's also bond ordinance 20-49, a bond ordinance providing for various capital projects and improvements for Trenton Waterworks to be financed at the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank by in the city of Trenton, in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $50 million thereof and authorizing the issuance of $50 million bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. And just for the record, the introduction needs to pass by a majority of the council. The second and public hearing would have to pass by a 2/3 majority.
Okay. All righty. That's a roll call.
Comment on 2048 or 2049?
Roll call for 48 and 49.
Yes, ma'am.
And
we'll call on both of those. And they would have to be done by roll call anyway. Next would be ordinance number 20-50, an ordinance amending ordinance 00-18 entitled, an ordinance continuing certain positions, fixing salary ranges therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of these ranges for AFSCME local number 2286.
So explain that. I don't have my. Explain that to me, Mr. Cruz. What is this for 250? Oh goodness, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam President. What ordinance is this?
It's 20-50.
50.
Is this?
Okay, certain positions, fixing salary. Hold on one second, Madam President. 2050.
It's paper.
This is for the one position, Madam President, and is for the Public Works Inspector. And it is that they're creating the position, and the salary range will be from $42,641 to $67,629.
Wait a minute. They're creating a public works inspector. Mr. Cruz, that's what you said. They're creating a public works inspector.
That is correct, Madam President.
So let me just be clear. So the ASME workers haven't had a contract in 2 years. In the budget, you set aside money to give them so that they could get their raises. And now you're telling me that you want to create a position, but yet and still the positions that are already on the books, these people are working and for $40,000. And I just don't understand this, Mr. Cruz. You know, when are you guys going to go into the negotiations for the union to get their raises? 2 years, Mr. Cruz.
Madam President, so to answer your first question about the creation of this position, it is one position, which is for the Public Works Inspector. There is a memo attached to the resolution from Mr. Wally, Director of Public Works, and it says that it says over the years, Anthony Santora, Chief Traffic Maintenance and Operations, and Holger Stevens, Principal Engineer, share the responsibilities of a Public Works Inspector, which makes them unable to keep up with their own existing workload. In order to effectively be able to keep up with the inspections or utility road openings and streets, sidewalks construction, this position should be filled by a full-time Public Works Inspector. Prior to layoffs, it says prior to layoff, there used to be two positions in the Division of Engineering budget. So right now there are zero, and being that the position was eliminated, they have to create it back on the salary ordinance. But it has nothing to do with the.
My advice to Wally is to get one of his employees out of the basement and get him into the and you guys start negotiating this contract for this union, and stop telling the union workers that there's a reason that you're not negotiating their contract after 2 years. That's where I'm at on this. But you can do whatever you want. Roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yes. So, Madam President, regarding the negotiations, we have been having ongoing negotiations with both unions, 2281 and 2286. In fact, we have another round of negotiations next week with 2281. But 2286, we had to sit down with them. I believe it was last week. It's just that, there are a lot of asking, and we just got to go and do our due diligence and, get through the bottom of it and both parties agree. But we have been having negotiations.
Our term will be up in another year, another 2 years, Mr. Cruz. Our term will be up in a little while. It's taking you 2 years to get to the table. I hope these people get a raise before the next 2 years. I really do. So
Everything is it's retroactive, Madam President. So they're not being affected. So whatever terms are, we come to a conclusion, those terms will be retroactive back to the beginning of their new contract period.
That'll be a good
Council President?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
I'm glad you brought up I'm glad you brought up the word AFSCME tonight, because I could still picture in my head when we had to vote on a budget in the conference room and everybody was in there with AFSCME and everybody who voted against it ran out of the room real quick. So when AFSCME reached out to the council members and asked them to vote for the budget, everybody voted against it. So now you're bringing up AFSCME. What happened then? I guess we forget about that.
Councilman Harrison, let me just be real clear with you. The administration used the council because they did not want to negotiate with the union. And you can get on board with them instead of getting on board with your constituents. That's your issue. But I know that the council had nothing to do with the reason that the AFSCME unions didn't get a raise. And if you think that, then you are part of the problem.
Wait. So when AFSCME reached out to you, Council President, right? They reached out to you, and you guys said no. So it is kind of funny because tonight you guys got caught in lies after lie after lie. So,
okay, Joe.
Council President, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, first of all, the contract has to be negotiated with the administration. Council cannot say yay or nay or be part of the negotiations. We have to wait till the administration brings the resolution or the ordinance to us to sign off on it when they finally agree on a contract. We had nothing to do with stopping any kind of raises. I don't know where you're getting that from. Thank you.
So, Mr. Collins,
so we're forgetting about AFSCME reaching out to us then. So it's okay.
They didn't have a reason to reach out to us. They should have been reaching out to the administration. That's what we're trying to explain to you, but I know you don't get it. Mr.
I do get it. I do get it because I voted in favor of AFSCME, and you guys voted against them. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mr.
vote against them.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, the council president is speaking, please.
2050 is roll call.
Yes, ma'am. We had 2050 as roll call. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, ma'am. Next, we have ordinance 20-51, an ordinance of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, to change the election date of the nonpartisan regular municipal election from the second Tuesday in May to the date of the November general election commencing in the year 2020.
Okay. I want to speak to that, Council President.
Go right ahead.
Firstly, it has to be a correction there. It should be in the year 2022.
It is 2022.
Yeah, but Matthew said 2020.
Actually, there was a mistake on the docket. It does say 2022 on the actual ordinance. I will make that correction to the docket. My apologies.
Yes. So that's the proposal for the general election, to move the current municipal May election to be executed during the general election. Folks will recall that we did pass that ordinance back in March, but there were some errors in the legal language that the council now has to repeal it and vote on its proper language. So, and that's why it's back on the docket again. So it's a combination of repeal and asking the vote of the council to enact it. So, and that's all I have to say about that, unless, is Ed Kaloji on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this was an error, and I certainly assume responsibility. Council passed an ordinance back on March 5th, adopting an ordinance that simply changes the date of the nonpartisan election from May to November. It doesn't change the fact that it's going to remain a nonpartisan election. It doesn't change anything else. The error was that there was also language in there that spoke to a referendum. And after reviewing it in retrospect, Mr. Morelli and I came to the collective conclusion that a referendum is not required and that the mere passage of the ordinance was enough to effectuate the date change. But because there was superfluous language in there, we didn't want confusion, we didn't want any legal issues, so we thought the easiest way to clean it up would be to simply pass a new ordinance saying only what we needed it to say and repealing the ordinance that we had already passed. So this is doing nothing more than what we did on March 5th, which is changing the date of the municipal election, the regular municipal election in May to November.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Kaloji, this ordinance automatically extends our terms until from July 1st to December 31st, correct?
It's right in the ordinance. We cite the statutory section, subsection C, that says that. Ordinarily, your terms would be up June 30th, but because you're changing the date to November, your terms would be extended to comply with the extension of the time.
Okay. I've been doing a lot. Thank you, Mr. Kaloji, for answering that. I just wanted the public to be aware of that.
No problem.
No problem. I've been doing a lot of research and a lot of reading as it relates to the origin of spring elections. It was really a change during the progressive era to decouple municipal elections from partisan elections. And so the idea in the 20s and the 30s, there was a huge wave of cities saying, we want municipal elections to not be partisan. And so there was a feeling that if elections were held in November, that they would have a partisan bent. And so the move to nonpartisan elections were generally in concert with the change to spring elections. Now, I definitely understand the rationale of this ordinance. I understand that there is a hope to increase turnout, and I am definitely sympathetic to that desire to increase turnout. I think that the city of Trenton's turnout is very low, and I would hope that it increases. However, I think that there are some concerns that I have with changing it to November that I think are troubling to Trenton. Number one, I think that even though it's still going to be a nonpartisan election, I am concerned about this is a step towards partisan elections. And I think partisan elections would not do the city of Trenton any good. I think that you can say what you want about government in Trenton, but generally, municipally elected people in Trenton are not a part of a machine. There's a separate base that people in Trenton are able to elect their people, and that they don't have to first be pre-selected by partisan leaders. Another thing that I am concerned about is that switching the election from the spring, where we are an independent, we are the only kind of game in town, causes two issues. Number one, it's going to cost more money to run an election in November or in the fall, because you're going to have partisan elections jacking up the price of running for office. So it's going to make running for office much more difficult because things are cheaper and it's more likely for someone who doesn't have a lot of resources to run in the spring than it is for folks to run in the fall when you have state assembly races and state senate races and other freeholder races. And I'm concerned about that because I believe that we should be trying to allow folks to run for office who may not have a lot of resources. I think this is going to benefit people who have a lot of financial resources. And then finally, I think another thing that we should consider is that when you have an election in the spring, it provides an opportunity for the people of Trenton to have a robust, non-distracted conversation about what exactly is happening in our city. It's election season every 4 years. We would have the opportunity, now every 2 years, if the referendum is passed, that in the spring, we don't have to worry about different races. We can focus completely for 3 or 4 months about the direction of the city. Whereas if we do it in the fall, I believe that there's going to be a possibility of us being, there'll be multiple races, multiple, attentions. We have a short attention spans anyway as Americans. And that I think that what also may happen is that there may be drop off. So what happens is when you have multiple races on a ballot, there's something called drop off where, people vote for the partisan elections and they'll get down to the municipal elections and they'll say, oh, I don't know anything about this. I'm just voting in the partisan elections. So those are the 4 reasons why I think we should, think about this. There have been movements on the state level to enhance voting. Because of COVID, vote by mail is a lot more extensive than it has historically been. There have been drastic increases in turnout due to vote by mail that would, I hope, elevate the number of people voting in the city of Trenton. And also there's been developments as it relates to registration. And so I think that we should see the impact of those changes as opposed to changing it to November for the reasons that I outlined in my statement tonight. Thank you very much. I'm going to vote no on this, but I just wanted people to consider the other side of changing the election date. There's pros and cons on both sides, and I would just hope that we select the date that offers us the most advantages and the least disadvantages. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. The last time we voted for this, it passed 5-2. Of course, Councilman Blakely voted no last time, and I didn't expect him to change it this time. He voted, I believe the other no was Councilman Harrison. If folks take the time to read the details of the ordinance, the benefits of it is that it will increase voter participation. Everyone knows at the general election, the numbers increase substantially, exponentially, because the general election, the reason why more voters come out is because that's the day off. You get the day off for the general election in November. In May, what happens in May? This is why we have such a low voter turnout of any municipality, because every municipality in the state, including all the other 12 municipalities in Mercer County, has their elections, has eliminated the May election, and everybody has opted to move to the general election. It allows folks to participate on their day off, to go to the polls in droves. And also, it decreases the election expenses. We're a fiscally distressed city. We can't afford to have 2 election. And that's what the May election presents. The other benefit is, I mean, for us to be, Trenton is so behind the 8 ball with this issue. As I said, every municipality and Mercer County has moved their elections to May. And every municipality has an elected school board. So in their general election, not only do they vote for their nonpartisan candidates, their municipal election, they also vote for their school board, and they vote for the partisan election. So we're just a little bit behind, and this will align us with all forms of all other municipalities across our state and in our own county. The state has 561 municipalities. They all have, of that, I think it's only 3 that doesn't have not moved their May election to the general, and one of them includes Trenton. So all those issues that Councilman Blakely mentioned are just antiquated and just not in the best interest of Trentonians, as he's never has interest in Trentonians. And as far as the partisan election, I think he mentioned that this will heighten the chances that the municipal election will become partisan. Well, that's not going to happen. And that's something that has to be done by law as well. And I doubt if that will happen in any time, if ever. So these hypotheticals and examples of negativity and scare tactics and fear to keep Trentonians from progressing, we don't need that type of advocacy. We need folks that's going to advocate for change, for progress, for fiscal responsibility and savings, and increased voter turnout, more civic engagement, and this is what this presents, an opportunity for that. As far as us getting an extension, the law, this is a one-time change, and in that change, if we maintain at a May election, we would conclude our term in May 2022. Because if this passes, we'll go to November 2022. That only extends our term to 6 months. So to the end of the year, to the end of 2022. And that's a small extension considering the gain of what this will do for our municipality in civic engagement and voter turnout. So that's it. That's all I have to say about that. And I hope all my other council members who voted for it in March will see the benefit and apply their vote to it once again to have it pass supermajority. And I appreciate your support on this. And thank you very much. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Council President.
All righty. So that will be a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
And so now we will move straight into the public comment. I hope that there's some public residents still on. We knew that this was going to be a very long meeting based on the docket. We did cut it down some so we wouldn't be here to 2 or 3 o'clock this morning. So I thank Mr. Cruz and Mr. Morelli for doing that. We could move straight to public comment.
For the record, and please limit your comments to the public docket items only, and please wait to be recognized by the chair to speak. Thank you. Are there any public comments?
Yes, may I?
State your name.
Jeffrey.
State your
Laurenti.
name.
Can you hear me? Jeffrey Laurenti, 464 Hamilton Avenue, Trenton. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Madam President, members of council, first, let me congratulate you on your endurance. I have been listening since the meeting began, and Trenton's voters should know more of your time commitment and your dedication. There are two items proposed for Thursday's docket on which I would like to address the council in only a preliminary way. The first is the ordinance 2051 just discussed. I appreciate that the council is trying to address our dysfunctional system of municipal elections. And as I understand it, this is going to be the third time this year the council has taken up a measure proposing changes in the city election system. A citizen might have reason to think that these measures have not had adequate research and community input when one runs through them. The law department's discovery that one of the two measures council approved in the spring for the November ballot doesn't have to be submitted to the people actually gives council an opportunity to think more broadly. Councilman Blakely has raised a number of concerns, some of which on first hearing may be plausible, others on first hearing to me seem baseless, but they are part of why perhaps a more careful study is required. Back in 1961, the voters in Trenton approved the report of a charter study commission that led to the adoption of the Mayor Council Plan C form under which we continue to operate, changing from the City Commission form that was instituted in 1911. So you had 50 years of that. They had a Charter Study Commission. Trenton had changed a lot. Another 58 years have now gone by, and Trenton has changed a lot since 1961-62. This would actually be a good time for Trenton to summon a new Charter Study Commission to gather the best political science research available on urban politics and make recommendations to the council and to Trenton's voters on reforming our municipal elections. A disinterested commission can consider questions like bracketing slates of candidates on the ballot, runoff in a nonpartisan form, and the big question with the ordinance before you for this week is what happens when the November election does not produce majority winners for council at large, for mayor, or for ward councils. But you still then have to have, at a reduced level of turnout, 28 days later, a runoff. And if you don't, you really run major risks of a breakdown in a city political system that assumes majority rule. It can study the question of the alternation of ward and at-large elections, whether they should be together so that you have a coherent vision for the city, or separated as the other resolutions adopted back in the spring would require, or partisan competition, the way real politics operate in the rest of the world. All of this would be best addressed by councils proposing to the people a charter study commission that would make its report next year. And it's one thing if a charter study commission in its report, which may in the end report simply what Councilwoman Vaughn is suggesting, a shift of the elections for reasons of economy, otherwise a similar system to November and December. It's one thing for a Charter Study Commission to say, and the existing council's term should be extended 6 months. There's another air altogether to the council deciding to give itself 6 more months on its own say-so without either voter or anybody else's approval. The other item on Thursday's docket on which I would like to offer comments, if it's still on, I didn't hear it discussed, was item 20-448 on Columbus Park.
That's not on the agenda.
Yes, sir, that is not on the docket, so we're going to have to ask you not
Not on the docket.
I'm delighted not to have to talk about it. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your service to our city, and I know that we are now testing. It is 6 hours, and so thank you for that service too, and good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Council President, you have Caitlin Fair raising her hand.
Pardon me?
You have Ms. Caitlin Fair raising her hand to be recognized.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, this is Caitlin Fair, 215 South Clinton Avenue. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the gentleman who spoke before me. I think that this matter requires a much more intensive and thorough investigation of the pros and cons of what's being suggested. And I also just wanted to clarify that I'm not sure who all has off on Election Day. But that certainly is not something that everyone has off. I think perhaps people who work in government have off on Election Day, but I believe most people who are in the workforce do not get a day off on Election Day. That's not a federally recognized holiday. So I don't know that that point stands in regards to this particular matter. But this is a very serious thing. And while I myself am uncertain about the pros and cons in either direction, some of the concerns that Councilman Blakely raised, I'd be interested in hearing more about. And I think there's potential for this to be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the answers to some of those questions that the gentleman before me raised. And I think there are also potentially other ways that this could be considered in regards to changing the election process for municipal elections. So I do agree that this is something that deserves a much more thorough investigation prior to making any changes. And I also absolutely 100% agree that it would be unfair to extend the term of this council without voter approval for that. I do believe this council is doing its very best, but it has been wrought with dysfunction from the beginning, and I, for one, would not be pleased with any extension of this particular council's term without voter approval. So that's what I have to say on that matter. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments from the public?
Yes.
State your name for the record, sir, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Carver. I live at number 4 Alpha Place, Lawrence, New Jersey. Since you started this whole session, I've been listening patiently, and the first issue you started with, which I would like to just take, is a little bit of consultation.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Your connection is very, very bad. Are you talking through a speakerphone? If you could take yourself off speakerphone, that might clear it up a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and please state your name and address for the record again.
Dr. Carver, 4 Alpha Place, Trenton, New Jersey. Anyway, I was with you during the beginning of the session. My first comment is on the 5G. The 5G, it's a very good idea, but as the COVID is now taking over everything, we are now in a new norm. And as the technical officer was giving a brief recommendation of the importance of the 5G, so as the commoners, there is a lot of way out with the 5G. It's very economical if you, the authority, take into consideration. 5G is so powerful that it can tolerate, self-driving vehicles, tolerate you to go wherever you go with your handset, with your cell phone, you have the access to have a very good reception. But in the other hand, they have to encourage Americans to produce smart TVs.
smart TV can act exactly like your phone so that it can cut down the cost of what we call the cable, which is very exorbitant, and most of the cable in the poor areas, they they exploit the poor people by, building monopoly. So, but see, the 5G right now, most of our kids, most of the population, that have they use their computer, and the computer relies on internet, which is smart television. That technology can help you. You can connect to the internet just like the way you connect with your phone, and at the same time you can cut down the expenditure of cable. I think whenever that particular type of discussion comes on, I will appreciate if you can invite to come in and give a little bit of insight into this activity instead of, because this monopoly gives kills us, it makes us spend unnecessarily. And secondly, there's a lot of money coming out of Trenton. It's not easy. It depends on the administrative, the way the money is spent. There should be a package for each and every content of loan, or what I would say, the contract that you're giving out. There should be an educational package for young people to be trained in order for themselves to pick up some of these activities instead of giving out the money, millions of dollars to outsiders who are coming, taking the project, taking the contract. The money goes like, it goes out of the community. So in a sense, you go down to Trenton, it seems like it's a very poor area. But it's because, the concentration is not on the local indigenous Trenton who are there, Trentonians, that are doing the job. People come from Pennsylvania to come and work in Trenton. It's too much. It's too much. We're seeing the money, just like you have a bucket with a hole in it, it's going down. So what I would suggest is, they give more of, in any package. There should be an amount of training package injected into it, and with the legal language of how you should go about, in order to implement this type of packages, just like Canada. They do their community development or community areas. These are the things they do. They include institutions like research institutions, polytechnics, so that they can train Trentonians. It's very, 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 very cheap when you do most of this type of contract at home or in the ministry itself. I listen to you carefully. Some of the contracts you give, it's not necessary to be given as a contract. It has to be, tailored into each department. Then there will be a way to employ people. There are people who are there who are ready to work. There are people who are there, even in the neighborhood, like Lawrence, Hamilton, who are ready, young, and you have the master college where you can get people from there. You have trained engineers, you train technicians, carpenters. They're there. But in a sense, when you give this contract to individual contractors from other young people, they have their own interested people that will bring in. And in most cases, even the jobs, are run by recruiters who are. I'm not discriminating, but most of these recruiters are Indian. They recruit Indians. If you go to most of these recruiting services, it's run by the department, and most of the technical areas are run by Indians. So it's something which is very, very important. So I think so far that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Collins, is there anyone else?
I do not see anybody else. Are there any other participants who wish to speak during public portion with regard to the docket only? We have Miss Evangeline Ugori. Council President?
Yes.
Ms. Ugori, please go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Ugori, you're still on mute. You're going to have to unmute yourself before you speak, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Proceed. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, Evangeline Ugorji, 652 Adeline Street, Trenton, New Jersey. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and address the council this evening. Good evening to other fellow Trenton residents and those who work with us here in the city. I'd like to thank this council for working diligently, albeit sometimes at loggerheads, which is good for the political process. It's good to have a dialogue. We don't all have to agree. We can agree to disagree. But I do want to thank this council, the majority of it, for working on behalf of the people, especially with reference to issues that relate to the waterworks, Trenton Waterworks. Madam President of the council hit the nail on the head about my opinion regarding all that's going on, especially with reference to the current lawsuit. And that issue that she brought to the table in the way of hitting the nail on the head that I mean is the fact that the common denominator in all of this stuff has always been the DEP. The DEP put out the figures that it has overseen appropriated to the Trenton Waterworks for infrastructural developments and improvements, renovations, whatever you want to call it. The DEP mentioned that those things have not been done. Going back to the covering of the reservoirs, to other infrastructural pipe changes, now to the lead pipe changes and all of that stuff. Where was the DEP in all of this here and did not hold previous administrations accountable for what they did not do and sanction them and then take them to court? Another issue that relates to this here has to do with the administration or that same Trenton Waterworks, as has been mentioned here by Madam President as well, and all others who supported her, as I've been listening to, with specific reference to Councilwoman Vaughn's point. Yes, the directorship of the Trenton Waterworks is an appointed at discretion position. However, one has to wonder, at least I wonder, as a constructive working taxpaying member of this year Trenton City, one has to wonder, why do we keep having all these revolving doors of people being brought from outside to try to manage this Trenton Waterworks, when we have people, as has been alluded to earlier here, who are appropriately licensed, I'm talking vastly experienced working there, and are in fact behind the scenes doing the work of all these people that are being brought from the outside, in essence teaching their bosses to be their bosses. Okay, all these companies. Suffice it to say that in my opinion, as I have said previously, what I perceive going on here is a lot of dubiosity, a lot of duplicity, a lot of money laundering, basically in this here stock exchange that is the Trenton Waterworks, okay? And by extension, the Trenton City administration in the City Hall. To put it succinctly, it is my considered opinion the reason that they have not tapped into those who are well qualified, that are working and that are actually doing the work, training all these outside forces who are coming in from outside, making all these monies more than them, and going back to their suburban neighborhoods and spending our taxpayer money incomes, recently six-figure incomes that they are making at our taxpayers' expense. The reason that they have not tapped into those who are there behind the scenes supporting these people is because these qualified people don't meet their definition of people qualified in terms of visibility. And I'm speaking with specific reference to being people of color. Okay, being people of color, maybe they just not the right qualification, despite the fact that they are actually doing the work, but not the right packaging, so to say, to be there at the directorship position. I dare say that we have people there, they have been mentioned this evening, that should have been tapped into to do this work, that have been accountable, working diligently for over 20, 30 years, in some cases, that should have been tapped into to do this work. These people leave here, they have worked there, they have the requisite licensures, that they live in Trenton and they pay taxes here in Trenton. Why are we having these revolving doors back and forth, because these same people, they have the powers that be, the administrations, including the current one, have realized that these are not members of quote-unquote their clique. They do not belong and will not continue to foster all this quid pro quo and all this laundering that's going on, because make no mistake about it, that's what's going on. Okay? I can't say it put it any better than all the council president and all her supporting council colleagues have said this evening. That is essentially what's happening, okay? It's preposterous, it's ridiculous. Enough already, okay? So going back to the administration in City Hall, I also want to thank all of you Councilman Rodriguez, Madam President, Madam Vice President, Ms. Vaughn, all of you that are supporting reasonable checks and balances, especially against the current, what I'd like to call the ACC production, vis-a-vis Adam Cruz, Colin Cherry production, with all the obfuscation in your resolution productions and the answers that you don't have every time you are asked. You know, just trying to pull a wool over the eyes of the council people, and they're not letting you. I want to say kudos to the council. I want to say thank you. I'll have more to say specifically, but I just wanted to get all these here off my chest. It is good to have a dialogue, but the bleeding has to stop. The corruption has to stop. Who the hell do you people think you're kidding? We are the vested Trenton residents that are paying taxes on all these issues, and we demand an answer, and we demand a stop to the carnage. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments? We have J.G. Guest, Council President. If you could please state your name for the record and your address.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jonathan Gordon, 1115 Clinton Street, Newark, New Jersey. Longtime resident of Trenton, and I just want to communicate how important our water utility is to Trenton and the region, as the Delaware is brackish until the falls there. And I haven't heard anybody talk about climate change in this entire conversation. We have a responsibility to the community 50 years from now to look at that and be able to say we can provide fresh drinking water when the rest of the country may not have that opportunity. If you look at the current federal projections on what the water table is going to do in our region and throughout the country in the next 50 years, we're going to be facing a very different situation. So I want you to really kind of bear that in mind when you're making your decisions now for what can happen 50 years down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public? Second call. Madam President, we have no more further comments to cover from the public. You may move on to civic comments.
Motion to close public comment.
My apologies. Motion to close public portion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. Public portion is closed. We will now proceed to civic comments.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Given the hour, I don't have anything to discuss. I just want to say one quick thing about the 5G. I see that Mr. Jones has hung in there with us. I did ask, for those reports on the jobs and what specific they are, what salary ranges, what skill sets, etc. If you can give me that report, Mr. Jones. And also, I did meet with Verizon, also your competitor AT&T, on the same subject, and I asked them for the same report related to jobs and interns and, of course, internships and things like that, opportunity for the citizens of the city and all your community givebacks. And one of the other components that I would like a report on from you, and I believe our CTO, Joe Rivera, is working on that, is the list of nonprofit organizations that you have contributed to. AT&T, I think their number, if I'm not mistaken, was 300,000, and they gave to some of our typical nonprofits in the city of Trenton. You gave, oh yes, you did send something over, and you gave $500,000 to various nonprofit organizations that support the city. And I'm kind of concerned about that because the monies you're giving these nonprofits, again, on the backs of Trentonians, but yet these folks come in and collect money in our city, but yet they go elsewhere and we never see it on the ground. So you've earmarked funds for Trenton to support your partnership and support your community givebacks, but yet the nonprofit organizations that you gave that money to, utilizing Trenton's circumstances and with their commitment to support Trenton, and they don't. We don't see that money. So we want more oversight and accountability on that end. So and I see that, and we would like to see more contribution there, a higher number, because the $500,000, when I reviewed it, it only took us back to, I think you only gave to one of the nonprofits, I believe it was Catholic Charities. I think it was like only $15,000, and that was 2020. I think most of your larger contributions happened back in 2012. So I don't see your commitment to the community in that sector. So I would like to see more of a community give back and an investment in our nonprofit, supporting our nonprofits, because those entities support Trenton. But in turn, hold them accountable. If they're not using that money in our borders and it was earmarked to do so, then I have some serious issue with that. So if you can get me that list, along with the job creation and with the attributes I asked, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I just wanted to respond to one thing about the election ordinance. The fact of the matter is the council's not taking any liberties. This council is very compliant with the laws. We take our job seriously. We don't just opt to extend our 6 months as a result of moving the election. The state, the laws that govern this municipality allows us to move the election by ordinance, by the sitting council. And anyone who thinks they can come in here and try to take our powers that we can't do and exercise as we were expected to do, that we are expected to do by statute and by the powers that was given to us and the privilege that was given us to serve, then they got another thing coming. The ordinance speaks clear on how a municipality is supposed to move the election, and we're following that law and ordinance to the hilt. And I would recommend anybody who's on this call to read the ordinance and read the law and apply it. Every other municipality who changed their election has followed that law, and we will do the same, and we will not be held to another standard. So we will follow the process the same way other municipalities are permitted to follow the process. We don't need any input from folks who are not elected officials telling us how we should govern and support our constituents and govern in this municipality. It's arrogant, and it will not be tolerated, won't be tolerated by me. So that ordinance is clear, and that's the process. That's how every other municipality has done it, and we'll do it the same. And Mr. Council President, I thank you, and I thank all who has taken the time to work with us and partner with us and helping to move our city forward. And I look forward to the meeting on Thursday. Thank you, Council President.
Good night. Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes, good night to everybody. First, I have to congratulate Mr. Conlon for sticking with us with this through this marathon. But usually it's not that long, so it will be less time. I was a very bit disappointed with the 5G company when I asked them if they were going to have public hearings for our residents, you know, like, well, they took advantage of the loophole, the FCC until last year, you had to have the hearings. But now our president changed the laws, so gave these big monsters, big corporations more power. Now they don't even have to have hearings. So a company, an emporium, multinational that does not agree to have at least one hearing for the public, for the residents of the area where they want to establish their business for 15 years, a company like that does not deserve my vote. So I will be voting no to the contract. I will probably check the competition and see if they are willing to come to talk to the people, you know, about the issue of waterworks going to court. The city, you know, I believe that the best thing will be for the people to take us to court, because if the court requests financial records from waterworks, request to know what happened with those millions of dollars that were issued on bonds for repairs, for the cover, for cars, for everything. They within the last 10 years, millions and millions of dollars have been issued. Also, for the past 2 years, when Dr. Chair was there, yes, we used to ask him questions about these emergency contracts. I know there were at least 2 or 3 of us that were asking him questions, but every single thing, every single contract was approved. Everything that came to us from Waterworks was approved. Everything until these bonds, $83 million bonds, because for about 8 months now, we have been waiting for that forensic audit. That's when we voted that. We had the resolution, Mr. Harrison. We have a resolution approved. I believe it was about 4 or 5 votes. So the mayor, 2 weeks ago, the mayor said that I'm not going to do no forensic audit. They took their time. For the RFP, they took all the time in the world. But because they have no intentions of conducting the forensic audit. Still, they have no intentions. That's why they say, if we approve the bonds, you know what's going to happen? They get their money and forget about the audit. Who's going to force us to do it? Nobody's going to force us to do it. No. So let's go to court and let the judge decide that. Let the judge decide, because for years, you know, all this started about 13 years ago when an ex-mayor decided to sell parts of Waterworks to American Water. He made a promise, but our residents, they heard a referendum and they beat him. 70% against selling Waterworks. But still, through the years, what they did was fail to replace the personnel as they were retiring. And I know because I know the people that were working there, they retired and they were never replaced. So that at a point, they were what was going to look very bad. So that it could be privatized. It could be sold to American Waters, but it's not going to happen. They have all these companies, Waytrim, Bank 3, CDM Smith, Operational Services, that was Waytrim. Waytrim branched into Operational Services because we refused to renew their contract. Waytrim's contract. We said, no. We don't need you here because we have plenty of engineers. So they brought up Operational Services. Two of them, big honchos from Operational Services, came and gave us a presentation. I thought it was Waytrim. Oh, no, they say, oh, no, it's Operational Services, not Waytrim. But inside the package they gave us, the documents, or their experience was Waytrim. They mentioned Waytrim. Now, today, we have our mayor. He hired one of those people from Operational Services to be the acting director. Operational Services equals Waytrim. So right after that, I understand that recently another Waytrim worker was hired. Also, Mr. Smith from Waytrim. Eventually, Waytrim is going to be running the management of Trenton Water Works. So we don't need to sell it to American Waters because American Waters, through Waytrim, is controlling it. They are all connected. American Water, Waytrim came from Detroit, connections with American Water, connections with the politicians, the big honchos, DEP, all of them, because what they want is to privatize. They're not going to be able to privatize waterworks, but they could privatize the management, like the townships are asking for. Privatize or have a commission, like Mr. D'Angelo wanted to have there. A commission, the Lena Reynolds, D'Angelo, Verelli, they wanted to have a commission to control waterworks. Councilwoman Robin Bond and I were the only two council people that went to the hearings to talk against it because that was against Trenton. That commission was going to give Trenton 2 representatives and 17 from the county. That's the way it's going. They want the still that ex-mayor that made the promise to American Water that he was going to sell them. He's still telling our mayor, so-called mayor, what to do, how to do it so that he can privatize Trenton Water Works. So he could make more millions. That's what's going on. Okay? That's what's going on. We better watch out. If the EP wants to take us to court, let them take them to court. That way we could bring our case. What happened with those millions of dollars? Where are they at? That's what the county is asking for, but they claim that the money came to City Hall for the budget. No, I don't know where the money went. That's my question for the past 2 years. Where did the money go? That's why I said we need a forensic audit. And not only of waterworks, we need a forensic audit of the whole city. Good night.
Thank you. Councilman Mushal.
No comment. Thank you. Good night.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes, we're talking about the Trenton Waterworks. Like you said, we have not one, but we have 2 lawsuits. We have 3 council members who keep talking about a forensic audit. Tonight, Mr. Morelli said that one of the 3 could have been on a committee regarding the forensic audit, but none of them chose to do that. So we got FCC saying tonight that they were involved in the Trenton Police Department. That was a lie. FCC was involved in the Trenton school system. That's a lie. we've had members on council before saying that people were going to go to jail regarding a building that's empty right across it. I'm looking right at it right now. The empty Roebling 2, Prince Tell, people were going to go to jail. Never happened. So I think maybe we start looking ourselves in the eye, in the mirror, because my constituents, I'm out in the community all the time, trying to make a difference in my community all the time. All the time. So at the end of the day, maybe we should say to ourselves, are we going to lose it, or are we going to be giving away the Trenton Waterworks? Because you got 2 lawsuits, and you have the state and everybody else saying that this council doesn't think this is serious. So I guess these 3 council members are gonna play chicken, and then if we lose it and it gets privatized and those jobs get lost, not going to be on me, okay? And remember, I'm going to say this again. This is what I said. AFSCME wanted the city council members to approve the budget. I never said AFSCME salaries. I did not say that about a raise. I never brought up AFSCME raise. They deserve a raise, but I never said that. I said AFSCME members wanted the city council members to vote for the budget, but they didn't. They ran out of the building, jumped in the car, and took off. Because I remember, because I was there. It was hilarious. But now we're talking about the raise. Well, who on here is not for AFSCME and anybody in the city getting a raise? We all are. There you go. Thanks, and have a good night, everybody.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, good evening, everybody. And first of all, sometimes the problem with this council is that some people have a tendency to recycle old issues instead of moving forward. And I, for one, did not offer to go on that committee for the RFP, because then I wouldn't be able to cast a vote. There would be a conflict, and I don't think any council member should be on that committee at all. But I want to thank the public for coming tonight, especially the folks that spoke to us and voiced their opinions. I want to thank the administration for bearing with us through this long meeting and all these questions. But most of all, I want to welcome our new clerk, and I want to thank him for running a good meeting tonight, and I look forward to working with you down the road, Mr. Conlon, and I wish you well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the kind words.
Councilman Blakely.
Thank you very much. This has been a very long meeting, over 6 hours, over 6.5 hours, and I'm glad that it's wrapping up. I think that we would be wise to listen to the wise words of Jeff Laurenti, a distinguished Trentonian. I think it's a good idea if we are going to consider changes to election dates and other structural changes to the city government. I think it would be prudent to have a charter study commission that would allow us to look at these decisions in a very broad context. And so I would implore my colleagues to not, vote on this in isolation. I think that having a, nonpartisan, non-political committee to review these things, to lessen the perception that increasing our term by more than 10% is self-serving. And so, again, I want to say that there is a perception in this community that increasing our term by 10%, by more than 10%, is self-serving. I find it interesting. I was going to go somewhere that I'm not going to go in because I feel like engaging in petty name calling is not important. It's not productive. But I think it's shocking to think that we would consider that. We should think about this in a broader way. Also, I would like to make comments about the increase in violence in the city. I am hoping to have Director Coley. Director Coley, are you on the line? Director Coley, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Coley. I am looking forward to you presenting a plan to this council. I am really disturbed by the recent increases in the murder rate. I have spoken to many of my constituents who don't feel safe in this city and are really being impacted by the violence. And I look forward to your providing us with a plan to mitigate the increase in violence in this city. And so hopefully that can be done on Thursday. If we have to do it in an executive session due to the confidentiality of your plan, I hope that, that can be accomplished very soon. Today, I made my position clear on the waterworks. I made my position clear on the 5G rollout. I made my position on, those issues very clear. And so I won't, rehash those issues. But I really hope that we reconsider. Listen, this is not about Jarrell Blakely. I think I'll win regardless of when the election is. I don't have a problem with that. But I just think that we should think about this in a broad way, in a very responsible way. And I think the suggestion of us looking or instituting a charter review commission is a prudent one as we seek to enhance the format of Trenton. We may decide to do away in a charter review commission with the position of a full-time mayor. We may decide that there may be other forms of government that we want to decide. We may decide that it may be a good idea for us to have a partisan election. We won't know that until we actually study it, and it's not just a council deliberation, but rather it's a community deliberation. My colleagues are discussing the importance of meetings for the 5G rollout. I think that if we are going to be changing the tenor of government, that we should make it very collaborative. And if we're going to especially increase our terms by 12.5%, then we should have a community conversation, because if we don't, it looks like we are being self-serving by approving, an increase in increase in pay for the extra 6 months, as well as an increase in time. And so I hope you all consider that, and I hope you all have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I wanted to touch bases. It's late, and first I want to thank all of the residents for coming on. It's been a very long evening, and like I stated earlier, we did cut it short. We did remove some of the things off the docket so we wouldn't be here. So I'm going to just first touch bases. I'm going to talk about the violence in the city of Trenton. In 2019, we had 11 deaths. 2020, as of today, we had 28 deaths. That's 127% more than we had in 2019. And the population is 83,203 people. We are outpacing Chicago right now per capita. And Baltimore, we are running neck to neck with the 10 most dangerous cities in the United States. Camden had 209. In 2019, they had 21 deaths. In 2020, they're down. They had 8 deaths. They're 62% minus. In Newark, they so far this year has only had, in 2019, they had 35 deaths. And to date, they've had 26, unless something happened over the weekend that I don't have. I'm saying all this to say that we are 5 square miles. 5 square land miles is the city of Trenton. To have 28 deaths in this city and still have a third of the year to go is a serious, serious tragedy. I believe that there's things that can be done, that should be done, and I believe that everybody has to be accountable for allowing this type of death rate to skyrocket. I remember in 2005 and 2005 when we had the 29 hours of death. I think that in that year we had 31 deaths, and I think that we're at this rate, we are about to surpass that. And that's a sad day for Trenton, a very sad day. Things have to change. I look forward to hearing a plan. I look forward to hearing from the prosecutor's office about the homicides in this city. And I look forward to Mr. Our Housing and Economic Director to basically address one of the issues that contributes to this type of violence. Just one, because there's many components to it, but the biggest component is the poverty level. And I think that any time that we can give our residents jobs to help them transition from the streets to a legitimate job, I think that we need to do that. It's not the end all, but it's a step in the right direction. And I think that we need to move in that step quickly. I want to talk about the COVID-19 money. Back in April, I think we gave up $500,000 to the Health and Human Service Department. As of today, we did not utilize any of those buildings. That came from our, I believe that came from our storm trust for the snow and the sand that we have to purchase. And I would like for the administration to come up with the numbers that of the money that we have left so that that money can make its way back. I know that Mr. Sawyer has the receipts for the for FEMA, but for all unspent monies, I think that money needs to make its way back to our trust for our sand and our supplies for any storms, any winter hazard weather that we might have. And last and not least, I think that the water department is near and dear to me. I was one of the ones that got the 2,000 signatures to put that on the ballot. I believe that DEP should be sued right along with the city because their oversight has been none. I believe that this is my personal opinion for all of the listeners out in the public. DEP has been the only constant figure in this whole thing. Mayors have come and gone. DEP has remained. They had an obligation to fill those 70 positions. They did nothing. They had an obligation to charge the previous mayors for the infractions that was occurring, the boil water advisories, the turbidity in the water. nothing. And now they want to say to the council, if you don't do what I say, this is what we're going to do. So I believe that DEP bears responsibility. And as long as they want to take the city of Trenton to court, then we need to take them to court. That's the way, that's my opinion, and that's what I feel about that. I would like to take this time to ask the community at large, and I know a lot of people don't think that coming together with candlelight vigils makes any difference in our community. But when you're in a climate like we're in today, you have to do any and everything you can to try to make a difference. We can no longer sit behind closed doors. We have to go out in the public. We have to go out to the residents. We have to address this head on. I'm not telling anyone to run into a burning building, or I'm not trying to tell anyone to run in front of gunfire. But I just believe that you cannot sit down and ignore the fact that our children are being laid to their graves. And so whatever I could do, whatever little thing that I could do, I want to do it. And I want to take this time to ask the community at large, join me in the vigil this Friday on the corner of Beeks and Martin Luther King Boulevard. Join me. We must make a difference. We must help these children. We must help our community. If you have a suggestion, bring it to the table. But I just cannot sit around and do nothing. And with that, I'll say thank you all again. Good night, and may God bless each and every one of us, because COVID is still here, and we still need to practice social distancing and wearing our mask. And thank you again. Thank the public. And Mr. Collin, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Do I have a second on the motion to adjourn?
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Caldwell Wilson. All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So
No.
ordered. We are adjourned at 12:21 a.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great night. Please be safe and well.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.